Press. Hello. Welcome, everybody. How's it going?
Good. That was pretty cool.
What's yours? Would you? I think somebody's got their or I don't know who. Can you hear somebody? Welcome, everybody. How's it going?
That was pretty cool.
Got your YouTube open? What's yours? Could you press mute on the other YouTube video? Welcome, everybody. That's angry or not?
I got you. I got it.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, is that okay? No problem.
That was
no problem.
the other monitor. My bad.
Yeah,
I wanted,
yeah.
You know when you go to watch one, we watch it in 8 different rooms because you want to be like, I'm supporting you. You're awesome. I want to get the numbers up. I have you in my kitchen and my living room and my bedroom and my other phone. And in my living room. I'm sorry, I'm guilty. I have you put him on the monitor, but it's such a cool playthrough. That Aragorn is hot as hell. I love Aragorn. He's awesome.
Yeah, that's we've been. I've just been doing a bunch of Lord of the Rings stuff for that Respect for Tolkien campaign.
Lord of the Rings fever. Yeah.
Yep, it's awesome. Okay, I can't I've got about another 13 to go, but they're all fun. It's just fun stuff to do. But hey, here we go. Welcome everybody. Tonight we've got our special guest here, Witcher Fox, and down below we got Angry Canadian with us. Eric Sullivan's not going to be joining us tonight. He's feeling a little bit under the weather, or so we'll see. Maybe we got Bandito coming on later, but who knows? Well, we just kind of we wing it here on this channel. Nothing's organized. That's the way I like to keep it, though.
Exactly.
So before we start asking Witcher Fox here some questions, we'll start with the Angry Canadian. How you doing there today, bud?
I'm doing great. It's another wonderful day in Japan.
Wonderful day in the neighborhood. Won't you be mine? Won't you be
I'll
mine?
be yours.
So you got spring break starting there soon?
Yep, it'll be starting here the end of this week, and then I'll pick it back up in the middle of April.
Awesome, man. Got any plans for spring break?
I'm gonna do a lot of streaming. Just chill, do a lot of streaming, study some more Japanese while I'm at it, so I can keep it in check, and do some planning with you as well.
Oh yeah. So for those of you who don't know, I'm going to be in Osaka Comic Con in May 5th to May 7th, and Angry Canadian, he's going to be helping me out there at my booth.
That's awesome.
It's going to be huge help, man. Tokyo Comic Con, I was there for one day by myself before Waiki came out the other 2 days, and it's just it's insane. Yokota Comic Con wasn't too bad. It was I found that to be more of a family event. I don't know how you feel about that, Witcher, but it felt more like a family thing.
Yeah,
kind of
the thing is mostly families, so it's pretty family oriented.
Yeah.
I was just as tired from that though. If it was like a regular convention,
like
really big expos and really big conventions, and it is exhausting. So it's awesome that he's coming along with you, because that is super exhausting, super hard, trucking everything back and forth, just being under, I don't know, so the fluorescent lights, maybe just sitting there for hours on end and not eating a lot or not drinking enough or something. But something about working conventions is just super taxing.
Right. Yeah, I've done, let's see, how many have I done now? I've done 4 Comic Cons now, since last year. It's the first time I started doing them last year, but every single one of them are like a different atmosphere, a different kind of, feeling to them,
Mhm.
different customers, different clientele, and then you sell completely different stuff at every single one. So it's all just, yeah, it's all experience. But the one
Yeah,
thing that you never really get used to is like, yeah, it's exhausting.
it's
Like
super.
you gotta you gotta just like see that point where you're like you're speaking to so many people the whole time, and you're like, oh wait, I'm hungry. I should probably take a break, but you're like,
Within like
just
45 minutes pass since you've had that
yeah,
thought. It's
yeah,
always
exactly, yeah,
it's like a whole hour passes since I was like, "I need to pee."
right,
And then a
yeah,
whole hour passes and you're like your kidney's like, "Ah!" Like, "Why are you
yeah.
doing this to us?"
All
Yeah,
right,
it's
before we go too far into that, let me go ahead and start. I'll introduce you. So, Witcher Fox. Recently, we met at Yokota Comic Con. It was my first time there, and Yokota Comic Con is up in Tokyo. It's on a base there, and yeah, like just to get the preface, I was over there working at my booth. Then all of a sudden, I look up and I hear this. Oh my god! I look up,
gosh,
and I'm like, oh my god! It's Red Sonja. Uh,
really?
like for like I'm a huge Conan fan. I haven't read as many of the comics as I should, but the movies and back in the day when I was a kid, watched Red Sonja 1,000 times.
Yeah.
And I'm a big, huge fan of Frazetta. And whenever you started throwing out those names, I was like, this is this
2
stuff.
gingers in one.
Exactly,
We know
exactly.
each other very well already.
Yeah.
Uh,
I was just like, yeah, you sit around drawing and doing that stuff all the time, but whenever you have somebody who's really like extremely enthusiastic like yourself come over and check out the work, uh, you're just you're beyond. I can't express like how happy it makes you, to have somebody out there who really appreciates what you're doing and knows like the names and knows what really
oh,
good
yeah.
artwork is, and just the
No,
history of
I
that.
quality
Yeah,
artwork that
yeah,
rings in an era where these names are forgotten and AI is taken over and no one
yeah,
knows who names their favorite artist anymore. And
right,
it's so refreshing to be like, oh, the classics, oh, the gods of art, oh, the
right.
original. It's so refreshing. It really is. It's just it touched me just as much as it touched you to be able to see oh my gosh, the all the Lord of the Rings renditions you did on visual, not with any references, just like reading the book and just painting what you
Yeah,
read. It
yeah,
was so refreshing to have that because so many people are so dependent on, well, we just, I don't really know what to do today. And that's fine. We all get in that slump sometimes
oh yeah, yeah,
artistically. I
definitely.
don't know what the hell to do. But to me, like, every time I open up one of those Frazetta books, I have a couple of books in my library, and they're just all big collections of just artists I just adore and respect. And I just
Yeah,
look through and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's just that's where it's at,
yeah,
It's just,
yep. It's funny that you mentioned knowing the names of your predecessors and the people that you should be like that you're emulating and that you respect because in one of my I was lucky enough to have I always talk about this guy during my live streams because he was a huge influence on me, but I think it was my fifth year of college because I was in college for a while because I did so much study abroad. But I was lucky enough to have Kent Williams as a guest instructor. I don't
that's
know if you
cool.
know who that is or not, but he's like freaking one of the best artists out there right now, like modern day. Like his stuff is just insane. But we had him as a guest, a professor, and one of our first, I think it was our first advanced illustration class
Mm.
that we had. We were all just sitting around there listening to him, and he goes, "Okay, guys, so who are some illustrators that that you really look up to, that you really like? Tell me some of them that you like."
Mm.
And nobody could raise their hand. Like it was really weird. Like nobody.
Not
And
good.
I was just like, I started throwing out like NC Wyeth. I started going like all the illustrators that I
Oh,
knew.
yeah, he's awesome.
It's like, see, okay, you guys
Yeah,
should be able to name at least 10 illustrators
definitely.
like
I,
that.
I have a list of them on my
Yeah,
phone, so I never
yeah,
forget them. but there's and sadly some are not with us anymore.
Oh, right. You know,
and it's important to know your references, because if we don't, then we won't be able to pass on the people that
exactly
that inspired us. And
right.
these are the grandfathers of the concept artists, the people who made D&D D&D. I totally agree. But that's amazing that they don't know. They couldn't name anybody.
Yeah. Like it was, he scolded the class. He was just like, he's like, you guys should know at least 10 names off the top of your head, at least. And then, because if you're wanting to, you know, pursue your own illustration career, you need to know the names of the giants that came before you. And I you know, and that's how I kind of feel about like comics now that I'm doing like comic work. I'm like, okay, I have my comic creators that I just adore, but I need to know more. I'm always like, okay, I need to know more. I need to do more research into who came before me, why they've been successful, and what they've done that's like you know, that's connected with the audience. And it's just part of what if you want to do something well, you got to research it. But enough about me. Let's talk about you. So speaking of research and doing things well, whenever I saw you at Yokota Comic Con, I was like, I've seen a lot of cosplayers in my very short time of attending cons, but I was really blown away by like the quality of your craftsmanship. And so, if you wouldn't mind, could you tell us a little bit about about yourself and about your experience so far, and yeah, whatever you'd like to talk about.
So when it comes to cosplay, I'm relatively new to it because just being an artist is a completely different thing than making stuff. making real stuff is it gets something with art. You know, you have it on a piece of paper, you have it on painting, which is awesome. It's physical, it's tangible, you can feel it, you can touch it, you can see it, you can sniff it. But making armor is like a 3D real thing. And when you cut shapes, it's so interesting. You have to cut it differently because when you put the EVA foam together, it makes a bend. So when you cut stuff, you got to do it the complete other way. So my art brain, the right side of my brain, is like, wait, that's not a circle. That's like a weird thing. Like, no, you can't just cut a circle. It doesn't work. So it pushed like the part of my brain that doesn't really think of 3D images very often. And it's actually helped me draw a lot, which is weird. Because now when I do armor, like I'm doing a Garrosh and I'm doing Hellscream drawing right now, like kind of doing a couple different things. It helps me like, oh, I know how the armor lays now because I made it. And that gives me another perspective, which I think that most artists, even if you're working with just like watercolor or acrylic or you like sketching, it's so like healthy to try clay, to try putty, or to try just like wrapping your mind around something that's circular and just making something that way. I feel like it just trains a part of your brain that doesn't really get stimulated very often. I don't explain it. Weird.
Well, it's definitely like with the 2D artist and 3D artist. Like even when we were studying in college, you very rarely find people that can go with both with both skills, that are really good at both skills, like the 3D and the 2D. It's just a different mindset. And I like what you said about making it yourself will help you understand how to draw it. It's almost like whenever I'm teaching people and they're having trouble drawing like an apple, for say, we'll go up there and physically touch the apple, hold it in your hand, feel like the dimensions, feel the what you would call it, the oh my gosh, I'm forgetting my English. The texture, knowing the planes, right? Yeah, exactly. And then once you do that, then whenever you go back to draw, it'll be a lot more easier. But I'm sure like making it like how you're talking about, that would help you get that, especially like whenever you're doing the what's it called, like the scaling of the armor.
Oh yeah, that was hard. That was hard because apparently, okay, when you're laying scales on like a koi fish, you're like, oh, there's a pattern. My brain gets the pattern. We understand it. Done. You know, once you get the concept of koi, because I know that there's different type of classes you can take for koi fish and scales and dragons, especially in Japan. It's a very straight technique they use.
Right.
You know, you lay down your lines, you get a little measuring stick, you measure everything out, you done.
Right.
But when you're actually laying it on a round mass,
That's got to be a different kind of
It's so different. It's like not you don't lay it down like here's a little scale, there's a little scale. It's like a whole because there's two different types of chainmail. So you can do like I actually had this here just in case I had to use this example, but I love this so much. A good awesome artist made this for me before the con. But this chainmail,
awesome.
It's awesome, but the back, it's basically connected to like chainmail and it's laid flat. But because it's at an angle, it has a curve to it. But as opposed to leather armor, I'm going to show you here. Okay, so I have a little mannequin. As opposed to leather armor, I'm like, I feel weird, like I'm teaching a class or something. Like,
yeah. Well, no, that's what it's all about. Yeah. Yeah.
But like when you lay it on a spherical shape, you have to like predict, okay, like this was the first one I did. This one's a bit wonkier than this one. So pay attention to this nice one over here. That
Actually, let me blow you up here. Let me blow you up here real quick. Sorry.
So
there we go. There we go.
So like when you're laying down like objects on something that it's round or three-dimensional, it's not the same as paper. And it forces you to predict where's the most strain in this costume going to be. Like probably not up here. But down here will be the most strain. That's going to be the most tension. So you have to put way more glue and even sew it down to make sure that that lays where you want. And when you look at different angles, you want the scales to have different shadows. So I went in and I hand painted all the shadows. So this isn't from the light. This is all from paint. Because if you didn't paint it, it would just look like the light's really exposing the sides. So it looks a bit brighter, but it doesn't give it justice. So even when you make it, it's not right. It's not perfect.
Right.
Because your eyes are very intelligent, your brains are very intelligent. Your brain just knows, especially people just know when something's off. Like that isn't right. It's fake. And real metal has sheen. Mm-hmm. So if you're going to use leather or EVA foam, you have to put in the effort to be like, okay, that isn't metal. So we got to make it look like metal. And then use your painting skills, your regular art skills on top of
to enhance that.
To enhance it. So not just working it. You also have to trick it, your eye, with your artistic skills to be okay, let me put in that shading where there's no shading. You know?
Oh, there we go. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that's something I've always like wondered about because whenever I was working on that helmet that I showed you earlier before, I was like, do I need to paint this to make it look like it's going to be metallic, or do I just like let the regular old light, hit off of it and just work with that? I don't have no idea. So it's interesting.
Different. Yeah, it really is completely different. Because like I thought, oh, you just spray paint it silver and it'll look like metal. It'll be done. Yay. But it's not. It's the paint job is what makes it come to life. It's not even the fact that it's a shape. It's the painting. But then there's so many different skills you have to open up. So you have to use your painting skills, your concept, your contrast skills, like all the stuff you learn from art and training in your studies into forging fake armor. So it just challenged me in a way that I haven't been challenged in a while. And now I want to get into something that's a bit more intense, like
awesome.
Oil paint.
Yeah. Oh, oil paint. Yeah, okay. We got somebody here in the back here. Let's bring on. Oh boy. Hey, what's up there, Wakizashi?
Hello.
Hey, how are you doing? What have I wandered into?
I knew 100% if I had on Witcher Fox here that Wakizashi would come popping in. So Wakizashi here is another resident of Japan. So he helped me out at Tokyo Comic Con, and he's a very, very, very big time YouTuber guy. So
no, I'm not.
What are you talking about?
You're bigger than both of us combined right now.
Yeah, man. Andy Masterson's in the chat. Hey there, Andy Masterson. Okay, Andy Masterson, who's in the chat right now. He makes figures. Like he's really, really skilled at making these figures of all kinds of people. You got to check this stuff out if you get the chance.
I would love to. I'll put up my phone.
Yeah, there's a ton of people, like really, really creative people out here in our community fellowship, whatever you want to call it. Like everybody's got all different. That's a long story. We call it the fellowship. Waki, how you doing there, bud?
I'm doing good, thanks. Yeah, great to be here. Great to meet Witcher Fox.
Yeah, so we met at Yokota Comic Con.
Okay.
Yeah, up there in Tokyo here recently, and she. Hello there, Mrs. Flu. Nice to see you there. She stopped by the booth and it was just amazed with the artwork and everything. We just started talking.
She nerded out,
and I was like, you got to come on the show. Like you're here in Japan, and she's really interested in like a lot of the you know, things that we talk about, and she's a cosplayer on top of that, an artist. So hey, why not add another to the Japanese fellowship here?
Awesome. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
brilliant. Witcher, I was watching Jinja Ninja doing like live art at the Tokyo Comic Con. It was so good seeing him working, you know, there.
That's awesome. I was it's so refreshing to be able to spit names out with other artists, and they know who you're talking about, and they know the classics, and they know like, it was so refreshing. It was so awesome. And I was like, I literally insisted that we did something together. I was like, we have to do something together. You're so cool. I was like,
nothing like this guy down here below me. Waki's the man.
Honestly, when I watched your first stream, I was just like, I was in the chat.
I felt so bad about the last stream that you saw. I was dead. I was completely had zero energy because I was so tired from I was so tired from Yokota. I just got back that day, and the thing that's the most tiring for me is I carry around like a huge suitcase, a backpack full of stuff, and another bag just. You saw me, Waki. It's horrible.
It's crazy.
Just lugging that around to all the trains in Tokyo. It's just.
It takes you like 5 hours to pack it as well.
Yes, yeah, it's horrible. So I felt bad because like that last stream I was dead, but I ended up after the stream was over the next day going back into that piece and working at it. And I was like, I had a lot more energy and I felt better about it. But speaking of knowing names, Waki down here, he's got his own YouTube channel, and this guy is like he knows everything when it comes to comics and entertainment. Like come on, man. You're one of those guys. Like you could name any. You could like talk about like Blade Runner. You could throw off like a billion names, or like Eric. Eric is the guy who could do the quoting.
Eric is amazing. Eric's the comic guy.
Yeah. It's insane. But you're going to be. Are you on spring break already?
No, I've got 2 more weeks.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Sweet. But Witcher, going back to you. So this apparently this was your first Comic Con that you cosplayed at?
Yeah,
apparently?
First time making a cosplay, first time doing any of this stuff. I honestly like it reawakened a love for comics for me because I stopped reading comics. I'm so ashamed. Like I left all my original comics with my mom, and I stopped reading them. And when I went there and I saw your stuff, I was just like, oh, this is what I want. Because like I love Red Sonja. I've read the stuff. I go on Kindle and I read it, but it isn't the same. And having the physical, real comic is so nice. It's tangible. And I think it's the same thing with cosplay. Like having tangible art, physical, we can look and appreciate it. It's it just really like pumped me up. I've been like super creative since then. Like I know it sounds weird, but I had a high. So if you get a big project, or you're making something out of clay, or you're doing you're making comic books and you're done with the project, you get like kind of depressed afterwards. You're like creative dump, like a creative dump of not having anywhere to put it. So I'm like the first day how I watched the podcast, I was like, I don't want to draw, but I need to draw. I watched you draw, and just kind of helped me like get into it, because I'm just like, I am so depressed because I dumped all that creativity into something and I didn't even win. So I was so upset about that. But
no, I know exactly what you're talking about there. Like after every Comic Con is done, I'm tired, but I'm like, I get back home and I'm like, I'm ready for the next one, because it's so not just drawing and being around that, not just drawing and setting up all your stuff there, but also like talking to everybody and really like a lot of talk about art, like how we did there at the show. And then it really like inspires you and it gets those creative juices flowing. And then you get back and it's like, you've gone cold turkey and you're like, I need something now.
It's like an emotional dump. It's horrible. It's like I felt like, am I even good at drawing? Am I even good at cosplay? Am I even good at it was such a weird experience of emotions. But then like after a day or two to like clear my head up, and I'm like, okay, I just need to take the time to have art sessions twice a week, practice what I need to practice, try different things and challenge myself. And I think like when you get into drawing or, working on clay or anything, we get in this rut where we just do the same thing that we're good at. And I'm guilty of it. Like I'll stay in my box. Right. And I won't get out of it.
Like,
And
expand. Yep.
Yeah, and it's super healthy to do it. You kind of have to. If you want to get better at something, you gotta
Well,
go into uncomfortable situations.
exactly. Yeah. And like definitely. I imagine going to like a Comic Con and just going out there in front of everybody for that first time. That was definitely probably out of your comfort zone, I'm assuming.
Yeah. Considering I was wearing a bikini, basically a metal bikini, it was very intense. It was it was so stressful. It was so stressful.
I'm glad I decided not to wear my metal bikini because you totally would have blown me out of the water.
You just saved yourself the headache. It was just not worth it.
You look good in it in Tokyo, Jinja. It looked really good on you.
Yeah. We did stay together in an Airbnb, and that was only for you though, Gray, for your eyes only.
Yeah, I missed out on that. It was unfortunate.
Well, that's why I've got you there in Osaka, but you're not going to be staying with me, so I don't know if you're going to get the Jinja metal bikini or not. But
I'll make an exception.
If you work hard enough, if you take that extra step, you might get the
That's awesome.
I do have man boobs, so I guess it'll work.
Everyone technically has man boobs. Technically.
Well, technically, yeah.
Technically.
But so when you got to get out of your comfort zone if you want to get better. So for me, for life to try to I was kind of the same as you, got out of comic books, and it wasn't until like the last 2 years that I got reinvigorated with the whole comic book scene as well. Because I've got my own art English school here, and when we had it wasn't a lockdown, but everybody just kind of closed shop. I just decided I'm going to do something that scares the hell out of me, and that was doing comic books. Like I was like, okay,
that's hard.
Yeah, went to a forum, found somebody who was looking for one, and then started doing that. And the next thing you know, I'm like, okay, now I'm going to do something that's really freaking going to scare the hell out of me. That was Tokyo Comic Con, like going to a Comic Con and being around like 70,000. We had 70,000 people here this last one. It was insane.
That's a lot.
Yeah. You're just like, okay, if you want to get better, then you gotta gotta go like with the big league, and there are big name comic artists there. Probably like one of the biggest comic artists in Japan was there, Peach Momoko. She does stuff for Marvel and things, and like you're like, okay, I'm in the same venue with these people. This is surreal, but got to bring my game.
That was so cool.
Wasn't it cool though, man?
Yeah,
and
she's
great. Such a nice lady too.
Yeah.
So okay, so I imagine that you had to go about whenever you're getting your costume ready and everything, you had to like do tons of research, looking up all kinds of YouTubers. Anybody that influenced you personally, or did you find anybody when you were doing your research that you're like, oh, this person, they've got it.
They got it together.
Yeah.
I think it was Cosplay Candy Panda. The way that she just makes stuff, it makes me feel so small, because she's just you just heat up the heat foam and then you slap on this and she'll look at the camera and boom.
Yeah, right.
I'm like, what? How? And like it's live time that she's making it, and she's just. I'm like, see, look how easy that was. I'm like, I blinked, and it's like, girl, your lines are so clean. And cutting the foam, it's not like with scissors. You got to do with this, like, you got to sharpen your razor blade every time you use it. So if you're cutting out one, like let's say you're cutting out a piece this big, that you got to sharpen your blade. Every single cut you cut the AVA foam, you got to sharpen your blade. And she's just like, shh. And I'm like, yo, that's crazy. It's like watching sous chef, but EVA. Yeah, she was great. There's another lady I watched. She won World of Warcraft 2013. So I know she won at the World of Warcraft Worldcon, which I would love to have gone, because I don't know if you can see, but I have a Murloc over here, my little Murloc frog. I love World of Warcraft so much. Such a nerd for World of Warcraft. But she won. Awesome. But I didn't know anything about it. I wasn't into it. I saw the ad and I was like, okay, I guess I'm into cosplay now, because the reward was really high. So I was like, I gotta get into it. But I had no interest in it before. Like I did costumes, but I never ever did cosplay, because I would do Ren Fair. But Ren Fair is not as as refined as cosplay. It's not the same. It's a bit more like bare legs, you know, and everyone smells very great. You know, it's very lax. It's very lax situation, you know.
All right.
But yeah, completely different.
And what was I going to say? I had a question there for you.
Challenges.
Right. Yeah, it's crazy how the pros can basically like I watch a lot of David Finch. He's a comic book artist and he does a bunch of tutorials. Okay, cool.
He's so cool. He has such a soothing voice. I don't know what it is. He just lulls me to sleep. I love that man. He's fantastic.
He's got his like he's amazing at how he can he'll just be talking to you and he's like, oh, you know, somebody will ask him in the chat, well, how do you draw this? Like a bear in a tutu. And he'll be like, oh yeah, bear in a tutu. Yeah, so what you want to do is like this. And it's like 5 seconds later, he's got a bear in a tutu. It's like, how the
nuts.
Yeah.
Oh, his hands are so good. His hands. And that's like, I remember watching his tutorials. He's like, well, with hands, you know, you just and he'll draw like a complete, like flexed, difficult, like not just regular, I mean, he'll do like these gnarly, like magical hands. And when I say magical hands, I mean they're casting something on you.
Yeah.
It's not a good thing. And he just freaking busts it out in seconds and explains it in the most simple way ever. I love David Fetch. That and the fact, like, him and his wife are just awesome. I love their streams. They're just really, really real. I like a lot.
He hasn't had a lot of live streams lately. He said he's working on a big project, so he's like, oh, I'm gonna have to cut back on the live streams, but every once in a while it'll come over up in my feed. Yeah, my daughter just came here. Hey, Mom. You say hello?
Hi. Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
That's Waki. You remember Waki? Yeah.
Oh my gosh, she's just the cutest.
They brought me some sushi.
Oh my gosh, nice.
Yummy. All right. Are you going to go to bed now?
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you. All right.
Oh, sweet.
Good night. Have a good one. Don't bite me. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, she's such a cutie patootie. So cute. Is a young, inspiring artist one day, maybe?
Yes, she's sorry. Hold on a second. Let me mute her.
Oh wow, she's gorgeous. Great to see her. I've only seen photo before, so that's great.
I love the beard grab. When I was that age, I would always go for my dad's beard. It was like the first thing.
Yes, it gets pulled a lot. No, she's like, she reminds me just like myself. Like whenever I was a kid, every single second I spent drawing, and she'll come back home, and the first thing she does, she just goes straight to just starts drawing. And
awesome.
Oyasumi, Riki-chan. Oh, is she out? Or Riki-chan? I'm assuming it's a girl. I'm not sure. Do you know this Riki-chan? Witcher?
Let me see.
They first popped out See You Soon Chelsea at the beginning. Had maybe it was somebody met in Comic Con. I'm not sure.
Maybe.
Yeah.
If so, hello. Hi.
Yeah. And goodbye. Good night.
Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah.
I think she was saying good night to your daughter, Jinja.
Oh, maybe that's what it was.
Maybe.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm stupid. I'm retarded. I don't know what's going on. All right. So the Yokota one was your first one, and we were talking about this backstage a bit. But do you have any plans for up and coming ones, or anything that like you want to work on, like a different costume, something that you want to challenge yourself with?
Something I can properly go to the bathroom in would be great. That would be the first step, because like something that's, and I sound so cliche when I say this, because like cosplay is not supposed to be comfortable. You just suck it up and just deal with it. You're not going to eat or drink for a couple of hours. You'll be fine. But yeah, something comfortable. So, like something a bit more comfortable. And also something a bit more planned out. Oh, she better know me. I'm her neighbor. Oh, Ricky! She is my neighbor. I'm about to say, can you pronounce it funny? Ricky's awesome. Ricky was so supportive. I literally would just hand her stuff. I would walk up to her at the con and be like, hold this, take this. Just, I don't know what it is, just take it. And bless her soul, she'd be like, okay, I don't know what to do with this, but okay. I had like empty gum wrappers. I'm like, I have nowhere to put this take it from me. Because like
there are no pockets. Yeah.
No pockets. No pockets. And you are just like a walking statue. So there's no way to conceal things. So it's like, food, okay, drink, food, take this. That's it. You need people to take care of you. It's so weird. I don't know how else to describe it. It's like when people are on set and you see like, Lord of the Rings, like in behind the scenes, you see them like petting them and like getting them water and like fixing them and stuff. It literally is like that. Like you can't just like do normal stuff. It's so weird. It's so weird to say that out loud, but you can't just like eat a sandwich.
Right.
You can't just eat a sandwich. You gotta like, like,
eat everything through a straw.
Yeah.
It's like if there were credits to your day, there would be like food assistant, rapper assistant.
Yes, Ricky was like random trash, gum, and emotional support, and then my husband was like at the top of like water, food, small bites of. I would like eat half a protein bar. I'm like, okay, save it for later. I'm not going to eat it for the next 3 hours. And he would just hold that protein bar faithfully for like 3 hours waiting for my return. It was the best. There's like at least 50 people in the credits. They're amazing. All my friends are great.
That's how Waki was for me at Tokyo Comic Con. It's like, James,
I was water support, a bit of water,
coffee,
and massage as well. That special massage after you work so hard.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
With a very happy ending. Thank you, sir.
See, this is a fellowship. You have to be there for your artists. You got to be there for them. Got to support them.
Well, see, what we're actually started up here, and Anger Canadian, actually, he's the one who kind of kicked this off. We've actually started up a Japan fellowship. So when people come over to visit from because we've all kind of like met each other through like Nerderotic, Geeks and Gamers, and other people within that community, and they refer to themselves as like the fellowship. And so like we should do like the Japan fellowship. So now when people come over here and they visit, they have some familiar names, or we could actually like show them around and kind of like be here to greet them and show them the good times in Japan. So it's something that we've that's kind of where it comes from, and we're hoping that more and more people will make their way out there because a lot of people are interested in coming over here. It's a nice place to visit, but
it is a little intimidating. And it's nice to have that step, like it gets a bit intimidating at first. So it's nice to have some people that are like, hey, I've got you. Because when we came here, we were completely clueless.
I imagine. Like, so have you guys been, whatchamacallit, have you been transferred, or you've got your, to, I guess, many different places around the world, or?
So this is our first time.
Oh, really?
This is our first time overseas. This is the first time in the military. This is the first for everything here.
Wow. There you go.
So
first time.
Love that. Super fun. And we only knew we were moving to Japan for 2 months before we left the country. We had 2 months of notice. Hey, you're going to Japan.
Wow.
And 2 months. That's it. And so we just had to like figure it out, like on our way. And morning. Oh, it is morning over there in the US. It is super early.
Yes.
But I mean, we didn't know what to do. And then we moved here. We were like super scared of everything. Like I was so intimidated by it. And I had a lot of really interesting experiences, especially with the locals, like getting like touched, like people coming up to me and being like, ooh, tattoos, ha. And like grabbing my face. I had one older lady just come up to me, she's like, and she's just like just grabbing my flesh on my skin, my face. And I'm just like, I guess this is normal. So I just kind of went with it. And she's just like, oh, it's so pale. Oh, your skin. Oh, why you do this to yourself? Why? And then
that happened to Jinja quite a lot in Tokyo, didn't it?
Well, I think you were the one that was touching me. What are you talking about?
The beard. It's the beard. Every time.
I had a random guy come to my house the other day who wanted me to join an art group. It's like this older guy. He's the head of this art group.
Okay.
And I opened up the door and he's like, "Oh, nice beard," and he just starts stroking my beard. I'm like going, hello.
It's beard envy. It's beard envy. I've got beard envy, Ginger.
Oh, speaking of World of Warcraft, Bandito.
Oh, there he is.
How you doing?
Oh my gosh,
Warhammer. Warhammer, not
hello.
World of Warcraft. Sorry, Warhammer. Same thing,
Warhammer.
isn't it?
How you doing, man?
Same thing, isn't it? Right?
Well, actually, when Blizzard was creating World of Warcraft, they actually wanted to create a Warhammer video game, but they didn't get the licensing from
Good. They would have screwed it up.
GW. Yeah.
So,
Good.
so is Henry Cavill? Is he gonna? Is this gonna happen? Bandito? Is it gonna happen? What do you think? Chances?
My chances are pretty much 50-50 because I'm pretty sure like my insider is pretty much Jay the Deep Minded, and she has always been around. She always keeps me updated on the Henry Cavill news.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that I hope that they get that Cavill is able to get this series off the ground, because the new stuff I heard from like Vera Dark from Dark Titans Enterprises and Clownfish TV, Yellow Flash, they're all saying that the showrunner thought Henry was annoying because of his enthusiasm to play Geralt. And
oh my God, like actors and actresses in general, annoying would be like the least problem with an actor and actress. That's like the least of your problem. Yeah.
You want them to be enthusiastic. That makes them a good candidate. That makes them obsess over the character, obsess over the lore, make sure they get everything right. The people who played in Lord of the Rings, they read the book religiously. They're like, I need to become this amazing character larger than life. It's a shame. It's a real shame that they think fanatic fanism is a bad thing. That's what we freaking need. We need better writers. We need better illustrators. We need people who are passionate about their work. We don't need people that are like, oh, I don't want to be too into it. I literally have Geralt on my arm. Like, I'm obsessed with Geralt.
Let's blow that up.
I can make a move if I want. But I got my little Geralt right here. Freaking love Geralt, man. He's the best. Mwah. I love Geralt.
That's a cool tattoo. Wow.
Yeah.
Such a fan.
I would show my Geralt tattoo, but we might get kicked off of YouTube for it.
Oh gosh!
Don't do it, Gavin. Whatever you do.
Yeah.
Oh man, like Friday Night Tights. Wow, that was interesting. There we go. Gavin, I don't know if you know this Warcraft, but do you know Gavin McGinnis?
What? Who?
Yeah.
Gavin McGinnis. Yeah, he was on Friday Night Tights, one of the shows that we watch, and he pulled out a fake dong and took a piss. Live stream.
live stream.
Live.
I didn't know him either, Ginger. I had to look him up.
15,000 people watching. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Bam.
Oh, see you there, Pops. Yeah, Pops.
Hey, Pops, take it easy.
Yeah, he's got Sporking on his show today. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. All right. Oh, I before I forget, I meant to congratulate you on your you came in overall. You came in second place for the cosplay. Yeah. I thought you deserved first. I was a bit disappointed about that. First place was I didn't feel really. What was that first place? What was that cosplay of? What was she?
I don't know, but she did. In all fairness, she did make the skirt. She made a lot of the fabric. She sewed a lot of the fabric together. She did 3D print 3 acorns that converted into bags. They were open and closed.
Oh, okay. Cool. There we go.
And here's the thing about I still have her card. She's awesome. I'm really happy for her. You know, she's gone to multiple cons. She's been into it for a long. She was doing this for like 3 years. So she's made costumes and stuff. The reason why I was so bummed out about it is because when you make chainmail or when you make armor from scratch, you literally, my blood is inside of that.
Yeah, I imagine so. A lot of cutting stitches and stuff like that. Yeah.
Exactly. So it made me kind of, I don't know. I don't know what didn't make me first place. I would like to have asked, but I'm too prudent. I'm a little shy. But I wanted to ask, like, well, what can I do different? Like, what advice would you give me? And
Yeah.
I don't know. Because I know there are ways I could have improved for sure. The shoulders could have been a bit more concrete and structured, but I did only have like not even 3 weeks. It was less than 3 weeks to do everything. But I mean, it is what it is. I think it just encouraged me to do better next year. But
Oh yeah,
Ren Fair though, it's perfect for the Ren Fair. Like anyone at the Ren Fair would be like, that's a freaking awesome costume. But cosplay is so refined and they're very picky about the seams and the cleanness and if it's proportioned and it's a whole different category than just looking like Sonja. It has to be
right.
That is Sonja. That is a copy.
Do you have photos, Jinja or Witcher?
Yes.
Do you have photos? Yeah, that'd be
Yeah,
awesome
yeah.
to see.
Yeah, I'm such a
Red Sonja. Just like, oh my god, that sounds amazing.
I freaking love the comics. I like who's been writing it. I don't like the first writers, but I like the newer writers.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Sorry to shit on whoever wrote it. I feel like an asshole. Sorry.
No worries.
One of my favorite crossovers was Red Sonja and Spider-Man.
That wasn't
Hello there,
bad.
Janet from Another Planet.
That wasn't bad at all. It was not that bad. I thought I was going to hate it, but it wasn't. It was like entertaining. It was honestly very entertaining.
I liked how one of the things that I liked about it is that.
There we go.
Okay, cool. There we go.
Yeah.
I love how my little
Enhance. So the
Jinja, she's a better Jinja than you, man. What's going on?
I know. Look at that. Look at me. Oh my god, I look horrible.
I'm so white. Oh my gosh, look how white.
I know. Like next to me, I always feel like I'm.
That's why the Japanese love you.
White.
It's the porcelain doll effect. It's beautiful.
I didn't have any body makeup on.
That's yeah. So.
No, jeez. It's all the MMOs I've been playing. It's making me super white. I don't leave my house. When you see it, you just know. Like I really don't leave my house.
Is there a lot of stuff to do on the base there? I wouldn't.
I mean, yeah, but I'm a hermit. I'm a hermit, and if I could choose between going to the local Chili's on Yokota Air Force Base or going to the Wife's Club or sorry, that wasn't intentional. It was a little or like doing something like that, I would rather stay home and do art. Like paint, sketch, work on my talents and work on a nice hot cup of tea and listen to The Witcher narrated by Peter Kinney alone.
I have yet to make it through all the Witcher books, but in order to follow that whole the whole story, do I need to play the games? Do I need to read the comics? Do I need to do all of that, or can I just like read the books and be fine with it? Or
you could just read the books because the games basically work like a sequel after the series.
Okay. Yeah, I watched Az play some of The Witcher because I'm not a gamer myself, but I was really enjoying, like I could just sit there and listen to him play the game, and it was like, yeah, you're really getting immersed to the story. It's So something I definitely need to get back into is to read those books, but I'm just like so hooked on the Stormlight archives right now. I need to when I'm done, I'll give The Witcher another chance. I think I've read 2 of the books, but there are 8 total.
Mm-hmm.
9.
Oh, so how many? 9. Okay.
9. There's
yeah.
I've done it a lot. I have no audio. I've repeated the listening process. So this is so weird. Every summer, this is so weird. I know. Every summer I start the books. Every summer, I just play on Audible and I start them all the way from the beginning. And I've planned it. If I read it every day, it goes through summer into fall, and it's the way the books are written. And I know this is weird. It's nostalgia. There'll be parts of the book that I intentionally plan to get to during the season. I know it sounds strange, but when Ciri is fighting one of these horrible individual, I forgot his name,
Leo.
but
Leo.
the guy with like the fish eyes, and he's just like this
old Leo.
nasty. He's just horrible, and he's just like this. He scares the shit out of me. The way that they describe him, the way that he describes his glazed, fishy eyes, and his mercenary complex of killing people, but he hates farm animals. Like he's that psychopathic. Like he can behead people and shove them in glass jars of salt, but he can't stand farm animals. Like he has such a weird complex. It's such a murderous complex. But when they're fighting each other on the iced lake, that part, if I plan the book in the spring or in the summertime, by the time I'm done with the book, that's when the fights takes place, like in winter. I know it's weird, but I intentionally plan books out like the times in which I will read it throughout the year. I'm weird.
Geek.
Yeah.
Geek.
Yeah.
Exactly. That part was in the Tower of Swallow. When she was fighting old Leo Bonhart.
Bonhart. And he has a raspy voice like this.
Yeah.
And he enjoys killing. Oh, he's so icky. Oh, he's just so
okay. Now I've only seen like the first season of The Witcher, but remember how they had that assassin, the guy who was the shapeshifter? Is this kind of like, did they bring some of that character into him because he had like a whole bunch of jars in his place or something?
No, Leo wasn't a magic user. He was just someone who was very skilled with a sword.
Vilgefortz was a magic user. Vilgefortz was very, very powerful.
Yeah. I can't believe I like the guy that they got to play Vilgefortz. I didn't even mind that in the show. I didn't even mind that they got someone who was Pan-Asian to play him, but because he was such a good actor. I could tell he actually read it. Hey, Mr. Grant Gregory.
What's up there, Mr. Grant Gregory? How you doing there?
Doing good. What are you guys all talking about?
I don't know, man. It looks like your Japanese has gotten a lot better there. Look at that. You're just busting it out.
I was just being really busy just picking up my favorite book series. I don't know if you've heard of this one at all. You know.
Hold on a second. What do we got here?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh. He just whips out the book. Classic.
Oh, man.
Classic. Oh, what a flex.
I don't know what's going on here. Like, Mr. Greg Gregory, you haven't been on my show in like 5 years or whatever. Now you're on here tonight. I mean, we got Wakizashi here as well. I mean, I don't know what's the occasion. What's going on here?
I'm here for you, baby. It's all for you.
Yeah,
I wasn't ginger enough for you. I see what it is. I wasn't ginger enough for you.
Obviously that's why Wakashi's on here, because we love that sort of ginger. So
I don't know. Gingers don't have souls, man.
Oh my
god! Don't have what?
Really?
We don't have souls? No. We lost them. Lost them in the war.
No. I'm actually going through a transitional sort of phase. I'm trying to figure out what look I'm going for. I was going to take it Wakashi's, but I don't know anymore because it's just that I'm transitioning a little bit. I'm just trying to figure out like what's.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
That is so scary. That is not grouse at all, mate.
Oh.
What is going on?
I don't know.
No!
It's like Kevin McInnes just pulled out his cock.
It's freaking me out, man. You're freaking me out.
All right, I'll go back in.
Whoa,
I'm sorry.
That's crazy. Holy shit.
That scared the shit out of me.
I thought for a second, oh my god, I'm drinking coffee. Is this shit spiked or something?
Oh my gosh. Have you seen the meme of the guy who sees the cup and the chick video and it's their reaction? He gets up, he's like, oh no, nasty. He just leaves the room.
The 2 girls 1 cup one?
Yeah, but it was like a reaction video, and the guy, it's a newer thing where like people who are playing games, like they'll dub that meme in when like something just isn't right. Like when they zoom in on like the jailer's nipple and they're like, no, no more jailer nipple, because it's like, this big, in Shadowlands, and everyone sees his nipple, even though he's like a bajillion feet tall. Somehow his nipple's always in the camera light, just right here. Giant hunk of nipple.
I don't know what to say, Ginger. Do you?
I'm like completely speechless.
Oh, you don't
right
play?
now.
Okay, yeah. Sorry.
No. I'm just like you had me at nipples. That's all. Oh my god.
No.
You like sporking now? It's sporking. We got sporking on tonight.
Hey, Sporking, how you doing, man? Good to see you.
Yeah, I'm good, but I've got a weird Australian accent going on and a lot of lag, so.
Sporking's another YouTuber that he's actually on another show, and he's here right now with us as well. I don't know how he's doing it. It's amazing. He's talented.
Thank you for coming on.
Yeah.
This is a good number. This is a good number of people.
Yes.
6 is
Yes.
a good number.
No more. I mean, with Gregory pulling those faces there.
All right, well, I'll do this then.
Oh wow!
So.
How do you do that?
Yeah, it's disturbing.
Oh no! I just got my letter from Hogwarts. Apparently, it was covered in this thing called like I don't know, gillyweed or something. I don't know. I'm not a nerd. I can't figure it out.
Shit. All right. Well, did you guys have any questions for? I know I'm just like hogging up the stream here and everything, but did you have any questions for Witcher Fox here about anything or?
Yeah, I got one real quickly. Do you
for
got
it, go
social
for it.
media that you would like me to put into the chat for people to follow you on?
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. I have 2 different platforms, and I'm trying to get people from one platform to go on my new platform because it's my artsy fartsy show. But nobody likes my artsy fartsy show. They like my old show. It's all gun shows, and I don't want to do gun shows anymore. I want to do artsy stuff. So Witcher Fox 1776, super patriotic, just spelled as it sounds, is my new channel. It's on my Twitch. It's on my YouTube. And it's on my Instagram. They're all in one, all the same spelling. But my other one's Glocks and Glutes, which is all about fitness, which I'm trying to steer away from now because I don't even go to the gym. I'm a fake. I'm joking. I just don't go to the gym as much. I got so damn big. I got so jacked to the point where I was like, I can't get lady clothes. So I just don't. Powerlifting rough.
I have that problem too. I'm just so jacked that I just had to scale it down.
Like you gotta bring down. You know what I mean? It was just I was just intimidating people too much. So I lost a lot of weight and I got rid of it.
Yeah, and I had the same problem. I used to be jacked, but I used to always have to look for things right over there just to try and grab it. And,
excuse me.
My neck's really sore. Sorry, I've got to. Oh, there we go.
Oh my gosh. So
yeah, it was too. I was like keeping up a 6-pack was too high maintenance, so I just downgraded to a 1-pack now, 1.5. That's my rate.
Yeah. I upgraded to a keg.
Me too. Although I do like a good 6-pack in the evening.
I had a 6-pack for 5 months. 5 months straight. And that was the most unhappiest moments of my life. I don't recommend it. I looked great, but it was horrible. It was not fun. Because you'd be like, 1 more gram of rice. Okay, now we're at that many grams. That's all the carbs are down that day. And so how much chicken you would get your chicken, you would cut it with scissors. Who the hell cuts chicken with scissors? Crazy people. People with body build cut chicken with scissors.
Angry Canadian does.
Angry, yes. He's angry. He gets angry at the chicken. Yeah.
It's actually a really easy way to slice chicken. Just use scissors.
I knew it.
Oh gosh.
I emotionally manipulate half of it until it leaves, so then I don't have to cut it. So I just go for the right portion.
I need this new power.
Oh gosh.
Just make sure you do it before it tries to make friends with you, Grant.
Just gaslight the chicken until
dude, gaslighting it works. Nice sear on it as well, You said you were low fat. No, I didn't. Yes, you did.
Oh my gosh, so many liquids. I've had 3 different beverages since I've been sitting here.
I thought you had a Zima there at first, but what's that?
We got this.
Uh-huh.
And we also got tea. I've had 3 different beverages since I've been sitting here. My bladder is so happy.
Triple fisting.
Oh, well, I don't even drink, so.
I like them. He's awesome.
Now, Mr. Grant Gregory, he's the he's the granddaddy of us YouTubers right here. He's the original, the OG.
That's awesome.
We're just we all just walk in his shadow and hope that every once in a while he will acknowledge our existence. And,
he's saying he's old, Ginger. Shots
Yeah.
fired
No,
at
no,
Grant Gregory.
I mean, like, dude, this is the reason why I don't come on. I get a couple of grey hairs in the beard, and then that's it, you know.
I mean, if you keep shooting shots at him, he's gonna steal your face and impersonate you.
Dude, I've tried. His face is so hard to steal because I've never seen him without the glasses on, so it always adds these weird wrinkles on.
Here,
So,
do you want me to get? Do you want me to give
dude,
you?
if you can full screen it, I'll full screen yourself without your glasses
Do
on.
it.
I'll take a screenshot right now.
With like the face in.
Here we
Make
go.
yourself
Are you
as-
ready?
Make yourself
God, I
as big
look
as
horrible.
possible.
Oh my god. Nice.
Look straight at the camera. There we go. All right.
You got it.
Oh my
Two-
God, those
yeah.
eyes, Ginger, those eyes. 2 piss holes in the snow. What's going on?
Oh my god. The blue peepers. Look at them
I
creepers.
don't know. I don't know if I'm supposed to be scared or turned on, but it's a little of both.
I don't want to get everybody too excited there.
Oh god.
Too late.
Uh-oh. Okay, so it's an hour has gone by. So this is supposed to be a live art stream, as the title says. So actually, Red Sonja is going to be doing some art as well. She doesn't have, here we go. We got a Viking comment here. Being of Viking descent, I believe meat should only be cut with a dagger, axe, or in an emergency, a sword. I'm
Skull.
in agreement with that. Skull. Yeah, skull.
I have a drinking horn, like right back here.
Let's show it off. Let's show it off.
I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna go and get it.
Yeah, show us your horn. I mean, her, not you, Ginger. Like, I don't want to get him into this thing.
Oh my god! What did you see that live, Grant?
No, I was watching. I was probably about half an hour or so behind, and
Yeah,
the stream
me
just
too.
shut down. And I was
I
just
missed
like,
it.
Well,
though,
I was.
though I did see it because it was all over
Yeah.
Twitter.
Okay.
Um,
Okay. Take one for you. You take one. One over
Oh,
here.
well, here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, and take it out. Okay, there you go.
Oh, there you go.
And one for you got down below. Warhammer, awesome guy. He knows everything about Warhammer Universe. I can barely remember anything about it. And then Angry Robot, because you were the first before me.
Nice. I like it. I like
Oh,
it.
there you go. There you all got drinking horns now. Now I'm going to just those ones. But yeah, I have a whole bunch of drinking horns. I have a whole bunch of them. I have too many of them. I just keep
Mr.
buying
Grant,
them.
would you like some of my horn here? Oh my god, is that
nope,
me?
Sorry, it's trying to be, but it didn't work.
That is not Ginger. No
That's,
way.
that's more like Lethal Lightning.
Who does that look
Yeah,
like?
yeah.
That looks like I know. Okay.
That looks
He
like.
looks so concerned. He looks so concerned.
Actually, this is
Why so
He looks
serious?
concerned. Like it's like,
no, this is Corey.
oh.
Oh yeah. Sir talks a lot.
Mhm.
Oh, really? Wow.
All right, I'm gonna try and rub it out.
Oh, you gonna rub it out? Oh, yeah, no, it's still there. Oh my god.
You got Ginger's eyes. You got his eyes, man.
Oh my goodness.
That is so scary.
So
That is
creepy.
creepy.
That is showing up my nightmare. Right.
Dude, that's so weird.
That looks just. Oh my god. That looks.
That's horrifying.
Yeah.
That-
I don't have a hat to.
That's pure nightmare fuel, dude.
Yes.
That is
No,
Yikes.
no.
We got some
No.
yikes
This is-
here.
nerve. Nerve. I'm sorry.
Is that X-ray girl?
Dude.
X-ray girl.
Cancel Grant Gregory.
This looks like some generic Asian.
This is the shit of nightmares. You're right. This
Oh my
is-
lord. Yes, we
what?
have entered the Twilight Zone there.
Was that meant to
Wow.
be me, Grant? Oh my god.
No, no, I did
Oh,
that, but it just every time I try and put your face on it, it says too handsome decline. I don't know why. So
No.
I should have had. I'm turning Japanese. I think I'm turning Japanese as soon as you put
I
that
really
on.
think so.
Dun, 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 dun.
I'm
This
so
could
creeped
be
out
its
how
own
accurate that was. I'm so creeped out.
Okay, so yes, it's.
I have that effect on women. It's normal.
You did your job well.
Join the club. That's one of the prerequisites of being on this panel. You have to be really creepy and yeah. make women run away from you.
Jinja, Ricky-chan was saying to you, this is to you, yeah. We need Jinja to prove he's too jacked for women's clothes.
Too jacked for women's clothes?
Yeah, you have to prove it. So what does that mean?
Show stilts.
I'm not jacked at all. Let me see.
God.
Here we go. You just got to take my word for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not how the internet works.
He's artistically jacked in every way.
How do you get those things to work? Pump
No,
up
it's the
now.
forearms. No, it's
Do
the
it the other
forearms.
side.
It's the drawing. There we go. That's where the meat is. That's where the drawing artistic power is. Right.
Right there, right there.
Yeah.
Oh my God. White muscles. Yeah.
Apparently, I'm a lot whiter. We have proof.
Yeah.
Proof.
I would have to say that's the first time in Japan that's ever happened to me. Somebody say someone is whiter than me.
I never thought I would say, man, you look tanned. But that was impressive.
Maybe it was the aura coming off of her. That's what it was. I don't know.
Yeah.
Lighting.
Well,
Maybe she had like her assistant lighter coming around. This.
Yeah,
most stars
well,
do
my
shine
brother-
bright, so
Falling with a half-eaten protein bar.
Oh man, I'm so hungry right now. I might actually have to. I haven't had dinner yet. Have you guys had dinner?
I did. I
Okay.
had a whole bunch of food before I came on because I was nervous. I nervous ate.
Okay.
I had to-
I'm gonna go ahead and switch. I'm gonna start doing tonight's theme, as you guys could also hear, it's Red Sonja. So I'm going to use some reference photos of Witcher Fox here tonight. And well, the one I'm using, she actually wasn't in her Red Sonja outfit, so I'm going to put that on the reference photo that I got and try to mess around and do something there with that. So I'm gonna get set up here. If you guys don't mind. Talking amongst yourselves. It'll give you about another 5 minutes here, and yeah.
Heck yeah. I'm totally down.
I'm surprised
I got
Sony is
questions.
here right now.
you got
So
questions
Witcher-
about what?
Is it your first time in Japan? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the-
How are you finding it so far? What's it like? Is it crazy?
I feel huge. I feel like a giant. I feel a giant. These petite, beautiful little Japanese women, man. I go on the train and I feel freaking huge. I don't know why, but I always feel like really big. And I mean, the stares. They don't know how to stare. They don't know how to politely stare. You know, they just stare. And this is my perspective. This is just for me. I get constant like, oh, a tattoo. Like I know. Stop telling me. I know it's a part of my body. Stop to bringing it up. But of course, I'm super nice about it. I'm like, oh yeah, you can touch it, whatever. But it's really uncomfortable because like I'll go out and I'll get like a couple people come up to me and like it's like a conversation or it's like a quick like little, oh, I want to ask you something. I don't know what they're saying. It's weird. And I love it. They're great people. But I don't know. It's just not my I love Japan. It's a beautiful place. I love the culture. I love like the architecture. I love how advanced they are compared to America. I love their mannerisms. I love their food. I love it a lot. It's just socially though, very awkward for me. That's the only thing that's not fun about it. Just socially not cool situation because like I'm not the most social person. I'm an extrovert introvert. So I can be extroverted if I need to be, but I'm really an introvert. And so having like, konnichiwa, arigatou gozaimasu, no, thank you, okay, and then like go on with my life. It's not bad. It's just, I just like blending in. I just like blending in and just enjoying the sushi and the views and the sauna in peace. But I haven't
They probably think you're like a deadly Yakuza boss. That's why it's the tattoos you see. It's the associations.
Yeah.
But
and
I
I
know what
have
you
a
mean.
face tattoo too. It's really small, but I have like a little like face tattoo right here. I have makeup on. It's kind of hard to see, but it's really, I don't know. Like I love how polite they're great. I love Japan. It's just I just feel loud and big. I just feel loud and big here because, like, I just feel like a Viking.
How tall are you? Mrs. Flu's asking in the chat. How tall are
I'm
you?
short as hell. I am so short. I'm only like 5'4", 5'3".
No way.
Okay.
Okay.
The fist.
Okay, so you're a giant in Japan. That makes sense.
Grand.
I don't
They're
know.
getting
It's
taller.
weird.
They're getting taller.
They are tall, and the thing is, I
Yeah,
feel large in like other ways. Like for like
Open up their immigration policies.
Oh yeah, they're huge. I think they can be. I've seen Japanese women that are tall as hell here, and guys that are really tall. Like
Yeah.
And then they wear like those really cute like kawaii, like really cute like platform boots that makes them even taller. But I don't know what it is. I guess it's like proportions.
The guys do?
Oh yeah, no, the chicks. The chicks wear like
okay.
really
No,
platform.
I've seen guys with them on.
Yeah.
I mean, that
very good
was a
style.
legitimate question because, like, everything that I know from Japan, I see it on like a Saturday night at about 3:30 on a weird channel in Australia. So, yeah, it's yeah. So it looks like a very fun, interesting place that I would definitely either have a lot of fun, get arrested, or die in. So I don't know what one.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just complaining. Maybe it's all in my head. I from my experience, when I do go out, I rarely ever do go out. But when I do, if I go out with friends, it's great. Like, it's really great. But when I go out by myself, I don't know. I just feel weird. Like, I don't have a guide. And, like, I don't know. I guess, like, also being busty is a weird thing in Japan because there's not a lot of busty women. So it's like, that's also, like, something that's like, oh. And they don't know how to stare. Oh. And
No, that's true. It's very true. Very true.
Yeah. They don't know how to stare politely.
Wow.
Wakashi gets it all the time. They always constantly talk about his bust. Like, yeah.
No, it's very.
I'm flat chested like a Japanese girl, I'm afraid.
Oh boy!
Oh my god, I said it.
Oh gosh.
Jay the Deep Minded.
That's not true. They sell Tic Tacs there.
What does that mean?
I have no idea.
Nipples. Oh gosh.
There are busty women here. It's true. It's maybe it's a myth that they're all flat chested, but yeah, there are busty women here. I just can't seem to find any.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't help when you live out on the sticks there, Gray.
I know, in the countryside.
All right, Jay the Deep Minded brought this up for you, Witcher Fox. She has her prized possessions are two girl prop swords from season 1, which were used by Henry Cavill during filming.
Awesome.
Whoa. Oh,
What?
you gotta check out her Twitter, Witcher Fox.
So,
I'm gonna.
Are you saying his DNA's on those swords?
You're gonna have to ask her.
I've heard that before. Is that a reference from Tolkien?
What?
Or is that a reference? I've heard that name before, the Deep Minded. And I'm trying to think, wrap my brain about where I've heard that from. And in literature, it makes a lot of sense to me, and I don't know where I can find it in my head.
She might say it in chat here. Let's see.
Please tell us if you have like
your name from.
Because I swear that resonates with me somewhere, and I don't know where I've heard it from. But that's such a beautiful tag name. But that is so cool. That's a huge flex. That is a huge flex to have the original swords. That is awesome. I can't imagine how much that costs, but that worth every penny. I'm floored, and that is awesome. I need to see that one day. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. That's so awesome. Deep Minded.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see where I heard that from.
So I leave for a couple minutes, and I come back, and everybody's talking about boobs and chests and nipples. What's going on here? What's going on here, guys?
It was a fun conversation. I was just saying how people in Japan don't know how to politely stare. They don't stare politely. It's always like very, very intense staring. And I'm not, hey, whatever. They do you, whatever. It's cool. But like, they just, it's like intense. It's not even like a.
Oh, like not even from the side. It's just like right at you.
No, it's just like right in there. It's just like boobs. It's like so intense. Exactly that. That's exactly that. And I'm like, we could just be the word discreet about it.
Oh, boobzilla.
Boobzilla. Greg, would you do that right there? That reminds me of like Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, where he's looking into the camera. What is it? The dolphin pool?
Don't have the power.
I gotta go. I'm laughing too much. I gotta go pee. This is too much laughter. Like, I can't doing this. I wasn't expecting it to be this funny. I wasn't expecting this.
Yeah,
nobody really expects this ever to be funny.
Women usually piss themselves with laughter every time I'm around.
I thought you were going to talk about art and composition and you know, nice things.
if it was just me on here, that's probably what it would have devolved into, just talking and being so serious. But can you put those glasses on with the James face too now?
Yeah, that'd be even better.
Oh, wait a minute.
Uh-oh.
I might have to try that.
Uh-oh.
All right, let's go.
Oh, let's see what happens here. Oh God!
My God.
James, what happened to your hair?
Insane. Oh my God! No, that's
Wait,
what it
that is
actually is
a voice.
like.
Well, I really like, I really do enjoy comic books. I think it's great. I really, really do enjoy it a lot. I like concept art. I like
This is insane.
This is the.
I like your lady's voice, James. That was very sexy.
I appreciate it.
Gosh.
Yeah, I've been working on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been getting that therapy done.
Jeez.
All right. So.
We got to drain the dragon. I'll be back.
All right. She cut the dragon. Oh, I just found out something new about her. Hey, Grant, did you watch some fighting tonight? Is that on tonight? 286?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay. When's that come on at?
Next week.
Shit. Who's fighting?
Kamaru Usman and Leon Edwards. It's the trilogy fight.
Oh
Ooh.
man, Kamaru Usman.
What about that fight? Last one, the 285. That was what's her face? Got knocked out or got submitted.
Yeah, Valentina Shevchenko got. Yeah, dude, I picked round 3 for a submission, dude. I should have said round 4. God, it was 2,500 to 1. Oh,
Really?
Man, I would have made so much money.
Holy cow!
God.
Like as soon as that was it Grusso?
Grosso, yeah.
Grusso, yeah. Whenever she started doing her like she just kept on connecting with her, I was like, oh boy, she's in trouble because
She's a world-class boxer. So
yeah, you could tell it was insane. Oh, there we go.
Russo, you're coming home in a body bag.
not Russo, Grosso.
there's a character. Oh, so hey, Waki, is it porn? Which I don't know if you saw this or not, but Jay the Deep Minded told us where the name came from. It's from an Icelandic saga. The heroine was a character called.
I knew it. Yes. Okay. It's such a good read. It's such a good read because you never know her name. It's just the Deep Minded, and they have like this romance. This guy ends up killing his brother with this cursed sword, and the sword's cursed, and it's the best read ever. It's a saga.
Oh, that sounds like the Battle of An and Oud.
Oh, it's so cool. It's such a good read. See, I knew it was somewhere. Thank you so much for doing because I haven't heard it in forever. I was like, where is that from? I know it's like something. Like some magical thing. That's why I went to Tolkien because he's so good at like poetry and like making things sound so deep and beautiful. But it's from those sagas. And there's a documentary. I will actually share it on my Instagram if anyone wants to check it out because I don't remember what it's called. But there's a really good documentary about that saga, and they tell the story of Guthred. And what a beautiful freaking story. Oh, so good. Thank you for sharing that. I really appreciate that because that would have kept me up all night. I'm dead serious. I would not been able to sleep.
By the way, her Witcher's Instagram account is in. I put it in the the links are in the description. So if you want to check that out below.
Thank you.
I didn't know who else was going to be on here tonight. I knew Bandito was going to be here, so I put his in there.
Yeah.
But I'll put everybody's in there afterwards. That's cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh man, I was hoping to do my unboxing for my for my kill team because I got my kill team my kill team starter set today, and I was hoping to do an unboxing this week, but God, I was so my dad I was so busy at work. I had to work every single day. The only day off I had was on Wednesday. And I slept all day that day.
Yeah. It's fatigue.
Yeah.
It's fatigue right there. It happens.
Yeah, it's like I wasn't used to. I used to work every single day, but for a while I've only worked every other day, but my dad has like a home show going on, home and garden show going on soon. He wants to get rid of all the inventory that's in our warehouse. So right now, and I was excited this week because I wanted to do my unboxing for my Kill Team starter set. I mean, I got it right now. It's still in the box.
I couldn't have done that. I would have opened it up. I have no fortitude when it comes to like waiting. I would have just been like, I'm so excited to see it. I wouldn't be able to wait.
Yeah,
that's cool.
I have been waiting to get like I have been waiting to get like something ready for Kill Team.
Oh, cool.
And so far, the starter set has two of my favorite factions: the orcs and the Astro Militarum, which are the guardsmen.
Yeah.
And with the orcs, you have the orc commandos, and with the guardsmen, you have the Death Corps of Krieg. And I really like it. Right now I'm writing out the review for Brutal Cunning, which was the last novel I finished with Warhammer. And
I have a hard time reading Warhammer because I don't know where to start. I have no idea where to start. There's so much to read. It's so cool.
Okay. Best ones to start with are the Eisenhorn, the Eisenhorn trilogy. But the Eisenhorn trilogy is by, let me see. Yeah, I was pretty much intimidated when I started out reading Warhammer, when I went on to my Audible store. So
I'm looking it up because I'm very intimidated by the war. Actually, I just drew a tattoo for something yesterday of the Warhammer.
That around.
Did you start reading at 40K or before that?
I started reading. The first novel I ever read was the. I actually started listening to, like, so when I got into Warhammer, I started listening to video lore by people like the Lord Voldemort or Luton 09. And I even listened to one of your fellow Australians, Major Kill.
Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, because Luton, they do collab a fair bit. So they did a thing on, I think it was, I don't say it was Space Marines. I think it was before. It was the one after that. It was the Horus ones. Shit, I can't even remember what it was called now. Yeah, but yeah, it was based around Horus. That they also did the Demon's Curse.
Yeah,
it was the very first one that I read with them. So
yeah, well, the best ones you should start with are the Eisenhorn trilogy by Dan Abnett.
Dan Abnett does all the best stuff anyway, and Mike Lee as well.
And the Kaifus.
Dan Abnett does a lot of comic book work too. He's done a lot of Red Sonja comics. Dan Abnett.
Yeah.
I think it's pronounced Sonja. Just it's very ethnic. Yeah, I know. I've seen who they cast.
Sonja forever.
No, I'm sorry. I've seen who they've cast. It's clearly Sonja.
Sonja.
Oh yeah.
Have I been saying it wrong this entire time?
No, it's Grant Gregory. Don't worry about it.
It's just that they did another Ginger side over here in Hollywood.
Okay.
Yeah, Red Sonja was recast by a half African American, half Indian. So the idea of calling her Red Sonja, it was quite funny.
All right, the Caiaphas Cain books by Sandy Mitchell, and also the Gaunt's Ghost series.
Yeah, that's the first one in the 40K line. Yeah.
What by Dan Abnett and these
Eisenhorn,
Caiaphas Cain and Gaunt's Ghost. If you want to get a better understanding of the Warhammer universe in general, I'd start with those 3 series.
No, don't do that. You get someone to delve into the deep lore. We want to know all about Abaddon. Let's just start at Abaddon, and then people are like, I don't understand what's going on. You go, you know what? If you want to know a little bit more, go to this one. Then go to this one. Warhammer is literally the only series that you want to start very niche, because if you start very wide, nothing makes sense.
It's a big universe.
It's so really broad.
Big. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things that I started doing was I would listen to a Border Prince like the Amber King, Luton 09, Major Kill, and I would listen to all these people, all these different people who would spout out lore, and that made me want to go be interested in looking this stuff up. So I would look up the books, I would look up everything. And
did Amber King go into 40K? Because I thought they only did 30K sort of stuff.
Amber King is only doing 30K because so far the only thing he's been doing is looking at the main figures from the Horus Heresy.
That's what. Okay, yeah. Okay, so it's been a while. That's why I thought. Okay, maybe they delved in further. So
yeah. Oh, here's something that James the Deep Minded said. One of those three book series will likely form the basis of Henry Cavill's show. It depends on who he gets as the main writer for the show.
But I mean, okay, who the hell is he going to play? Like, literally, pick. All right, here you go. This is a task for you. Pick 900 characters that Henry Cavill would be perfect to play.
Yeah. Well, I could already think of 2. One is Caiaphas Cain. The other one is Gregor Eisenhorn.
It wouldn't be Eisenhorn because I already said that they're. Wait. Are they're starting from 40K though, aren't they?
Yes. Yeah. It would be suicide. It would be suicide to start from the Horus Heresy, because there's like 50 books altogether from the beginning to the end of the Horus Heresy.
It's a lot.
I have zero knowledge of Warhammer.
It's pretty good. I know more about World of Warcraft than Warhammer, just because that was the first. Well, Diablo was the first Blizzard game I ever played, which traumatized me. Traumatized me. I was way too young to play Diablo.
Yeah, dude, they didn't even have a run function in Diablo. You had to walk everywhere. I agree, it was terrible.
Yeah, that did suck. That sucked a lot. I just remember it being dark. Like you wouldn't know what's in front of you unless you were there, right up on it. But I mean, I'm really passionate about World of Warcraft. It's just I have a love-hate relationship with it. Like with the Warhammer universe, I have no complaints. I love the Beastmen. I love the Orcs. I love the Chaos faction. It's awesome. Every part of it's awesome. And it's so chaotic that it's constantly drama. There's constantly shit going on.
They're Chaos Marines for a reason. Makes sense.
Yeah. It's
and
great.
this is the tagline of the entire setting. In the
Yeah.
deep, in the chaotic future of the 41st millennium, there's only war.
That's it. That's so badass. Ooh, that's so badass. That's so cool.
Mhm.
I did a drawing yesterday for my spouse for his chest piece. I drew out his chest tattoo, and it's Warhammer themed, and it comes from, it has the seals, and then like the two-headed
the Aquila
in the
the
front,
Aquila.
and it has like right here. I put like a burning like flame of like an old candle on top of this old skull that's still in the armor. And he looked at it like, oh, that's Warhammer. That's in a nutshell. And honestly, like I just want it to look as like kind of like a shrine. If a shrine of Warhammer could be created, I want it to be like really respectful to the original artwork. And I don't know, like now I need to get into it because like if I'm drawing it, I need to be more into it. But I don't know. I'm in this phase right now where I just really like World of Warcraft, like a lot. And I'm like stuck at this phase until I move on to the next thing. Like first it was Red Sonja. For like a whole month, I was obsessed with all the Red Sonja comics. And then for a little while, I was back doing gargoyles. Yo,
I remember that too.
Shit. Gargoyles is the shit. Those comics are awesome as hell. I don't care what anyone says. They're great.
And you're Canadian. Were you into gargoyles?
I mean, I love gargoyles. I thought it was a great. You know, it was a great story. Who doesn't want to get stoned during the day?
Oh my god, I like that.
Yes, he's got that ability to throw out a nice, good old funny comment.
Yes,
anytime.
I'm very quick. You can ask my ex-wife.
Knee slapper.
Bandito, are you referring to the night creatures?
Yeah.
If I can slay them in Castlevania, then I guess I like them, but I don't really care too much about them.
I thought, I didn't think you'd be into that. I thought you would, but you're more into Bionicle, right?
I mean, I guess so. It's more of a niche hobby, but I'm open to learning about new stuff.
Okay,
I'm not super big into...
Which one of the 4 Chaos Gods should he focus on if he wants to learn about stuff? What do you reckon?
Not Slanesh because you need a safe word if you worship.
Well, Slanesh. Well, I mean, it's Slanesh. He's very not cruel. Sorry, yeah. No, maybe. I mean, I was like no when I was younger. I used to spread a lot of disease.
The snotty fingers, the wipage of the fingers on the. I just hurt my nose ring. Ow! I just like pulled my nose ring out.
Oh my god!
I'd say
on camera.
If you want to
get, right?
I'd say if you want to get like one of the best chaos gods, if you want to get into is corn.
Corn, yeah.
Corn. I love corn. Corn is great. Corn is good. I'm sorry. My personality just came out.
Corn.
Oh, it makes sense. His armor is as red as your hair.
I love corn.
Are we talking about the same corn here? Are we talking about the food?
We're talking about both. No. We're talking about.
Well, actually, we're talking about the god. We're not talking about the food or the band.
Cool. The band, the meme, and
all in one.
All in one. Corn. Corn. All in one. Corn. Because it's
Twist.
good. Twist.
Oh my god! I was literally about to say that then.
Yes. I'm sorry, I'm having a moment.
Dude, they're the only band that can get away with having 12 songs of silence on one of their albums.
Oh, God.
Like that was.
Which album is this?
I can't think. It was the first. The first song was track 13 because there was 12 individual tracks of silence.
I really liked their last album. Was really freaking awesome. I don't know if you guys have heard it or not.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't listened to Korn in a long time.
Yeah, Korn is like my workout playlist. And the thing, you have to be in a certain situation to listen to Korn. You can't just listen to Korn. You can't just wake up in the morning. I was like, I'm gonna listen to Korn. You got to be in a headset for Korn. It's the same thing with Slipknot. Or like 9
Oh, yeah.
new people. You got to be in like a mind. Okay, by the way, everyone who's watching and everyone here, I am a huge metalhead. Huge.
Join the club.
Metalhead. I love it, and I listen to it when I draw all the time, and it really does help. It helps a lot.
I mean, that's what Jinja does, like all the way through. Like, yeah, I told him to listen to some like Arc Enemy or something. You get some of that, you
I
know.
love Arc Enemy. She's awesome. I love her.
Yeah, I was gonna say, make sure you do it when it's actually the woman singing, because otherwise they're terrible.
Yeah, I really do like them.
Do you have a YouTube channel?
No one listens to Septic Flesh, but they're awesome. Highly recommend Septic Flesh.
Did I see no future?
Witcher, do you have a YouTube channel? Wacky's asking.
I do. It's Witcher
I'm going to share it in the chat.
1976, and I have 0 subscribers.
1976. Okay.
That'll have that remedy.
I tried searching Upgrade. I couldn't find it. She might have to give us the link herself.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll give it here. I'll put it down here.
Drop in the private chat. That's cool.
Put it in the thing.
The thingamajiggy.
Yeah, the thing that's over there next to
the thing in the thing, you know.
Yeah, you know, the thing in the thing.
Put it in the, the doodad, the thing. You know what?
The whatchamacallit.
The hole. I'm joking. But
thingamajig.
Okay, I'm gonna put it in. Here.
One of the last big concerts I went to. Well, the last big concert I went to was Knotfest in Tokyo.
I wanted to go
7 years ago. It was
They're
insane.
coming again. They're coming here again.
They should. Yeah, I want to go.
I'm going. I'm not going to listen to anybody. Like, I'm going. I can't not go because I missed Meshuggah. They came by a couple months ago.
Oh, no way. Meshuggah was here?
Yeah, they were here,
and
I missed it. Yeah, and I'm super pissed about it because I freaking love Meshuggah a lot.
Yep.
And
I don't like Meshuggah in the tea.
It was awesome.
I knew you were going to say that, man.
I'm so pissed. Oh, do you want to see what I'm drawing? It probably won't.
Oh yeah. Let me blow it up here.
So it's Hellscream from World of Warcraft.
Oh.
Oh, she looks pretty.
I know. I think orcs are hot as hell. I love, dude. They're freaking sexy. I don't care. Look at his face. I'm gonna look. I got reference photos. Rexar, the last of the Nognathal is.
No, that's
hot as hell. Look how hot he is. What a hottie. And then, yeah. He's oh my gosh. Gosh. So hot. I don't care what anyone says. I think orcs are hot. I'm weird. I got issues. I think they're hot. My husband, he's bald. So I think that's why I like him, because he looks like an orc.
My wife tells me I look like an orc every day, but I don't think she means it in that kind of context.
Do you remember the part? Of course, the most classic scene, the best CGI scene, I think, of the 20th century, where they're in the tomb, like they have a troll. They have a troll.
Right. Yep.
And they run in there, and they're like, okay, shit. Okay, here we go. That is not a sexy.
No.
I'm not interested in that.
They have a cave troll.
Yeah. However, I will say CGI wise, that was sexy CGI. When he does this, when
he falls down.
Oh, you could feel the remorse for that poor creature. Like he was just like, it was best. Can't find it. Oh, I put it in the chat.
I think Rings of Power did it so much better though, didn't they?
Oh God.
What all 2 seconds of it? They finished so fast.
Cancel Jinja Ninja officially.
You won't be able to put it in the chat. You can only put links if you're an admin. You'll have to put it in the private chat.
Oh.
It won't come
here.
up
I'll give you a wrench. Hold on a second. Let me give you a wrench, and then if you how can I do this? Darn it.
She has to say something else.
Yeah. Could you say something in the chat there real quick, Witcher? And I'll give you a wrench.
Yeah, no problem. I'll do it right now. Sorry, I'm not very good at technical stuff.
Join the club.
Yeah, that's my fault. I'm sorry, guys.
Hey, let's see. Hey, what's up, Kenzo? How you doing there, bud? Cancel Jinja Ninja. Thank you. You're not the first one to say it.
God.
Did you say Rings of Power? Oh my
Yeah,
God.
never
Ah,
bring
yeah.
I
up that
forgot
part.
everything about that show, and I watched it with an honest. I open-minded. I was very open-minded about it because I wanted to just. I don't want to be just a skeptic just to be a skeptic. I want to be able to taste it, and then and then bleh, if I don't like it. And if you,
I didn't even need to taste it to vomit it back up. That's how bad it was.
Yeah,
I agree. That was awesome.
the entire thing about Payne and McCade, they one of the things that I told my brother-in-law earlier is that back then, right, people who would write for franchises, they would feel honor to write to add to these mythos. But
Mhm.
now people who are
Money.
who are doing it want to surpass these mythos, but the things that they're doing it is all wrong. I mean, the thing is, like, they want to go identity politics. They want to go with the thing about let's see, uh anything that they don't like, whether it be like Donald Trump or something, or some stupid shit like that.
Yeah, it's
It
weird.
Nobody cares about that. People I either read comic books, play video games, or watch TV for escapism.
Yeah. They don't go to get back into the real world. And it does it when I watch Rings of Power, I try to have an open mind. I try to look at an artistic perspective. Like I want to see the makeup. I want to see the armor. I want to see the landscape. The CGI was great, scenery wise. The 2-second troll fight was wonderful. I don't like how they didn't really give him majesty or her magic. I think it was a female troll, honestly. I think it had boobs, but I'm serious. In the 2 seconds I glimpsed it, I think it had tits. I don't know.
Hey,
I don't
He
get
was,
it.
he was
Witcher?
going through a phase. His troll wife left him. He let himself go a bit. He wasn't scared yet.
Maybe it was a guy. Who knows?
Hey,
But-
Witcher, could you type something in the chat real quick? I'm gonna give you I'll give you a wrench, that way you could put your YouTube link in there.
Sure.
Don't mean to derail the conversation there. Sorry.
I thought I did. I think I used the wrong chat. I think I'm on the YouTube chat like a dum dum.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
I'm
Oh, I think you.
sorry.
Oh, you put it in the private chat. Can you put it in the or shit? Or you can just type it in here. Just
Or
type it in
post
the
your
private
channel in
chat.
the private. Either way.
Yeah, put your private in the private chat. You could type your put your YouTube in there, and then we'll post it on the.
Thank you.
Oh, there we go. Okay, I'll take care of that.
I am slow when it comes to things like this.
And subbed. There you go. I'm your first sub.
Damn it!
Oh,
Ooh. So fast, Grant. So fast.
wow.
Dude,
Thank
as I said,
you so
you've been
much.
talking to the ex-wife.
Quick finish.
Oh,
Yeah.
Me too.
thank you.
You've been talking to my ex-wife? I knew it.
Oh my gosh.
That troll scene in Rings of Power. That my favorite part was when Galadriel like ran up the sword and kind of floated in the
jeez.
air and stabbed
Oh.
it,
Yeah.
spinning around.
Crouching
That was
Tiger hit it
amazing.
there. Yeah.
Crouching Tiger hidden.
Yeah.
The
I
choreography was
turned it
horrible.
into a lightsaber.
This sword fighting was. I could have done a better job. I'm not flexing. I'm serious. They must have had less than like a day to learn that choreography. I was so disappointed in it. And the
Dude,
thing is,
it
I
was
tried to
so
get it open-minded.
bad.
I tried saying it's not Lord of the Rings. This is their own spinoff. I'll respect it. I'll watch it. But I was appalled by the costumes. I was appalled at the makeup. I was appalled at everything. The fact they made Galadriel look like a dude really pissed me off because as a lead,
Yeah, no. Her name is Guy
Galadriel.
Galadriel.
But like, I want to see her kick ass in her beautiful light of the Avar gown, just like exuberating light from her beam. She doesn't need armor. She's fucking awesome. Like, why? Like, I was so disappointed by that because the Galadriel I know. Okay, I know not everyone likes The Hobbit. I like The Hobbit. It's not the best, but I like The Hobbit. It means something to me a lot because when The Hobbit came out, that was like me in my teenage, kind of mid-adult years. I'm like, oh yes, more. Oh my God, I was just so happy to have it. So I like The Hobbit. And when Galadriel just does this and the power, when she just like flicks her wrist, she's going up the stairs, she's barefooted. This bitch doesn't have fucking shoes on. And she's just walking up, just, and it's just like this power just radiating from her. It's just amazing. And that's the Galadriel I know and love. That's the one.
No, see, this is the problem. You're being very like toxic masculine at the moment. It's not appreciated.
Oh, I know.
I'm triggered.
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys.
No.
I need to hide in my safe space right now.
She doesn't have a husband. She doesn't have a family. She needs no man. She doesn't know how.
Married and she had like kids
Dude,
in that
way,
era, and they were never to be found. Where were they?
You're missing the best part of it. Is like they made her so much of a man that she didn't look for any directions whatsoever, not even on a map.
See, that's the thing. Is like I
For
don't know
500 years.
What type of women are they trying to portray? Because like I don't think I'm, because I like old femininity. Like when we talk about femininity, I mean like being equal pay, being respected, the work without being sexualized. That's the kind of femininity I like. But like as a female, I want to see my idol, my childhood idol, freaking Galadriel, the most beautiful woman in the world. I want her to be adorned beautifully. I want her not to. Did you see the faces she was pulling? The most unflattering angles too. Her on the horse, like that's how she was riding the horse. It was.
She was having a bit of a arousing experience on that horse, wasn't she?
It's the only time the porn video and the real actress had the same face. That's all I'm saying.
Am I being too much? I get.
She was having a moment on that horse.
No, you're not. I mean, I hated the Galadriel.
I hate it. I don't even remember any of it. The best part was seeing Sauron, like the bad guy, Sauron. That my best bet.
You mean Halbrand?
Yeah, he was sexy and he was masculine. He was unapologetically masculine. I loved it. I love him. Give me more of that. I'm not afraid.
He could also teleport, except for the fact that when he was in the middle of the ocean.
Oh yeah, that was interesting. I don't know. Yeah, the swimming, the whole why that she swam across the ocean.
You've never swum with a dagger. You don't know how far that actually helps. So.
Where did the dagger go when she was swimming? Where was the dagger when she was swimming like this? Where was it?
I don't think you want to know.
It must have done some damage being in that prison pocket. How sharp it was.
It wouldn't have done damage. She took put it this way. She took a full cum shot from a volcano to the face. And survived. And so yeah. A dagger between the cheeks didn't hurt her. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's just like that's child's play.
Stared at it.
Yet the woman who turned her back with her eyes closed went blind.
Oh, for crying out loud!
Guys, I'm so mad about this. I'm sorry. I'm being so like animated.
You're in the right. You're in the right crowd for that. Don't worry about it at all.
Yeah, I mean, look, Jay the Deep Minded brought this up.
Yeah, you started it. You started this. But I love it. Great commentary, by the way. Fantastic comments.
All right. She brought this up. Rings of Power Season 2 is currently filming very close to my home in England. How much Jinja to arrange an accidental fire earthquake to hit here on the sets?
Well, I've got Godzilla's personal contact, so maybe I could get him to go over there and do us a favor. You know what I mean? Come on, Godzilla.
Oh my God.
Just tell America that they're invading Ukraine in that area, and they'll go in.
Oh my gosh.
Or they've got a lot of oil. Either way.
Yeah. I would go out there and just like be the biggest pain in the ass. I'm so angry. And here's the thing. A lot of people say, well, just don't watch it. You don't understand. They're stealing something. They're stealing.
Yep.
They're stealing. And that's why I get pissed about AI.
You gave it a chance, Witcher, which is very fair. Me too. I went in with an open mind like you. Give it a chance, and see what it's like. But within like the first minute with that talk by, was it Galadriel's brother? I was out. With the whole rock sinking, the stone things. Like, Jesus Christ.
How earth-shattering of a concept that the rock sinks. Wow.
That's such a dumb.
Wow. I'm sorry I'm being so. I'm so.
It's just so ignorant, isn't it? It's like you've got literally billions of dollars going into this thing, and that's the best that they come up with.
It's $1 billion series. They spent $500 million on moving it out of New Zealand. out of Little Holton to move it to a studio where they have no actual props, and it's the
That's
reason
such a
why
shame they did that, Grant. Like,
Yeah.
you lose the scenery, don't you? The beautiful shots from New Zealand, which is
Yeah.
gorgeous. Why did they do that?
Well, okay,
I want to go so bad.
New Zealand wouldn't let them film the actors without a mask on. That was actually part of it as well.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, that's the because of the COVID restrictions. That's the reason they moved out.
and-
But
Well, I mean, they had a horse for a prime minister that was very afraid of getting a cold. So
no, maybe they accidentally casted her, and then oh no, that's bad.
Yeah, one of the
Yo, that was the most, and she's a pretty actor. She's a pretty lady, but the freaking way that they shot her, shame on them who gave
everything
them
else that she's been in, I thought she was just some fugly chick that was just thought she was gorgeous until I saw her without makeup on. I'm like, why? This is. I get why you picked it like Galadriel, but why did they do it that way?
Well,
I mean,
you know what they've been doing. They've been going out of their way to make female actresses that are actually beautiful make them look ugly.
Well, thank God they'll never do that to April O'Neil.
That's
Oh,
true.
Jesus, man! Oh, that's just ridiculous.
There's a difference.
Fuck that guy.
I think the angry
Seth Rogen.
pretty is sexy, like the whole Red Sonja ugly. Because if you read the comics, when you read the comics, she gets
Sonja.
dirtier and Sonja.
Don't listen to Grant.
Don't
Don't
listen
listen
to
to
Indian.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Sonia. Yeah. Is that better?
It's Red Sonja, mate. Grant, come on, Grant. Like my sister Sonja, you know.
Yeah, your
Bogan
sister
doesn't know what he's
Sonja. I know
talking
who your
about.
sister Sonja is.
I'm gonna say Sonia. Okay, does that make it better? Sonia.
Yeah, stop starting.
Or if you depend, you got to be like Sonja, and that. There we go.
There we go. But like in the comics, she got nastier and smellier. If you like go through them, they're literally commentary of the people's like, you smell just as bad as we do. Like when she kills the bandits, and I think that is
No
that's
wonder
what's like
Conan
real.
loved her. Makes
Yeah,
so much sense now.
Yeah, she was rough. But that's the thing that we want to quote Tolkien. He says when you go on an adventure, you got to do without good handkerchief. You got to go without breakfast and lunch and all those good other pleasantries. So when you go on an adventure, you get nasty.
Yeah, but what about second breakfast?
Yeah, lemon teas.
No second breakfast and no supper and no lunch, no third lunch. But like I liked how, and in the comic she was dirty and she was covered in blood and she was rough and she was just like, but she was still hot. That's the
Well,
thing.
I mean,
she was
that's where the Red Sonja come from. It wasn't the fact that she had the hair; it was the blood that she spilled from the enemies.
cool.
Yeah.
I thought she was always a redhead.
Well,
Where the god Safek came down and blessed her. Right? Safek. That was the name of the god? Safek. Such a cool
I
name.
remember in the Red Sonja movie, I felt so bad for all of those priestesses that got killed there at the beginning.
Wait,
Yeah.
was that the one that had James Earl
traumatized.
Jones in it?
No,
that was Conan the Barbarian.
No, he
That's
was in
Conan,
Conan.
Oh
Yeah.
God!
No, this
All I
had
remember was
Rocky's
that
wife
was
in it.
bad.
Rocky's
Yeah, they
wife.
were all slaughtered, then pushed into that
Wasn't it
hole in
sad?
the ground. They
They
like
were
pushed
hot.
them into that hole.
It's like a whole bunch of hot chicks, and they threw them in the ground. I was like, "What are you doing?"
Why are you doing that? Literally, I
What
think
a
I thought the same thought. I was like,
Yeah.
why not stretch out the scene a little bit more? Because this is like the top scene of the whole movie, in my opinion. This one
Yeah.
spot. In terms of like eye candy, like just drown it out a little bit, like a little bit more backstory, maybe like going up to one
No,
woman,
Just
like
throw
maybe there's a little
them
romance.
all in a pit, and then be done with. They're like the modern day Funko Pops. Just throw them all in a pit and bury them.
Yeah.
I love, dude, hilarious. Why are you so funny? How are you so funny? You're so.
Oh no, I have a terrible personality. That's why I gotta make up for it somehow. So
Oh my gosh. You know what? When I play ESO, which I play ESO quite often, every person I meet that's from New Zealand or Aussie, whatever you want to say it,
they are different places. Yes.
Yes. And yeah, but they're both very funny. I don't know what it is. They're both incredibly funny. I don't know why, but they are. They're just more funny than other people I've met.
I mean,
Okay,
it's
cool.
probably just better humans overall. I think very
I don't know
humble,
but they're
very
awesome.
very humble.
Extremely humble.
So
Great
humble.
The most
Yes.
humble
Best
people on
films
the
I've ever
planet.
been
Like
in were
so fucking great at being humble. You have no idea.
they're wonderful. They're great.
Witcher, can I ask you what did you think of Bridget Nielsen as Red Sonja in that old movie?
Considering that, I think English was not her first language. If I'm mistaken, she was from another country, and they shipped her over.
Neither was Conan's, so it makes sense.
I think I really honestly don't think it was that bad, because I watched it and I really don't think it was. They got a lot of shit for that movie. Oh, it was so horrible. No, I don't think it was.
I think it's good on a rewatch. It holds up. It's good.
It was shot on a $9 budget. What do they expect?
I know, right?
They had more architecture. They had more places of interest. If you watch Conan, they have the giant snake temple, and they have what? When they get caught as being thieves, they go before the king in like a dark room.
A big lot of stairs as well.
Yeah, but in Red Sonja, they had multiple places of interest. They had multiple stops, and I thought that was great. I love that, and I think that it doesn't get enough credit. And I also think that her acting, I think that they picked her kind of in a rush from what I've heard about it. Arnold, being the entire time was great.
Screw your freedom.
Screw you. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, it was pretty cheesy, but I watched it and I loved watching. I would watch it again. I really don't have a problem with it. The thing
it's fun. It's a fun movie to watch. Yeah, definitely.
And that's the thing. The only thing I wish is like whoever in the freaking costume department. I am so pissed off at you. I'm so mad at you. Why in the shit would you put freaking snakeskin halter top on that beautiful woman? Why would you put the most tacky snakeskin halter top with bedazzled bullshit when you could have just done a regular chainmail bikini? Why is Arnold in less clothes than her? Why? This bothers me. That's all I gotta say. Okay? Pisses me off. That was a horrible costume.
Are you talking about the Red Sonja movie?
Yes, the old one. So pissed off about it. It was horrible. I hated that top. It was literally like fake leather.
Let's bring it up here.
Skin. Please do, because this pisses me off. I could
1985. Can you believe it? 85 it came out.
Yeah, I know. Oof.
Wow.
Conan looked great though. Conan's costume was fantastic. His little red pants he danced around in for a little while. Fantastic. Loved it. But her costume sucked ass.
Oh yeah.
You see what I'm saying? It's just a lousy top. What a lousy top. What a horrible top. I'm just mad about it. I'm just salty. I'm so salty about it. I don't like it.
Horrible. Let me get a better image here.
I'm not being picky about it for no reason. It really is an atrocious top. It is not flattering.
Here we go. All right, let's share this.
Can I put on the chainmail bikini? I don't know. Maybe I should.
I don't think you're going to have any resistance to that.
Sounds good to me.
Isn't that just a horrible snakeskin top? It's fake pleather snakes. I love the mullet. I love the hair. I love the skirt. I love the bracers. I love the sword. I love everything else. But that damn top can burn. Okay? I saw that on Amazon for $11. It is atrocious, and I hate it.
I'd like to see her without that top on as well.
That top is so not cool. Okay?
Jinja.
Hey, come on.
This wild boy.
I'm so mad they did that to her, because look how easy it is. Look how easy. Wow, look how easy that was to put a nice top on. And anyone could have made this. Oh, ooh, we got a little fit scale. Oh no.
We have a wardrobe malfunction there?
A little bit.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
So now this is all your handmade stuff right here, right?
This was commissioned because
really? Okay.
Because the only reason I could do it because I've done chainmail before, but the thing is that it's pricey. These things are pricey. The supplies, getting these scales is not cheap. What
kind of metal is it done with? Do you know?
I think it's stainless steel or an alloy mix.
Yeah, that must be
pricey. It's pricey. These bras are really expensive. I'm not going to say how much this was.
Oh, Waki, that's too bad then. I think he was wanting to get one for himself.
Well, I'll put a link on my Instagram. But yeah, but like, how hard was that? Look, it took me like 2 seconds, and now look, I'm Red Sonja. Wow. How hard was that? That That trope.
Hey, maybe they'll take your advice in the next one, in the movie coming up.
I want the bikini. I want bikini. How hard is it's like this? It's like getting Superman without that beautiful little curl in the middle of his forehead. Ooh,
Oh man, speaking of that, that was like that's another thing that kind of triggers me with what they did to Henry Cavill over fucking. They had him go on Twitter or no Instagram and tell everybody that he was going to be back as Superman, and then like literally, what was it like 2 months later? They kicked him. It was
because he's too masculine.
Yeah,
he's too masculine.
I thought it was a lot sooner than that.
Did we lose Grant? Did Grant Gregory pop out?
Yeah,
and maybe his internet went out again.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh.
No!
Now there's no funny people on here other than
shit.
Oh my god! What we're gonna do without Grant?
Yeah, he was the best. Can we have a moment of silence?
No, I'm not kidding. Like I still can't believe that he comes on this channel because he was one of the first guys that was like really he got into my artwork and he's been really like supportive of me. And I've seen him on so many other channels and his just sense of humor is off the wall. It's so funny.
Oh, he's hilarious.
Yeah,
he's really
he does a lot of work with other YouTubers as well. He's like on a bunch of channels. So you gotta you're like you've seen like a lot of the guys here and you've been on the show and gotta see you're gonna see a lot of us around it. If you follow like one channel, you're gonna see like Grant on this one and that one, and he's just he's all over the place. He's a good guy.
I love double dipping when it comes to art and when it comes to friendship. I think double dipping is fantastic. I highly recommend it. It's good for your immunity. It's good for your yeah. I think double dipping in the friend community is very important, especially with artists. We all have to support each other because guess what? We're being demonetized. It's a fact. I've looked into it. I've done the research. YouTube has changed the word art. And when you put in art, you know what you get? You get TikTok dances.
That's not,
and that's what you get. I'm serious. You get the weirdest shit. You get like cake art and cookie art. And you get cosplay. I'm not shitting on cosplay because I do cosplay, but you get drawing art. You don't get real art. The very stuff that created those characters in the first place, you don't see it anymore. And
here you go. Check this out. Brushed aluminum scales are lighter. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. I like shiny. I like a shiny.
I think do you do Twitter?
I don't. I should have a lot of things to say. I have a lot of shower thoughts. And toilet thoughts. I really should get a Twitter and just start sharing my weird thoughts.
Yeah, because like Jay the Deep, she's got a really good channel. She puts up a bunch of stuff that she does on there. It's really worth looking at.
I like it.
Yeah.
Awesome. That's awesome. I like everything. Those comments are so good. Like I never know what to say. Last time I was a guest on I wasn't a guest, but I was in the chat. Last time I was looking at the show and I was saying things like the precious, like weird shit. Like I'm in the bathroom. Like, why was I doing that? I was like, I'm taking a bath. I don't know why.
You're doing just fine. Like
I was so weird.
Is your drawing coming along there? It looked really good from what I saw earlier.
I'm kind of working on kind of like the shadowing.
Yeah.
So I'm very skimpy right now on my art supplies. This is painting paper, but I don't want to draw on it because it's expensive. So I'm using like old tracing paper that I found that I actually really prefer drawing on it because then I can glue it into my notebooks, which is nice. Yep. But just working on like kind of like the hard lines. Nice. I have a reference photo on my phone I've been looking at. But I originally when I first started drawing something, be right back. Right now I'm thinking. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you got to make sure you have like the water-based lube. Okay, don't use anything else. It's not good for you.
Yeah, that can make it could get the bathroom messy there.
Yeah. But like when I draw, I always do like the Loomis method. Is that what it's called? Loomis. I'm right? Art teacher.
You know what? Your terminology is probably a lot better than mine. What I do is I make up my own terminology because I don't learn it. So I just make up my own stuff as I'm going along.
That's the best kind. Wow, the thingamabobby with the circle. So
exactly.
I'm gonna lightly draw my fancy paper really quick. But when I do shapes, I always do like the lines and figure out where I want my nose to be and like
right.
and I do like the circle, like the circle with the lines, basically.
Yeah. Like
and
mhm.
and
You
then
gotta
like
know where everything's at.
and then if I do hips, like for example, like today I do studies every day. So every day
Right.
I do art studies, and it really kind of helps with your, how fluid you can be. So I've been working on photogenic memory, which is really important for artists to work on, because what if you don't have a reference?
Oh, exactly. Yeah. You gotta. Yep.
Exactly. What if there's an earthquake or Godzilla comes? There's no YouTube. There's no Google. There's no reference photos. What are you gonna do? Photogenic memory. So I've been practicing on photogenic memory. Can I show butts?
Yeah, of course.
Good, because I like
Yeah,
butts.
I show. Yeah.
But
there we go.
I've been working on photogenic memory of like angles and like how they look and stuff, and feet.
Right.
Feet. I love drawing feet. I got a problem.
Yeah.
I got
No. That's a good problem to have if you like drawing the feet, because those are some of the most difficult parts to draw.
more feet. These are my feet. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so raunchy.
No, you don't have to apologize.
This is my authentic self,
great.
everybody. This is how I am. All
Trust
the
me,
time.
there's a bunch of people out there that are looking at the feet right now that yeah, more.
But I love drawing feet. They're like the hands of the body on the lower part of the body. But I love feet. But I can't draw hands for shit. I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys. I have to use references and trace my hands. I'm sorry.
I do too. I have to use references because I'll draw them on my own, but it's always great to have like a reference.
Yeah,
I'm still at that point.
Like a really good one. I suck at hands. I really do. And it's a shame. It really is, because I love magic hands. I love like really expressant hands. There's something so great when you see a good hand. Oh, I saw you.
Yeah. The sun's not up yet.
Okay.
The sun's not up
I
yet.
saw you, Banditobane.
Yeah, the sun. It's cloudy over here, so I thought I'd try to show off my camera, but it's cloudy over here.
Yeah, I have a ring light because it's super dark. I mean, it's really late here in Japan, so no sun. This ring light, I wish you guys could see it. There's duct tape attaching the wires to where the bulb is. I found it in a dumpster because I'm a weirdo, and I'm all about helping the planet. So we're gonna use trash. We're gonna recycle
Looks
trash.
good. Looks good with you. Looks better than mine. Mine makes me look like a ghost.
It works, and the thing is that because it's broken, it's not like this. It's like this. So you get really a natural, it's nice. It just falls naturally. Because usually ring lights are straight up like this, but because it's broken, it's literally like this. But it's above me, so it has like a very natural, like, I don't know if you can see the shadow, but it's very natural and soft. I like it.
Oh, what are we talking about here? All I heard was like it's give me a bad time.
I snagged my ring light from the garbage, and it's broken, and it looks better than someone's lighting.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm sorry. Is that a nervous tick? I don't know. Every time I laugh a lot, I have to make sure everything's in place. I don't know why I do that, but yeah.
You could have worse. You could have worse little quirks there. Trust me.
I've seen some bad ones. I watched Andrew Tate. I think it's Taint. We'll call him Taint. Taint head.
Why not? Go for it.
Why not? And I actually drew a fantastic drawing of him as a taint with ball sack as his chin, and the butthole, his nose, and it was awesome. It was very graphic. It was one of the most disturbing drawings ever done. But his neck was like super long, and he was literally like the anatomy of a man's scrotum. It was awesome.
Oh, they got that from South Park.
They got what? South Park did that?
Oh,
yeah, they had.
You're right.
They one time they had Butters go on that one talk show, and pretend to be a kid with this balls on his chin.
I remember that. That was hilarious. Remember the butthead couples? They were like,
yep.
And they only talk in farts. I love that episode. My mom let me watch that when I was in middle school. I love my mom for that.
And speaking about we were talking about Lord of the Rings earlier. they took our job scenes from.
Yeah.
Took our gerbs.
Good jibs.
Took our gerbs. This
In
AI
South-
took our gerbs. God damn it.
Yeah, but this is the one thing. This is the one thing I did not get. The whole scene. One elf was on the island, and they were doing they took our jobs thing.
Yeah, I don't think that
No, I
show. I don't think that they did their homework with that at all.
No.
Yeah,
No,
I
it's
mean,
not.
no.
However, the man pig was
no.
fully accurate. It exists. Man bear pig.
The
Bear pig.
I love South Park. I don't care. what
Oh,
anyone
South
says.
Park is so good. Oh my god!
And
Have you seen
Robot
the latest
Chicken.
episodes?
No, I haven't seen any
Oh
new
my
ones.
god, they're so funny.
Good. I love
one where,
unapologetically good humor.
Cartman, it's Valentine's Day, and then Cartman's got like this a Cupid that goes around. It's basically like little Hitler Cupid.
No, that was Cupid. They were doing like a Kanye episode, but they didn't want to do Kanye. Basically,
Right, so it was like a little
Dude, he's so touchy. He'll freaking sue him if he did that. Kanye is really touchy.
Well, they did it.
They already made fun of him in 2 other episodes.
Yeah,
so.
Fish sticks.
But this is what I hate. One of the things going back to Lord of the Rings. This is what I hated that they did. The Numenorians already had dealings with the elves before, and they did not. And they saw them as allies, and now they're just, when the Numenorians leave for Middle Earth because the island would sink. They would have them just going as this racist force trying to take over Middle Earth and make sure that the elves don't take their jobs. It's just one thing that it's just one of the things that pisses me off, that these people
One of the
yeah, one of many. One of a multitude.
That tired laugh from Hangover is like.
Have you watched that movie recently? It's such a fucking good movie.
Oh, so good. I watched it while I was getting tattooed, and he was tattooing my freaking stomach of all places. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you? It's funny. I'm gonna laugh. And he says, you could laugh. I'm like, what the hell? It was a great movie, and I couldn't laugh the entire time.
I've noticed it. Like you've gone really like the tattoos. You've gotten a lot done recently, haven't you?
Yeah. So this is kind of like what I'm working on right now, and we did. So the last session I was there. I have Sailorderm. So if you see this little line, this is like second skin. So there's a piece of plastic here, but we were going to finish both sides. And for whatever reason, my body just shut down. I started shaking, and I got really sweaty and really nauseous, and I had like no color in my face. And he looked at me, he's like, oh, maybe we should stop for today and get better, because you look like you're about to die, and so we're going to have later do it. But this was like the inside my belly button was the most painful thing I've ever experienced in my life.
Oh my God. And now I heard now in Japan, I was talking to somebody there. Was I talking? No, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to somebody else, I think. They said that getting a tattoo in Japan is like extremely cheap. Like really cheap.
Pretty cheap, in my opinion. I've paid, okay, so for my sleeve right here, it's not even done yet, but this one is done. Not really. We need to figure out what we're doing in here. We don't know yet, but this cost me about 300, 600. 300, 600. So about $1,040 for the whole sleeve. That's cheap as hell. Because guess what? You know what? I don't care if he's watching. The butthole back in Texas, who didn't even finish the tattoo I paid for.
Yep.
This small Witcher tattoo, I'm not gonna say his name, but I don't like you. I spent almost $1,000 on just this teeny little. I'm sorry, I got small ass arms. This is small, and he didn't even finish it.
Wow.
Didn't finish it. Not cool, dude.
Why did he not finish it?
Because he said he didn't have time. And you know what? I know I was a little bit of an asshole. I canceled, but I called it like 47 hours before, and I said keep the deposit. I don't want it. Like you deserve it, dude. Like because I used to tattoo. I know how it is.
Right.
But when I rescheduled with him, I was like, oh, just take my money. I'll pay more. I just need to get done before I move to Japan. And he's like, oh, sorry, I booked out. I'm like, you did that intentionally. You did that intentionally. And he did me dirty because one, the tattoo did not heal well at all. And he tried to blame me for it, which was horrible. He overworked the skin. And I know because I used to tattoo, he overworked the skin. And I lost a lot of color. I went to the owner of the tattoo shop. He looked at it and he's like, I love his accent. I don't know where I think he's from. I think he's Conquistador. I don't know, but he was cool. He had fake horns. Not fake, they're real. He had like the horn implants.
Yeah.
They're under your skin. They're intense. But he pulled it off good. I'm sorry. He pulled it off kind of good though, because he had him in I don't know. He was not horrible looking. Okay. He was this like muscular kind of guy, nice beard. Had the horns though, blacked out eye sockets. Interesting. Wow. He was very modified, but he's an amazing artist. Yo, he's an amazing artist. New World Tattoo. And y'all want to look, you'll know who he is. He does all like textile-y, like Mayan artwork. Dude, he's sick, amazing guy. But he looked at my tattoo. He's like, it's overworked. He did you. Oh, man. Hey, he pulled him out and said, hey, look at this, man. Look at this woman's arm. Look how milky her skin is. Look how milky it is. Why are you overworking her skin like that? And I'm just sitting there. He's just like manhandling my arm, like, look at this milky skin. Why are you doing this to her? And I'm just like, yeah, I got milky skin. Yeah, sure. I have whatever you want me to have. Like, you being nice to me. Cool, whatever. And he's like, you need to fix this, man. You need to fix this. You need to fix this today. Okay? On the house. Fix it. Like, yeah, he took care of it. But his shop is amazing. He's an amazing tattoo artist, super professional. Worked with one of my favorite tattoo artists. Oh, what's his name? Shit, what's his name? Okay, he's bald. He has a big beard. He's tattooed Slayer. He's tattooed like all. He's cool. Very morbid. He has a shop in New York.
Even if you were to say his name, I wouldn't.
Okay, I'll think of it. I'll find out soon. I'll look it up. But he's very morbid. One of the conventions he went to in Houston, one fan actually brought him a severed head that they stole from a graveyard.
What?
That's how sick of an artist this guy is. He is sick. His tattoo shop is like walking into like a house of horror. There's like pickled hands and shit everywhere. Like I couldn't sit there because I'm honest. I couldn't do it.
It sounds like that Nocturne Alley.
Yeah, yeah, he's sick. The thing is, he's so talented, though.
Is his name Kerry? Is his name Kerry King?
Yes. I think it is. I think that. Let me see. Let me do a little check. But it sounds familiar. But he's a big guy, big beard, morbid as hell. Has a huge head tattoo. Does like organic tattoos, like organic work, like kind of like bioorganic. I'm gonna look it up because he's fucking awesome, man. He's really talented, but he's sick in the head. That's the only thing. He's really sick. Like very sick individual, but he's super talented artist. I don't know. Like I love him, but I could never be in a room with him. I know it's weird. I bought his art. Like when I went to the expo, I bought his copies of art. I nerded out over him. I've listened to every interview he's ever had, but I would never be able to sit in a room with him. I wouldn't be able to. Like I love his artwork, but he is so intense. He is so intensely dark, and like, I think he gets off on the pain aspect of tattooing people. So, and I'm such a softie. I'll be sitting there like, I need to take a little break. I need to pee. I need some like Skittles. Can we have a little break? And he'd be like, sit down and let me tattoo you. And I would be like,
oh boy,
yeah, I would probably like piss myself.
Run away.
But I love his art. I love his art though.
Danger.
Yeah, I love his artwork though. He's intimidating as hell. But I wasn't tattooing for a while.
What was it like working as a tattoo artist?
Well, I was a tattoo artist to my friends, but apprenticing is you're an apprentice for like the first 5 years you're a tattoo artist, in my opinion. Like even if you've been tattooing for 5 years, you're still an apprentice. So when I say tattoo, I say that very lightly, like with like very lightly, because it's a respect thing. So like when you're a painter, you're a painter. You are a painter. But if you're doing finger paints, unless it's like really good, you're not a painter. So when I say tattoo, I mean like I did tattoo artist kind of stuff. I say it very lightly because there are people out there that are like freaking super master talented, and I don't want to be near them. So when I say tattoo, I mean like, okay, I'm apprenticing. That's what I mean. My mom owned a tattoo shop. It was called Forever Underground Ink. It was in Houston, Texas. You're welcome to go look it up. Some old pictures of the place. I'm sure they're still on YouTube or Instagram. My mom opened up the shop just for me. My mom's awesome. I love my mom so much. She did not, I bless her so much. I mean, she's always wanted to do it for herself too, but she even told me like, Chelsea, I want you to have a fallback just in case college doesn't do well, in case the economy crashes, you always have a place to come to and have a good job. That is the most selfless mom. She's the coolest mom. She was like, I want you to always have a fallback on your art, no matter what. Have a place to sell your paintings, have a place to express yourself. And she's like my hero, man. My mom's awesome. But when I was there, I did notice that it's a kind of a crappy scene at the time. At the time, tattooing wasn't as like, how do I explain it? So like now tattooing is like really trendy and everyone's into it.
Yeah.
Right. Then
it's more mainstream now.
It wasn't the same. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. You had a different crowd of people. You had like legitimate like creepers, like real creepers. And you would have like really scumbag artists that would like do you dirty and like just not do a good job or like not finish their work or like want to get paid in like pills or some crap. At least that's like area I was. I'm not being over exaggerant. I'm sorry if anyone picked up my burp. That was rude. But like it wasn't the same scene. Like in my area, to me, it was but not the shop. The shop was great. I mean, we had our bad apples, but the shop was like super clean, very professional. We had like a hyperbaric pressure machine that like pressurized, sterilized everything. It was super gorgeous inside. It was a beautiful shop. Beautiful, beautiful. All thanks to my mom decorating it. She let me paint a mural on the wall of a panther. All what was his name? Ed Hardy, which by the way, Ed Hardy is an amazing artist. If you don't look at the t-shirts, you actually look into his real artwork. Amazing artist. Phenomenal documentary on Vice about him.
Oh, sorry, I'm just popping up random things here.
Yeah. But I don't know, man. The tattoo scene back then was just different, man. It was just different. I remember being at the convention and people were like, "Oh, it's so cool to see teenagers here interested in tattoos." But they'll be like, "Oh, but can you work for me? Oh, can you work for me? Or can I take pictures of you? Oh, can you do this for me?" It was always like just grab. Go work for me. Do this, do that. It wasn't like, "Hey, let's team up. Let's work on our artistic talents. Let's like share artistic talent and get better off of each other." It was always like, "Hey, will you sell my shit?" It was weird.
Oh, yeah. I got you.
You know what I mean? I kind of explain it because like I was an artist. I was a talented artist. And I'll be at the convention. Someone's like, hey, wear my underwear line and take pictures of it and send it to me. I'm like, I'm an artist. It's like, yeah, here, try my jewelry on and take a picture of it. Sell it. I'm like, yo, we're artists. Can we talk about art? Can we do, I mean, I want to sell shit too. Let's do t-shirts, let's collab, but can we talk about art? But when I was there, it was always like, "Hey, can you come in my booth for like 30 minutes and like sit here and just like, I don't know, put a thumb up your ass and look nice and I'm like, I want to draw. I want to do something I love, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I'm coming to the
they're just trying to make a buck out of everything.
Yeah. And I was like 15. I was 15 and they were just so aggressive about it. I'm like, dude, I'm 15. Like, yo, chill, my guy, chill. And I just like stayed with my mom the entire time. I was just like, because people are just weird in that scene. Well, Houston's a trashy place in general. No offense to anyone in chat who's from Houston. I'm sure you're awesome, but there's a lot of trash people. Houston's trash.
It reminds me when I was in college. I would go to the center there, and there would be some people who would set up like booths for once in a while. And there was this one booth that had anti-meat. It was anti-meat, and they were trying to get people to try to convince people eat meat, to go vegan once a week, and they were like trying to show me like all these slaughter pictures, and I'm like, I don't want to see that. I'm about to eat my lunch. And they're like, well, we want to convince people not to eat meat once a week, so you wouldn't help innocent animals be hurt. I'm like, I'm Mexican. I don't eat anything every day. I need to eat something that has a soul.
That was so beautifully worded. We need to make that into a tattoo. That is so beautifully worded. I need to eat something with a soul. I love that.
Speaking of which, you've got some tats on your left. Was it your left arm there? Some script.
Oh, that was my. Okay, so there's a little story behind that one. Okay, a little story time. Okay. So this is okay. I used to be in a black metal band. And I was afraid for my soul.
There we go.
Because I saw someone sever a goat head, and it was the most terrifying thing I've ever experienced in my life. And I'm not squeamish, but it was terrifying. I don't know if any of y'all believe in paranormal stuff, but I saw some paranormal stuff that scared the bejeebus out of me. And I went to Jeebus, and I'm like, Jeebus, help me. And I thought, if I got the source, I'm not talking like Christianity. I'm talking like real messianic, like the real Jesus, the dark Jesus, the Jesus that who isn't named Jesus. His name isn't even Jesus, that kind of Jesus. I went right to him and I was like, okay, Lord, I'm going to get Jesus tattoo, save my soul. Like at the time, getting a tattoo of something was the most meaningful thing you could do because I worked at a tattoo shop. So it was like, oh God, if I get some scripture on my arm, then maybe like the demons won't come and kill me and eat my toes in the middle of the night. So I got that script when I was literally 13 years old out of sheer fear of what I saw at that concert.
Wait, 13 years old?
13. My mom didn't know about it. It wasn't her fault. But yeah, 13 years old.
So you have to be like, what, 18 to get a tattoo though, right?
13.
So you have to go through your...
Yeah. But like, I'm sorry. I don't think I was 13. I started when I was 13, but I think I got when I was like 14 going on 15 because I met them around that time. And then I only started dating the drummer around this time. And then I only saw that at that time. So maybe I got them mixed up a bit, but I think 14 was how old I was. And it was just like, dude, you want to talk about like scary stuff? There's a reason why there's so much like looming fear around like Illuminati kind of symbolism. Black metal, if you go to a real black metal show and you go around real people who legitimately believe in that kind of stuff and like really are hardcore in that stuff, it's terrifying. It will change your perspective of life, of what really matters. And I went home, I was like, God, save my soul, because what I saw was terrifying. And I was so brutal. Dude, I was listening to like Death Clock when I was like 9. I love metal. I still love metal. I unapologetically love metal still to this day. I love Septic Flesh. I love all those bands. However, when you start going into the realm of like, I want to burn down churches and I want to like kill babies and like do weird crap, that stuff is sick.
Basically like a lot of Hollywood and political figures out there.
Listen, they're no different. They're all narcissist, weird, crazed, self-worshiping, crazy people. Like they're so sick in the head, man. And I had to stop dating the guy at the time because he was like the drummer of the band. Yo, I could go down a rabbit hole. Y'all don't understand how deep this goes. Y'all have no idea how deep this goes. There was a documentary shot about one of the murders that I knew the guy who killed the dude, the chick. Geez. It's a documentary now on Netflix. I was a part of this whole fucking thing. And I was dude, I could go down so deep in the rabbit hole how dark black metal can get, but that's for another day because it's dark and it's deep, and I don't want to give you all nightmares but that's where the tattoo came from. I basically, like, out of like sheer terror, was like, "Oh Lord, save me!" And I was like, "Oh God, save my soul," because it was so scary. And I got this, but I mean, no offense, but I do kind of want to cover up some of it because it's such an awkward spot. It kind of takes up a lot of negative space. I kind of want to work around it the best I can, but it's really even. It's well done. But yeah, it's just not my best placement of a tattoo. I would have probably put it somewhere else if I knew better. But I thought maybe if it was on my arm, he would have forgiven me more or something. I thought maybe if it was like visible, that maybe he would be like, "Oh, I'll put you extra now."
Innocent old me thought it might be some like Tolkien text or something like that.
Well, here's the thing. I'm saving that for something else. I'm saving a Tolkien tattoo. I'm saving my back for God of War. I'm getting a God of War back piece. I'm already starting on it. So I started like a small little one as a placeholder. I love God of War. So I got like a little God of War symbol. But I want to save my leg for Tolkien. I'm going to do an entire leg just for Tolkien. I'm saving I have a leg that has no tattoos on it. It's completely bare, and that's for Tolkien. I've already planned the whole thing out. Planned the whole thing out for him, just for him. He's the best.
Oh,
but yeah.
Sorry, what? No, I was gonna show this tattoo I just found of an Aquila. Here, let me put it up.
Oh, hold on a second.
Yeah. There we go.
Oh no. Here we go. Let me find it here. There we go. Oh, ooh, what's that?
It's an Aquila. It's an Aquila of the Imperium.
Oh wow, that's dedication, dude. That is dedication. I almost want to think that's fake, but it's not.
Yeah,
dude, that's dedication. That's the real deal. When you get symbolism on your damn head,
there's no going back on that.
There's no go. I mean, you can grow your hair out, but like, wow, man, that's intense.
Yeah, there's another one I found, which is the Star of Chaos. Let me
okay, but like no tea, no shade though. I feel like people with these kind of piercings immediately smell bad. I'm not being mean, but I've never met someone with those type of piercings that didn't smell bad. The spike piercings. Okay, you don't know this person, do you?
No, I don't. I just found them on DeviantArt. I was looking through Warhammer tattoos.
Okay, because like I worked at a tattoo shop and I've noticed people with like dermal piercings or like ear bars, they never have good hygiene. But they get the most easily infected tattoo possible. Like, I've never understood that. I'm just saying from a personal line of experience. I could be wrong. This guy could be, or chick could be super handsome and smell amazing, and I could be wrong. But yeah. I'm just saying from my experience, I've never met someone with like a dermal dermal piercing or like a bar piercing that's like really intense like that and smelled awesome.
I've never met with somebody with a piercing like that, to be honest. I've been in Japan too long.
Yeah. Well, okay. I also have an interesting concept of how smells work. And I could just be mean right now, but the smells that I picked up from going to the cosplay show, compared to the smells from the Ren Fair, okay, I've been gnawing on this for a while. So I go to the Ren Fair. I used to go to the Ren Fair every year, all the time. Like literally Borderline worked there. I love the Ren Fair. You guys have no idea how much I love the Ren Fair. I love it so much. It's a big thing for me. And I go in costume, I go acting, like I'm really into it. Very immersive. But like the smell you get there is like horse shit and like sweaty guy, beer and mead. But it's like a good stink.
Right.
Compared to Comic-Con cosplay stink. It's a whole different stink. I don't know why it's so stinky. But maybe it's the costumes that people are in. I don't know. But when I was in the line to go to the cosplay show and I was waiting, I'm like, yo, what? Whoa. It was bad. It was like BO to the max.
Now, are you talking about the Comic-Con one that we were recently at?
Yeah, it was a sneaky show. And I've been to multiple Ren Fairs. I love going to Ren Fairs. Like, I've been mosh pitting. I've been to multiple concerts. That was a whole other type of stink. I've never in my life. I don't know what it is, but it was a whole other type of stinky. You know, I don't know why, but it was stinky. It was a stinky place. I don't know. And even the people in line with me were like trying not to say anything. I was like, it stinks. And she's like, yeah, it stinks. I'm like, what the hell is up? And it's not just one person. You walk around the place. It was like multiple places. I don't know if it's the Pokemon thing. Maybe like people who like Pokemon and people who stinky. I don't know. But it was a stinky place. And I'm not being mean when I say that. But I love man musk. There's a certain type of man musk that's very nice.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. It was very stinky. But a stinky place.
All right.
Right?
Yeah.
Random thoughts.
Here's another tattoo I found.
Hold on a second.
I like the red wash.
Yeah,
I always do orange. I always do burnt sienna washes.
Yeah, I know. I've been trying to do some other things other than burnt sienna, because I see a lot of people do burnt sienna. What is this?
That's nice.
This is
That's nice.
this is the
That's
8
a normal
star,
place to get
the
food.
8 star of chaos of the ruinous powers.
Yeah,
This
that
guy-
line works really nice.
Yeah,
I like the stippling he did.
yeah, the one
Coming
around his arm,
Yeah.
around the simple the yeah. I
love that at all.
I am very squeamish around needles, so I would not be able to sit still while someone was doing the stippling like that.
Let me tattoo you.
There we go.
And I'll let all that go away, because you know what? I ease into it. I'm like, hey, how are you doing? Hi, what's up?
I when I go to the doctor to get a shot or anything, I always watch them put the needle in. I like to
Oh,
see
you're weird. You're
yeah.
like,
I always say I don't know why, but I always like to watch them do it. I don't know why.
Yeah,
Ooh. Yeah.
it's
It's coming along really well.
What's that? Oh.
It's coming along really. I'm very flattered. I
Oh,
wanted to say
It's
it.
taken
I
me a
didn't want
long
to sound
time
like
because I feel like for today, I spent all this. I was working on another picture today, a commission.
Mhm.
I finished this one today. It's Transformers.
Oh, I
kind of thing.
saw it earlier.
nice.
Yeah,
I like the colors.
yeah. It took me a long time to do this because it's acrylic and there's like a bunch
Mhm.
of layers to it.
Yeah.
And so I did that this afternoon. Then I came back and I started working on a Joker piece. And then I got to this one now. So I'm working in 3 different mediums today. I was working in acrylics, then I was working in inks,
Ooh,
and now I'm
wow.
working in. Did I also do watercolor today? I don't know. I don't even know what day it is
Really?
anymore.
Look at you go! Wow.
Yeah, you know.
I need
Hey,
to
might as
work on my practice.
Yeah.
I need to work on my art, man. He's
I
been
still got-
working. Wow, I'm ashamed.
Yeah,
I
All I
have-
did was
It's all
He
like
did
this. Go ahead.
James did a war boss for me, not for our October last year.
October. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's what everybody calls what October in Warhammer. It's kind of like Games Workshop will come up with sales for certain orc factions.
I love orcs. Rexar is the best. I love Rexar. I love him so much. He's so cool. He's so cool.
Let me pull up Let me see. Let me get the artwork James did for me.
Oh yeah.
It was the first time I'd ever done anything from for whatchamacallit, Warhammer. Because he commissioned me to do a piece. I was like, sure, because I never say no. You know, my whole motto is never say no for something that people ask you to do, unless you're like really really busy, you don't have time to do it. But if it's a challenge, then take it up, go for it, try it. It'll what it does is it increases your repertoire.
Repertoire. I'm sorry. French.
Do you ever work with gouache?
I love gouache.
Awesome.
Love gouache. Listen up, y'all. I love gouache. I love gouache. You know why I don't have gouache? Because I don't have anything. Not only just no. In my opinion, I think it's cheaper.
It is, yeah.
Than most, mediums. We want to get, acrylic's cheapest, but I used to have I had a travel gouache set, and I would go and I would be like one of those people at the park painting.
Yep.
And I felt so fancy having a travel size gouache kit. I mean, I call it watercolor, whatever you want to call it, but I loved it. And the thing is, when I moved here, I did not bring any of my art supplies because I'm a dummy and I gave it all to my mom. I was like, here, Mom, take my art supplies. And I come here and I can't find anything. I don't know where anything is. And
you just got to find a good, you've got a lot of stuff around you. Okay, so whenever I was there, I had to go pick up a bunch of art supplies. Mm-hmm. And you've got plenty of stuff around you over there.
Joyful, actually, nice, Joyful is expensive. Joyful Honda, they're expensive, but they have pretty good paint. But it's like this big, like literally this big.
Yeah.
Teeny Japanese size paint. Like, what am I going to do with that? What is this? I literally have some paint in my other painting room that's like literally this big. I'm like, what the heck is the point of that? Pointless.
Yeah.
Disgrace.
Oh, actually, no, I'm getting confused with where you were at. There wasn't a lot of stuff around there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you got to go in the city. The city's where a lot
Hey,
of
what's
it's
up there,
at.
Angry?
Hello again.
Yeah.
Did you off to hockey practice or something?
No, sorry. I've been lurking here working on some YouTube stuff and just listening to her
Editing?
talking about all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
Editing kind of stuff.
Yeah,
Anger
I'm trying
Canadian
to.
does gaming things.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm trying to create like a not a backlog, but a surplus of shorts, and then just release
cool.
them like once a week and just see how well they do.
That's how the algorithm works. You got to do it. In my opinion, if you could do a whole bunch of shorts in one day and do like literally really, really short shorts and try it and like just pump out as much as you can. Like, cause here's the thing. I don't do content, but I have researched an atrocious amount of information about it. I really don't know why I do this to myself. I get super interested in something. I just like go over into it, just like head first. But yeah, the shorts work. They really do. Hi again. Hello.
Hey.
Oh, this is. Oh, look at the natural lighting. It's
Hey, what's
fantastic.
up, Bandito?
Oh my god. But that's cool that you're working on that, man. I don't have the attention span for it. I need to. You know what? I need to work on my YouTube because I have no videos on my YouTube. I have no content on my YouTube. I need to do something with it because I want to do things. I want to do things, and I need direction because like I know a lot about it. Like I know how the algorithm kind of works. I know what you need to like how to market it and what people like to see and how they really do not work with artists very well at all. They do suppress this a lot. But if you use the right kind of subtitles and the right thumbnails, you can kind of trick people into it. You know what I mean?
Which was what I thought was cool about Twitch is they have like a whole artist section. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, Twitch is the shit. I love Twitch.
Yeah, like
I
for
love
art.
Twitch.
I would just go random in there, do a Twitch stream, and people would show up. I'm like, how did you find me? Well, I just saw you in the art section. Decided to check you out. Oh, that's cool.
I love Twitch.
Yeah. I found. I have the art. The piece of art you got on.
Oh heck yeah! I want to see it.
Oh here I'll put you. Oh, it's right there. Okay, my bad. I'm so bad about like keeping track of the chat and everything.
It's no problem.
There you go. Yeah. While your brain. Oh, that's cool. Your color, the way that you use color is so refreshing. I just really like it. It's and I don't know, like maybe my source of like how I use color is like very muted. Like I use very small amounts of color, and then when I do use color, it's like all blue or all red. Like I'm very picky about color. Yeah. But I really do like how you like unapologetically use like big colors, big colors that make you kind of want to pay attention and look at it. I'm scared of using color. I've always have been.
I've always been scared of using color, and it's not. It was only within the last few years that I've started really challenging myself with it. Hey, I totally missed this. This was in my Twitter, but this is for you, Witcher. This is from Jay the Deep Minded. She sent this, and I didn't notice it until right now.
Sorry.
There you go.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
That lays nice.
Yeah, she said in here, what did she say? She said in her message here, she said, this is a scale mail commission I did last year for a stage. She did it. Stage production of the Tempest.
What?
It's made with brushed aluminum scales. Yeah, she is really, really talented when it comes to
we may have to
that's what I'm saying. You need to follow her on Twitter. Like go on Twitter.
I saw I saw a cosplay she did of the Adeptus Sororitas and Warhammer.
You and I need to commission you for some stuff. You're awesome. I'm all about local artists. And you know what? No shade on the chick that I commissioned, but she never messaged me back.
Really?
Like that. I commissioned it, paid extra shipping, and I was like, hey, didn't get the tracking number. Do you mind just sending it over my way really quick? Because I live on a military base and sometimes the package will be here if I won't know. Yeah, it gets weird. You know what I mean? You have to be like 5 steps ahead on everything here. And I was like, hey, when you have time, I know you're really busy. Can you just send me the tracking number? She never sent it to me. And I just had to guess when the package would get here. And I just kept messaging. He's like, hey, I know you're busy. Just really quick. Like, never messaged me back. And I was like, okay, whatever.
I don't want to throw it. Okay, so I recently found out that I didn't get into Dallas Fan Expo. I applied for
Oh.
it, but I didn't get into it.
Oh,
It's it happens. That kind of crap happens. You apply for things, you don't get in, well, you try again. You know what I mean? But I
yeah.
was just like, I don't know if I was just like overly persistent with it, but I was like, hey, you know what? It'd be great if I could get like a response sometime soon, because there's a lot of planning that has to go, to. They
Yeah.
basically just told me like, hey, you should just be prepared to not go, and then like plan for the worst. I was like, okay, that's kind
Okay.
of negative, but all right.
Weird. That's
But I
strange.
ended up not. I ended up not getting into that, but I still got my fingers crossed for Boston Expo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Sully would be excited for you to be at Boston Expo.
Oh yeah, man. Well, yeah, like Eric Sullivan, who's usually on the panel here. He lives in the Boston area, and I've actually got friends from college who live there too, who I'd really like to meet up with.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was just like me. I was like bugging them the whole time about it. Like, hey, could I get a response? I felt like I was being,
Waited in a way.
annoying. Yeah, and I didn't want to do that.
Yeah,
shit.
I was like that
But
with the
shit, I wanted to
comic
answer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, lately, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's like a generational thing, but like people just don't communicate well at all. Like
Do you-
even with the Comic Con thing I went to, the Yokota Con, I
Yeah.
kept messaging them like, "Hey, are we good? Am I on the
Yeah.
list?
Yeah.
Hey, are we good? Hello."
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
they finally messaged me. So bless you, by the way.
Do
But they
you know
finally
what?
messaged me, and I was like,
Do you
"Are
know
we
what?
good?"
Do you know how we have to do it nowadays? This is old
Hmm.
school, but it's the telephone. That's
Yeah.
like the only way that you could really get a hold of people in like a
Done.
timely manner. Just like
Yeah.
call them on the phone and just say, hey,
Yeah.
look. Otherwise, it's going to be like, oh, I missed your mail or something like that. Some excuse like that. So you got to like really be on their case. That's
Yeah.
what I've had to do. That's my experience, and I hate having to do that. I hate having to call up people and like bugging them, but sometimes that's just what you got to do.
Yeah.
Especially if you're wanting to be professional about it.
Yeah, and I usually am really on top of like for example, I have my own business on base. I'm a cleaner. I'm a professional house cleaner, which is like such an unglorified job. But like I'm a personal house cleaner, and like when I talk to people, I'm like, okay, are we down for tomorrow?
Yeah.
Are we good? And they'll like, oh yeah, we're good. I'm like, oh sorry, I canceled on you because you never confirmed your appointment, and they'll be so upset about it. I'm like, hey, that's adulting. You got someone to come over to your house.
Yeah.
You gotta confirm it. Like
It's the way the cookie crumbles.
Exactly. And it's weird because people were like so weird about the responses and they don't know how to talk very well. Like I've noticed that, like, I don't know if it's like the isolation through COVID or if it's because like we've been dumbed down through text messages and tweet and just tweeting and just Instagram and not actually human communication.
I think it's a combination of both.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about, because they'll be like, I'll have my number on my business cards. Like, hey, you want me to clean your house? Just give me a text, give me a description of the house, where you live, etc. And they'll just message me with no name, no introduction, and just say, clean my house. Come clean my house. I'm like, that doesn't do anything for me, honey. You got to give me a little bit more information than that. And I'll message them back. It's like, hi, it'd be good to know if you had any like information you can give me, because that isn't enough information to go off of. And they'll be like, I live in a house. I'm like, I get that. I get that.
Our house.
In the middle of the street. Find out where I live because I'm not gonna give you the information. Find out. It's like they never give me an address until the day of. Like people just don't get basic communication skills. Maybe that's why I like drawing so much and like being isolated and just doing art, because people really, really, and I sound so stereotypical. Ooh, people annoy me. Like I sound like such a stereotypical artist, but they really do. They really do.
If Sully were here, he'd be singing that song along with you, James.
He would be.
Yeah.
Thanks. Oh yeah, no problem there, Jay the Deep Minded. Your stuff is amazing.
Amazing.
Yep. Yes.
I would love to do business with you.
Dude, I would love to meet her in person. Oh, okay, you got to see this. There's a place in where she lives where they've got all these like. There's this island where she goes to pick up like remnants from the Viking era, and she gets all this stuff and puts it together, and she makes like necklaces and all kinds of jewelry. It's insane. Here, let me show you another picture of it. Yeah, look at this. This is like stuff that she picked up around the place with things that she added to it as well. Let me show this to you.
What?
Hold on a second.
I like this person a lot. I like this person. I like him a lot.
Yeah, like this right here.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. I'm in love with the random person from the stream.
Here we go. Here's another one.
What?
It's really cool. Hold on a second. Let me show you this one as well.
I'm crushing on someone really hard right now. What?
Oh wow, that's
what?
Okay. So she makes these as well, and she travels all over the world for her job. So she's actually in Turkey right now.
Wow.
Oh, come to Japan, please.
I know she's got to get her butt over here, and then the Japan Fellowship we will greet you and we will show you a good time. We'll make sure you're taken care of.
Privately, and I would love to do some business in terms of your scale mill is awesome. You're amazingly talented. You're amazingly talented. You're awesome. I love meeting people. I love the internet.
No, that's what I'm telling you. Like,
never meet in real life. I mean, well, in person. You know.
Well, a lot of people say like Twitter is like a cesspool and everything. Like it's got the worst of humanity. But I'll be honest, I've met some great people through Twitter and through YouTube.
Yeah.
Like in real life, you know, it's insane.
Not Twitter, Reddit. Reddit is a cesspool.
I'll never go to Reddit. Yeah.
Never go to Reddit. You will leave wounded. Okay. Reddit is not for the light of heart or faint of heart. It is incredibly rough.
Yeah, I mean, you have people who always spout their own opinions and they take it all as gospel.
Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness. I don't know. Like I guess, you know, on top of being an introvert, I also have a very hard time making friends because I am so opinionated, and that apparently is not a normal thing now, to be super opinionated. And
that's like your opinion, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, but like that's not what I think. So we can't be friends anymore, okay? Like that's not how I roll. Like people are so like narrow. Like they only hang out with people they agree with 100%.
That's you will end up hanging out with yourself if you do that.
Yeah, I like different people because that's how you knock off good ideas. That's how you grow and you learn and you develop and you know. But like always the same all the time, not fun. Not fun at all. No way. No, thank you. No, thank you. I'll pass on that. Even with art, like I would hate to be around the same person that does the exact same stuff as me. Because it's like, I'm bored.
Yep.
You know? Oh, speaking of art, I need to do some research on who did the Dragonlance covers because.
Oh, I know who did those. Oh
okay.
Shit! What's her name? Ah, darn it. Here, I'll tell you.
Message me later or something because I need to.
I'll look it up right now because otherwise it'll drive me crazy. Because I looked that person up many times. I just art.
Larry Elmore.
Thank you.
Elmore.
Yes.
Lori.
Yes. Those pictures, those influenced me big time when I was a kid.
Oh yeah. Speaking about Wizard Dragonlance, I know it doesn't sound, but Wizards of the Coast owns Dragonlance, and this just came up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I heard about that.
Yeah, one of the things that they decided to do when they actually did it, when they actually announced that they were going to not long ago last year, Wizards of the Coast announced that they were going to do a Magic the Gathering based off Lord of the Rings characters, and they believe, and there was a preview of it, and it looked like they race swapped Aragorn.
Yeah, they did. They made him black.
But everyone was like, oh, maybe it's just because of the lighting and everything. But no, a new card was leaked with Aragorn and Arwen, and they race swapped Aragorn.
They have races in Lord of the Rings that are diverse. Why not just use one of those?
No, because that wouldn't fit their point.
They say that they want.
They're making it weird. You see what I'm saying? They're the ones making it weird.
Yep.
It's like.
How recent was
what
this,
they're doing is
Bandito?
It's antithetical to what they're actually preaching about what they're doing.
Let me why are you making it weird like that? Just brainstorm, make a new character. Try that. Try character creation.
No, do you know why they can't do that? Because that requires talent, which they do not have.
Yeah, and imagination. If you literally just play D&D for a couple years, you will probably be able to create a pretty good character. Why not just? Is it the men of the South or the men of the North?
It's Hadar, which are the men of the
Hadar.
South. Yeah,
South. Okay.
yeah.
That
The
they
men
could have
of,
made an awesome character who was like who fell off the elephant and who like surrendered and loves Rohan and like pleaded to help them in their cause and said, I don't want to be in this war. They forced me to do it. Please don't kill me. I'll help you. I'll take care of your horses. He learns how to ride horses. Look at me make a character. Watch this. He learns how to ride horses. He falls in love with a beautiful Rohirrim woman, and they have a baby, and that baby is the baby that goes off and does great things and slaughters the last of the orc kin. And like you can make such a cool character storyline of a guy who's like who fell off the elephant. It's like, yo, I don't want to be in this war. It's horrible. Help me. I want to be with your people. And they mingle and boom. Great character.
yeah, yeah, they already did that with Shadow of Middle Earth Shadow of War. There was a character who was from Hadar. He was a slave, yet he was bought by Gondorian nobles who treated him like a son, and he became a Gondorian commander at the Wall of Moria. And he fell in love.
Make it weird.
Yeah,
there's no reason to make it weird.
They even made
to trigger people.
They even made a DLC with that character where he met his long lost brother, who was part of a mercenary group of other people who were from Hadar, and they were fighting off Mordor, and this was from EA when they had the rights to Lord of the Rings. I mean, EA could create a character better than Amazon with over $1 billion.
Yeah, I mean, I can make a better one when I play D&D.
We've made a better one just right now.
That was a good one, I think my story was good, but I mean, I didn't know about that one that you just told me. It seems like identical to it, but like we were thinking the same here. You know what I mean? I've never heard of that one, but I mean, I played a lot of the Lord of the Rings games, but I never finished them.
Yeah, he was. Hang on, here we go. Here's a picture.
And the thing is, about the race thing is that like, it's just there's no reason for it. It's just weird. And if you're like a normal person looking at it, you're like, why? Why are you making it weird? Why are you making it weird? Like it's almost like if I got hired at a job and they put me on the panel, it's like, and she's a woman, you guys. Yeah, she's a woman. Yeah. I'll be like, wow, you just made it really awkward.
Yeah.
I was a new hiree, and now you just made it weird. You can just call me, hey, she's new, really talented lady. But the minute you say, hey, we hired a woman, isn't that cool? Are we cool and open?
All right, I found the image.
Oh, hold on a second.
This is like from the printing, some of the printings of Magic the Gathering.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I would like them to explain it in the lore of how it happened. Like, because even if it happened in the lore, I'm cool with it. Just make it make sense in the world. That's it. Make it make sense. That's all I'm asking. Like, if there's like some new Aaron and he's like, oh, he's a descendant of this, and they came over from here, and this is what happened. Fine, cool, totally down for it. That's not the problem. It's just where's the story? Yeah,
but Aragorn was from the tribes of the north. He was from the Dunedain.
Yeah.
And Tolkien described him as pale-faced with long hair and salt and pepper hair.
Yeah.
And the one of the things that people were complaining were the defenders of the Rings of Power were saying when the first images of these characters came out, and people who were like hardcore Tolkien fans said that those don't look like the characters that Tolkien described, people were trying to defend it. They're like, oh, Tolkien never described it. They would put out one of the things that Tolkien was he was not only a great professor of storytelling and a storyteller, he was also a linguist. He was a professor in linguistics. So he knew how to describe a character. They would even put like paragraphs describing Galadriel or or
the meaning behind
or
the
a-
name and stuff.
or someone from Hadar, or even people from, they would even go to the Cimmerillion, and they would describe what happened there, what the people, the people, and these people wouldn't care. They're like, oh, that doesn't mean anything. It's like, are you blind?
It just makes it weird to me. Because here's the thing. Let's say, you recognize someone from where they're from, because we're not talking. See, if it was Lord of the Rings was done now, we wouldn't care what they look like, because we live in a world where you can just take a flight to here to there and it makes sense. We're a big boiling pot and it makes sense now. And it's fantastic. It's great. But we're talking about a time where journeying across the world like that was deadly.
Yeah.
That was suicide. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to have such a pot of different peoples from different continents, because at the time it was virtually impossible to make that trip. And if you did, it's treacherous. It was a treacherous trip. So to have such a huge diversity, okay, even with, I haven't watched it and I refuse to watch it, but that Blood.
The vampire.
No, the worst than that. It was like it was not a Lord of the Rings knockoff. It was a Witcher knockoff of the books.
Blood Origins.
Blood Origins. I don't know what it's called because I don't even care.
Yeah.
The fact that was so cringy to even just look at it. It was so cringy. It was like, we're trying really hard. Look at me. I'm trying so hard to look like I care. No, you don't. No, you don't care. And the thing is like, if you want to make it interesting, Zarkanian women from Zardicania, warriors, beautiful, skin as dark as the night, eyes as fierce as a lion's. Like the description in The Witcher of female characters of color is amazing. They're badass. And they protected a dragon. They protected a golden dragon. They were the lover of a golden. I'm sorry. Do we not need to incorporate all the amazing badass characters in The Witcher of different places and different times? And this is where they're from. This is what happened. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just weird that they're trying so hard. It's cringy and it's uncomfortable and it's odd. Just let it go.
And the thing is that even if they do incorporate those characters, they'll drastically change them to make them seem more like more masculine than feminine, because
that too.
People,
when they were hot and they were feminine.
To them, femininity, to people who write this trash, femininity is weakness. I mean, Emily Blunt even says that when she looks at a script and she sees the lines "strong female woman," strong female character, she'll just toss it away, because the way that they describe, the way that she says that it's always going to be the same no matter what.
And the thing, you can have a strong female character that isn't okay, for example, I just had a brain fart. There are plenty of amazingly feminine characters that show strength. When Arwen is waiting for him, and she's praying for him and thinking of him and uplifting him and waiting for him. Like, I'm a military wife. A lot of the strength it takes to be a military wife is literally waiting around hoping they're okay. And thinking of them and uplifting them and writing to them and being there for them. And that takes strength. Her love and her compassion and the relationship she had with the gods and the relationship she had with him were unbreakable bond that was strong, and it was amazing in every way, shape, and form. There was no reason to give her this super masculine look or armor or anything. She's just naturally graceful and strong. And one tear can be more powerful than 1,000 words. And the way that she did talk and hold herself was prowess. Number one, it was complete prowess. And number two, it wasn't just super feminine. It was strength. It was womanly strength. And as a female, I find it really insulting that the only way we're taken seriously, if we put our tits away, cut our hair, and look like a guy. Why can't I just be taken seriously as I am?
Yeah.
Why?
And Here's a couple. Here are a couple women who actually showed the fact that being mothers is actually being strong, like Ellen Ripley in Aliens and Sarah Connor in Terminator 2.
Yeah, no, Sarah Connor was awesome. I love Sarah Connor.
Yeah,
she's badass.
Iconic.
Yeah.
With Aliens, Ripley had such a fear of the xenomorphs, but she developed this motherly bond with Newt, and when Newt was taken, she faced her fear and became like this powerful like lioness who was trying to protect her cub from an even more dangerous threat than her she is. Same thing with Sarah Connor. When John was being hunted by the T-1000, she actually teamed up with the thing that she feared most, which was the T-800, and they fought the something that was even greater. And it's just so it is just so sad seeing that
they're ruining it. It pisses me off because now I can't be taken seriously in the light of comics, in the light of cosplay, in the light of I'm serious, even streaming, because it's like, oh, she isn't empowered because she's married. What the hell?
Yeah, like what a thing that we like to say on this channel is that we do not accept your terms. We do not accept your terms. We are sorry. You can throw those terms out there, but we do not. We're not in the same boat as you.
Like Adam Savage said in Mythbusters, I reject your reality and substitute my own.
More the real world, like the way. Yeah, I mean, it's, I honestly wonder if the reason why I didn't win the cosplay. I'm gonna say it.
I'll say it.
You know what? Okay, you can't
exactly
have
why
you cannot have an attractive, regular. And by the way, that the chick that has, I keep forgetting the name. Deep-minded.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. When Norse descent, my dad's name's Thor. Like, we, other than being super French, we also have descendants of Norse heritage, and that's something I don't have a lot of it, but I'm very proud of the small amount I do. And it's strange that when I got on stage, I just felt like, oh, I'm not gonna win. It's not gonna happen. You can't have an attractive, I'm gonna say, regular white chick. It's gonna be like, oh, she can't win because of this and that. I honestly think that's what it is, because it's a number.
I knew it was going to happen too. I knew it was going to happen.
It's odd because and this is the weirdest thing, when they did on FSS, when they finally did put photos out the next day, they literally only had photos of just 2 people, and there was a lot of people in the show, and they didn't post anyone else but just 2 people, and it was an Asian guy and a beautiful lady of color. And they didn't post anybody else. Not even the cool BMO character that went on stage. The tiny Godzilla guy, he was awesome. He was adorable. They didn't post him either. They waited like weeks and weeks and weeks until people, I think, started asking. They finally posted some stuff. But I think it's weird because it's like so hushed, and no one wants to talk about it, but I've seen it. I've seen it and I've noticed it. There's a numbering system. Like, okay, we need this many people this, we need this many people that, this many people this. And it's a numbering system. And if you start just living like people, and we just talk to each other like people, and we expect each other like people, and we don't have the quota for different characters for blood origin, we don't have the quota for Asian characters, and just stick to the books and just stick to life, people will respect it a lot more, and it'll be less weird for everybody else. And it's odd. And it's weird. Go ahead, it's cringy. It's very cringy.
It's obvious there's a quota in things. I mean, they've come out and said it, and it's obvious that it's happened. But it's just like you expect it now. It's like it's expected. You're like, okay, well, one of the people who win has to be this because If not, then we're not meeting the quota or we're being discriminatory. So it's in your brain now. You know what I mean? It's
weird.
the mind parasite, as they like to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and I've felt this before.
Oh, yeah.
Where I've gotten hired and someone's like, well, we really wanted a woman in this job. Because I used to work at a gun shop. I used to work on a farm. I used to work at a tattoo shop. I've had a lot of man jobs, and I call it man jobs because what it freaking is. And they've said it's really nice to have a woman here because it makes us look good. And I'm like, yeah, great. But the minute you start using the name that, like, okay, I'm Asian. Okay, I'm Caucasian. Okay, I'm Mexican. And when you start putting the in front of who you are, you're not that. You're human. You're person.
Right.
You are.
Yeah.
And you so happen to be. Because when we start putting so much emphasis on it, now, if it's like the first, then heck yeah, put emphasis on it for sure. Like, hey, I'm the first blah, blah of this to do this. And then heck yeah, woohoo, great, wonderful. But when you put it in front of every freaking thing, it becomes weird because I don't want to be referred to as tattooed lady all the time. Or like, oh, she's a chick. How cool is it? She works at a tattoo shop. Or oh, she's a chick. She works at a gun range. Stop making it weird. I work at a gun range. Stop making it weird. Stop making it weird. That's what I want. And then I know it doesn't seem as drastic as saying, oh, I'm a Mexican or I'm a woman of color. But what's the difference? It's weird and it's constantly used all the time. And not everyone wants it. Now, if you want it, that's fine. If you're into that, do it. But in me, we live in a society where we're all at this point, we're all exposed, but there's no new thing under the sun.
It's all become, a problem that's happened is everything that we were told not to be hyperly conscious about is now being become hyper aware,
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to worry about a person's skin color. You're not supposed to worry about somebody's gender. You're not supposed to worry about this and that. And now it's all based on that.
Yeah.
It's literally all based on that. Like, you don't even have a personality. The character doesn't even have personality anymore. They're hanging on the fact that they're different looking. And like the elf who was working in what was his name? The elf with the shaved sides with the nice fade. Beautiful guy, beautiful actor.
Oh, but, yeah, that guy.
Who's in Rings of Power? In my opinion, his character was a simp. His whole character was being a simp for that lady. I'm just gonna say it as it is. His whole
you're talking about Don Legolas.
Yes, his whole character was being a simp for that woman. Like, I love you so much, even though we're so different. I love you. That was his character.
Yeah.
Even though you're different from me, I love you. Wow, what an amazing concept. Hey, ever watched Fox and the Hound? Ever watched that?
Yeah.
It's a thing. It's been around for a while. Okay, this isn't a new concept at all.
My mom.
They
just wanted to have something similar to Baron and Luthia.
Yeah.
And
which was great on its own. There was nothing. Why not just do that?
That's what I'm saying.
The long-haired elf.
That's what I was thinking. Also, Jay the Deep Minded brought up this great point earlier. Radical feminist writers and producers are ruining stories and setting the cause of women back, not pushing it forward. As a married woman nerd, I get where you're coming from, Witcher Fox.
Yes. Thank you. And it's an unspoken argument. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
and Jay the Deep Minded says it has become a taboo to treat people equally with a blind eye. Mm-hmm. No focus on talent. Every view starts with a jaded lens. That's from Mrs. Blue.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Well, so when you came up to me, this is one of the reasons I invited you. Also, I wanted you on here on this stream because when you came up to me at Comic Con, we started having a conversation. This is what we got into, and it's like the talking points that you're hitting.
Screw Rings of Power. I was like,
yeah,
Rings of Power. I'm so mad.
Yeah. Well, like whenever we started talking, it's like, yeah, you're on par with what's going on here, and you're going to meet a lot of people that have the same opinion that you're talking about, and so I thought there was a lot of places where you can, yeah, it is because you can't do it on a daily basis where you're at, can you?
Oh, you know with my job, hell no.
No, not at all.
This space is so small. It's so politically correct.
Yes, and you need an outlet to get that, to get rid of those that stuff that's on it's on your mind. You know what I mean? And that's what this is kind of here for as well. not just for drawing and chilling, but like we've all got those things that just piss us off. It's like, I can't believe it's like this. Why the hell is it like this? And you come here, you can get those off your chest.
Yeah.
You know, even at the freaking con, I got the freaking police called on me when I was there for some stupid thing. And the police literally was like, this is not worth our time, lady. Stop calling us. This is not worth our time. Like, people will complain about freaking everything about being a woman. Like, oh, you're too tattooed. Oh, you're too big. Oh, you're too skinny. Oh, you're not pretty enough. Why aren't you taking care of yourself enough? Why don't you wear makeup? Oh, you wear too much makeup. There's always something wrong. But being just being a nerd and being like I want to be married. I like my husband. And I was gay for a really long time. Okay. He changed me. There's nothing wrong with men. Listen, there's nothing wrong with men. It's the person you were with. Okay. Whoever used to be a lesbian. I'm sorry. But like,
Hey,
I was looking for a long time and I was looking for the wrong reasons.
What's up, Dipsy?
Wrong reasons. Hi. But like, I think that if you're like passionately gay, there's nothing wrong with it. But if you're gay out of hurt, you're just running from something. You know what I mean? You gotta sort that out. But like, I don't know, man. I just like, I hate being told like, oh, but you're straight. Oh, but you're this. Oh, but you're a married woman. That must be so oppressive. That must be so horrible. You must be a victim. And I'm like, what the hell? What is wrong with this whole weird shit that's going on?
Yeah, this is one of the things.
It's called university.
Yeah, this is one of the things that this is one of the things that I hate. Being Mexican, I hate when people try to talk for me. Like, they're like, oh, you should. Oh, your people are so oppressed. Your people are so oppressed. I'm like, yeah, and they're the ones that are picking your out there 12 hours a day, picking the food you get from Whole Foods while you're in a storage closet in Starbucks crying over an 8-hour shift.
You saw that video? Wasn't that hilarious? You saw that video of him just like this, the worst angle ever, like, I've been here for 8 hours and I haven't had my lunch break yet. I'm like, dude, I work in the fucking farm. I milked 150 cattle a day. I woke up at 2 a.m. to get to work at freaking 3, and we were milking at 4 a.m. Like, I never sat down in a pile of cow shit and said, okay, oh, sorry, I hit my knee. Oh, that hurt. It hurts so bad. Anyway,
nobody ever said this was a safe job. Nobody ever.
Hey guys, it comes with the territory.
It does. It does.
But like, you never saw me crying because a cow kicked me in my spleen, or I got cow shit in my mouth because a cow stepped on it when I was sneezing. That happened. That was a dirty job, and I would love to have worked at Starbucks. Give me that damn eye insurance, my guy. Give me that health care. I want free college.
I think a lot of this is happening too because of just people that life is too easy now for a lot of people. Like they don't have to worry about stuff. They don't have those
fake depression, fake oppression, fake issues to make themselves feel more relatable to the past.
Yeah,
because they feel detached. I have PTSD. I legitimately have stress disorder problems from murder, like literally dealing with things that are horrible. And like when I hear people talk about like, I have PTSD because my dog died when I was 5, I'm like, dude, that's
fuck that.
That's not
my brother has PTSD. He did a tour in Iraq and he came back a different person.
Say less. That is not easy. That is it does something to your soul. It changes you.
He did 2 tour. He did three voyages. He's in the Navy, or he was in the Navy. He did 3 voyages, and he decided. He did 3 voyages. He even used to live in Japan for a while, and he actually decided to do a tour in Iraq, to work as a prison guard for the detainees, and he came back a different person.
Yeah,
and he when he left, he spent his last year in the Navy working working in the Air Force base I live near, and he just came back a different person. It breaks my heart every time I see him like that. One thing that I noticed that he just drifted. He's starting to drift further away from my family, and sometimes I wonder if it was what he really saw about my dad. But my dad's like,
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like yeah.
See you, angry Canadian.
Oh man, see you, bud. Thanks, bud. Hey, what's up there, Jeff Atkins?
Oh, I'm still here.
He did 10 months. Oh, whoops. Sorry, I thought he said goodbye.
No, it's I saw it on your on the private chat.
Yeah, I was just
sorry,
letting
I'm
him
not
know.
paying attention to anything. I apologize.
You're good.
Yeah.
All right, man. Hey, yeah, angry. Yeah. Okay, bud. If you do want to, sorry. I don't know which one to do first. Yeah, we'll get back to you, Bandito. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, we'll just let Angry pop out here. I know you got to go work early tomorrow morning. Anything you want to plug there, Angry?
Yeah, just if you want to subscribe to some video game and video game music type content, you can subscribe to my channel. I'm gonna start live streaming here soon. Once I get on this spring break. So just be on lookout on Twitter, and I still gotta get with Bandito on a project that I might do with him. I haven't figured out yet what the content path will be, but yeah, man. Thanks for letting me come on, and I know I got to talk to you this week, James, about
this
some
Friday.
stuff. So
Yep.
it was nice meeting you too, Witcher, and good luck over there. That's all I gotta say, because
you know how it is.
Very, very filtered right now.
You know exactly how it is, and it's totally fine. And I'm definitely gonna subscribe to you and get off of this, because I don't know how to do both things at once because I'm stupid. But
yeah, I'm having trouble just doing one thing right now, much less three.
I can draw and talk, but draw, talk, subscribe, and chat.
No.
You got too much faith in me. But yeah, I really appreciate your input, and I really appreciate your holy respect for how it kind of sucks sometimes doing this kind of stuff. And I think you're great, and you're hilarious, and I hope to talk to you soon.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, man.
It's good to see Bandito always, and I know you didn't get to talk much this time, but yeah, dude. Also the lovely people in the chat, like Jada Deep Minded, she's always got interesting stuff to say,
awesome.
and Mrs. Flu and Jeff Atkins just showed up, and one of my good friends, Dempsey, over here. He's great to see him in the chats. Yeah, Dempsey's the man. So, but yeah, thanks again, James. I'm gonna bounce out and
all right, man.
Go do some school tomorrow or today.
I got you, dude. All right, I'll see you on Friday then. Okay, man.
Yeah, man. Appreciate it. I'll see you.
All right. Okay. Bye.
Take
it easy.
God, such cool people.
Cool everybody here is just really cool. Like, this is the thing I look forward to seriously the most during the week. Just because it's just
I'm
time
pretty
to chill out.
Matt. I'm pretty sure Mackany would have loved to meet you, but I don't think he's up yet.
Yeah, he'll be here soon, probably. Well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
How are you doing for time there?
Me?
No, Witcher.
Oh, I'm good. I have a cleaning tomorrow. It's funny because the person I'm cleaning their house for lives in my apartment. And I said, I'll be like moseying over around 10 o'clock in the morning, but they're not going to be home. So I'm just going to come over later. I'm going to be an hour late, but they're not even home. So it's going to be big. I don't like cleaning. I'm going to be honest with you guys.
I don't think anybody does.
No, because here's the thing. I'm a very tidy person. I keep my house very clean. Very clean. However, my laundry is a different story. That's the one thing I don't do awesome. But everything else is very tidy and put together.
I used to be a janitor. Yeah, I used to be a janitor. I worked at Toys R Us and I worked at a bakery. I was the janitor. And
a hard job.
I would come home and I would just plop down on the bed, and
it's exhausting.
My stepmom would come in and she would say, why is my room such a mess? I'm like, because I haven't cleaned it. I'm
Okay.
tired. And
Yeah.
she's like, and one of her jokes was, she said, don't you find it odd that your job is to clean things?
Well, I mean, if you really are doing a good job at your job, like that was a weird sentence, but you know what I meant.
We
So
got you there.
like, if you are doing a good job at your job, like I have a bucket and a sponge, and these military houses, they have such bad flooring and such bad just everything, that the best way to clean something isn't getting a fancy $100 steamer and steaming the floor. Sometimes it's just getting a bucket and getting a very hard sponge and scrubbing the floor with the sponge on your hands and knees. And that's how I mop floors in my client's house sometimes. If it's really bad, the floor, majority of the time it is very bad, I will get a bucket full of like warm water and a very abrasive sponge, and I will literally Cinderella that shit out for an hour. This for an hour straight. From the beginning of the house to the bottom. That's what it takes.
Not my cup of tea.
No, and it's exhausting. And they try to cheat me out and be like, oh, can you bend the price a little bit? I'm like, the hell is wrong with you? I just spent 7 hours cleaning your house from top to bottom. You had the most nastiest house I've ever seen, and you're trying to skip me on my money? Like, it's physical labor, and it's a privilege, because getting your house cleaned is like a bougie service. That's bougie. That is
Get a drill brush. It'll change.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do have a drill brush, but for the floors though, it will take up the wax.
Right,
and
right.
The tile's so shitty here. But for bathrooms, oh, I'm using a drill brush. I am not doing that in the bathroom. They can kiss my butt. That is gross. I got a drill for the bathroom showers and the floors and stuff, but it's hard ass work. It is very hard. And my before and after pictures are sick. Like, it's a whole new place, and it's worth every penny, but they'll try to cheap you out. And I'm like, that is so tacky. That is so tacky to hire a cleaner, agree to a price, and then be like, can you like take off $50? I'm like, can you like not be an asshole?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Sorry, it is what it is, but
my dad, my pops. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to.
No. I'm listening.
Yeah, my pops and my brother-in-law who do the estimates and sell the garage doors, and my sister, they get that all the time when
It's
they're
tacky.
they're trying to our business works by a set price, yet they're like, oh, do you have a senior citizens discount, or do you have a military discount? And I'm like, no, set price.
Yeah, it's very rude and tacky. Like, even with tattoo artists, if you're getting tattooed and you try to ask them like, hey, can we do it cheaper? Get a smaller tattoo. Duh. Get less of a tattoo. If you want to pay less, do less. Like, you know what I mean? It's that. I know I'm not aggressive about it, but it just really works me the wrong way.
I got rid of like that with my Jay's out. Oh, thanks so much for dropping by, Jay.
Thank you, Jay.
And she says, Witcher Fox, great to virtually meet you. See you all again soon. Yeah. Keep up the great work there too, Witcher. All right, sorry, Jay.
Yeah, awesome, Jay. You're awesome. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, she's legit.
Yeah,
the real shit. Gosh, it's just so tacky to try to cheap on the price. And the thing is, even with artwork, like, for example, if I want something, I save up for it and I buy it. Like, for example, like the swords on the wall and this fancy World of Warcraft book and this original piece of artwork right here that I have, I save. Well, the candle's in the way, but it's gorgeous. Ooh, it's hot. Maybe I shouldn't put that there. This is a sketch that's done by an artist that I absolutely love so much. I can't read the name because it's cursive and I'm stupid, but I saw it on Etsy and I was like, I have to have it. But I saved up for it, and I think it's worth it. But, like, if you really want something, you save up for it and you buy it. You don't haggle the price with them.
Yeah, you show respect to the creator or the worker by giving them the price that they've allotted,
Exactly. And if I really want something, I save up for it because I look at it, I'm like, I need it. And then I work and I put a little bit aside, and then I go back to the buyer. I'm like, hey, I want it now. Now that I can afford it, I want it. That's literally how it works.
Yeah, that's the reason I made my commission list the way I did, because it's just like, hey, you can get what you want, but it's going to be this price. And but I'm the kind of person though, I'll throw in something for you, and I won't tell you about it, but I'll throw in something. I'll give you like some postcards, stickers, things for free, just because I'm showing you respect for you, respecting my work enough that you purchase it, and I show that back to you. But I'm luckily I don't have people who try to do that to me. I think people really respect what I'm doing, and they don't, they don't try to lowball me or anything.
I sold. It is, and lowballing is just super insulting. I sold one of my paintings that was huge. It was 4 feet tall by 3 feet. It was very large. And my stupid butt, it was original artwork. I'll send you a picture later of it because it's nudity, and I probably can't show it on this.
You can. I show nudity on here.
Oh hell yeah! Let me show it to you on my phone.
Yeah, because I got like something. I had somebody say YouTube when I first started doing this. They took down my show, my stream, whatchamacallit. And so I just wrote them. I said, hey, look, here's naked yoga. I'm cool.
So this is an original painting I did. Oh, so hard to see. But it's a geisha with gauges. That's what it's called.
Right.
With gauges. And it's just like this really, really big. And when I say this is huge, this painting is like very large and very detailed. A lot of tattoos. I like hand painted all these tattoos on everything on here. Like hand painted all the tattoos on. I did like a little crane over here on her thigh. Like I tried my best to make it as detailed as possible. I'm really proud of like the face and like, I'm just really happy with it. And like, it was huge. And I did it with shitty acrylic kid paint. It was like really cheap paint from the freaking craft store for kids. I was so good.
You can get some really good stuff from that, that kind of paint though. That's what I usually used to paint with.
Use a medium with it. If you use like a thinner, like a medium sort of like, I forgot, what's the term for it? It's like thank you.
Yep.
If you use
this is what I use with my acrylic paints. Yep.
Yeah. It immediately makes it way better. It makes it better paint for sure. But I didn't have that yet. I was just using like crappy crap.
Right.
And that canvas was a canvas from Ross that I spray painted and then went over with primer. Because I couldn't afford like a big painting like that, like a canvas, like a really good quality canvas. So I just got like a used shitty painting and just painted over it.
Yep.
And I sold it. I sold it for only $150.
Oh, that's all? Oh no.
And I had that painting for almost a year and a half and nobody wanted it. And the one person that wanted it says, hey, I'll give you $150 for it. I'm like, I looked at it, I'm like, it's taking up so much space in my tiny little house. I just like, okay.
Well,
and he was happy. And I was happy I sold it, but like, it does hurt.
The one thing that you could take away from that though is that you've got a piece that somebody's appreciating, and it's got a life of its own now. You know what I mean? But
so he came to me and he's like, hey, this is my budget. Can I please buy that from you? I've been looking at it on your Instagram for a year now, and I really, really want it. And that was super flattering. The only part that hurts is the fact there's not a lot of people interested in original artwork. That's what's painful about it. There's not a lot of people who are looking for original art, and they'll buy like these dumbass AI art commissions for like $20, $30, sometimes even $50, $70. And the hands are never right. The eyes are like this. Going right. It's stupid. And I'm just like, I'm here. I have a drawing tablet. I have time. Hire me. And it's so hard to get people to understand value. And it's like something that we can all sit here and say, like, oh, I'm scared for the future art, but I'm not. Because there will be like a revolution of people saying, you know what? We want real artwork. We want chicks without BBLs. We want real boobs. People are going to wake up one day and be like, we want a refreshed beginning of art and expressing yourself and being creative. And there's a hunger for it already. And if you look through YouTube and stuff and like the recommendations, like they're cutting back on artists right now really hard, but that doesn't mean people aren't Googling how to draw this and how to do that and how to do cosplay and how do I make armor and how do I do that. People are craving creativity because this is a world of instant gratification. We just buy everything, and people want to be proud of themselves. I think they want to say, I baked this bread during COVID. You know what number one fucking search wasn't just porn. It was how to make sourdough. Good for them. They learned to make bread. I'm so proud of them because I did that during quarantine. I loved it. I love baking bread. It's fantastic.
I mean, this is what I started doing during quarantine. Well, not quarantine because it wasn't quarantine here, but like basic quarantine,
Yeah.
just doing something creative. And it is, you're like you said, it's going to be something that's a lot. AI is just a tool. It's something for people to play around with. It's going to be big in Hollywood for like coming up with concepts and stuff. But whenever you want to do,
it's cool. I guess it's just not cool that they don't credit artists that they steal from.
This is the thing. This is the thing that AI. This is the thing that I don't like AI for, is creating characters. With Blizzard, they don't create. They came up with this algorithm for an AI to create diverse characters for Overwatch, new diverse characters for Overwatch. So you can't have a straight cis white cis male.
Yeah,
you need to have
word, by the way, cis.
Yeah.
It is. I don't use it. I don't agree with it, so I don't use it.
Yeah,
it's such a weird thing to call somebody. It sounds like you're cis, like you just ready.
Yes, it's a pussy word.
It's like, is my hey sissy, you like women? Sissy? That's super hot. What the hell? It's manly as shit. Yeah, I like tits and I like ass. What's wrong with that?
Yep. Yeah, and this is the thing that people are tired of being told what to do, what to like. I mean, why do you think the boycotts for Hogwarts Legacy failed, or the fact that Marvel and DC can't get products off the shelf?
Yep.
And and one of the things that they're trying to do with Warhammer is they're trying to these people who I say are fake fans, they're trying to create female space marines, and that's not going to work. I mean, Warhammer is already diverse enough as it is. Every army has men and women fighting side by side, except for the Adeptus Sororitas, who only accept women, and that's because of the lore. That's because in the lore you cannot. The only women can join the Sisters of Battle, because
sisters.
Yeah. And that's because after a civil war that caused the Church of the Imperium and the High Lords of Terra, the High Lords of Terra ended. The High Lords of Terra said that you cannot have the Church of the Imperium can no longer have men at arms at their side, and with that loophole, they decided they found a loophole with that saying, men at arms. So they decide to have women, and they wear armor that emphasizes that they are in fact women.
Yeah, they're really large. They have like these perfectly round. How do you explain it? Like bowls? They look like upside down bowls, just like right there, and then with the symbolism on it. And I love the costume; it's fantastic. And I don't think that's. It's weird. People were like, "Oh, it's so sexist. They're oversaturated with their breasts." Like, yeah, I'll kick ass with my big ass tits.
Yeah, come on, bring them on.
Outer space tits kicking ass. Like, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
There is nothing wrong. I do not accept your terms.
I don't accept your terms. I want outer space galactical badass tit women. I want titty women destroying things and kicking ass and taking names and stealing hearts. Why not? Why not? You know.
And this is the thing, and the one thing that with
my face on the street.
And the one
Sorry.
Hey, Cap After Dark, how's it going?
Hey, what's up, man?
And
I'm not watching this chat at all. I'm so bad. I'm so bad at this.
We're sorry. I'm gonna start looking at chat now. I'm gonna stop drawing.
Oh no, you don't have to. It's my job.
I'll watch chat. I'll watch chat.
Thank you.
I'm just really into this painting right now.
I'm working over here. You want to see it? Here.
Oh, here. Let me throw in the work. How's the work going? Oh, looking cool. Nice.
Yeah. And the one thing that why only.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah. And the one thing that
very nice. Very nice. Very nice. I'm flattered.
Yeah, and the one thing why there cannot be any female Space Marines is because all the Space Marines were basically created with gene seed, which are like the DNA from the Primarch, and the Primarch is basically a clone of the Emperor, and the Emperor was a man. So and they're like, and when people say that, oh, they could just change it so that so they could have female Space Marines to accept it. And I'm like, yeah. And Major Kill brought this up. It took the world's the Adeptus Mechanicus, the smartest of the Adeptus Mechanicus, 10,000 years and countless of resources just to make the Space Marine gene seed just a little bit better.
Yeah.
It took him 10,000 years. Imagine how long it would take them to change it for an entire sex. And even if they do change it, they're going to, it would take away anything. The way that they would be, Phil. The way that they would the way that the transformation that they would have, that they would cause, they would no longer be recognized as women anymore. It would
not even that. It's the same thing with mutations in The Witcher. Like, who in the hell would put a small 6-year-old girl through the trial grasses? What sick fuck are you to do that to some chick?
Yeah, and
you would ruin their hormones for life. She would never get a period. She would never develop breast. That was actually a point that Triss Marigold made in the books. That you're giving her mushrooms, tea, concoctions for her training, but this will permanently damage her ability to be feminine. And she looked at her Ciri naked when she was a kid and she's like, "Oh, girl, this needs to stop." She was covered in bruises. She wasn't developing properly for her age. It's weird that they want to put. It's one thing to put women where they are, like, the sisterhood of kicking ass and taking names. It's great. But when you force them into the Marines like that, I know chick Marines, it's not an easy place. It's not for women. And they treat you like shit. They sexualize the hell out of you. I would gladly be in the chair force over here than ever be in the Marines as a woman. Period. Yeah. I'm talking about real life Marines. And with the fantasy universe, like, there's a reason why it is what it is. Like, the lore is amazing, and I'm honestly floored at how much lore you know. I am so impressed.
Oh, he knows his stuff, but he considers himself a noob.
I'm still a noob.
No, dude. You need to give yourself a credit. My husband's been playing that game for a long time, and no offense, but you know way more than he does about this stuff, and you need to give yourself some credit. You need to do some fan rendition works of books over here. You're very talented. And but I agree with you 100%. There's a reason why they have their factions. Keep it that way. However, I do want to see some beast women.
Okay? They do have beast women, except they're considered mutations.
Oh, okay. See, I never saw it in the game, so I didn't know.
Yeah,
but I love beast women. That's my favorite like section, traction, whatever.
Okay, James, I put up one of the most famous pictures of a sister of Adeptus Sororitas.
Okay, hold on a second.
This is from the Warhammer community.
Yeah, that's like Jade the Deep Mind right there.
Oh my, yeah, that's so cool. God, such a cool.
And these women can go head to head with the Space Marine.
Badass.
With only their,
the armor. Excuse me.
Yeah, they
cool
only armor. Their only thing that they have is the faith with the emperor, that the emperor is with them and guiding them.
And she doesn't look like a dyke. Wow. You can still be hot and kick ass. Wow. Yep. Wow. And she doesn't even look. The thing is, she looks regal, which is even more cool than hot. She's regal.
some of them even have the habits like the nuns do.
Mm-hmm.
They even have the habits, and the ones who dye their hair white they dye their hair white because of they do that in honor of one of the Saint Celestine, who actually ended the war between the Church of the Imperium and the High Lords of Terra, because she was actually brought over by the Custodes to meet with the Emperor himself. They took her to the throne room. They didn't know what was said behind the closed doors, but when she came out, she said her hair was white. Her hair was white and her eyes were vacant. And then when she came back, she actually went to the person who had basically started the war, George Van Dyer, because he was head of the Church of the Imperium, and he said that the Emperor was speaking through him, and whoever went against him was considered a heretic. That's what basically started the war. And of course he was lying, and she went to him and she said, let me pull up what she said, because it is just so iconic.
You're not a noob.
Yeah, you need to stop saying that.
Yeah. False advertising. Fake news.
False advertising. Fake news.
Fake news.
Absolutely atrocious. Not true. The bestest. You know, I would never. If you told me a couple years ago that I would become like super into The Witcher, I'd be like, what is The Witcher? I had no idea what it was about 5 years ago. It's been out for so long, I knew nothing about it. And then in 5 years, I became the most fanatical Witcher fan on the planet.
Hey, that's how it goes, you know? You get into it. Like, go ahead.
But like World of Warcraft, I played World of Warcraft 2 and 3 and loved it. And then I never played it again. It was like one of those kid things where I was really into it when I was a kid. And then I stopped playing it. And then I found it as an adult. And it was like, whoa, whole new level of nostalgia. Whole new level of like appreciation for the art, for the storyline, for the comics. I have the comics too, the World of Warcraft comics. Beautifully illustrated. Love them very much. Really, really like looking through them occasionally. Although the one thing I don't like about World of Warcraft is the expressions are all over the place. They are just very, very intense. Like when you're a human and you're shocked, it's like so intense. Like the movements. If you're an elf, they have this little happy little jump that they do. That's just like this weird jump, and it's like really weird. Like you just know who made the game. You know, like some nerdy guy made the game. They made the women happy jump. Like when they're happy, like, yay, I'm so happy. That's them happy in World of Warcraft. It's so weird. But it's funny because it's like you play the game, you love it. But it's like one of those games where it's like, yeah, a whole bunch of guys developed this game. For sure. Oh gosh.
Yeah, okay.
I will show this really quick. I have this really cool book that I picked up. And it's
cool. Holy cow, that's massive.
I found it from a thrift store, and this came out the same year of the Two Towers. And it's basically like, it comes with the cover on it. It's the original cover. And it's basically like everything that happened in the movie and then like how they did it. And I thought this was so cool. I found it at a vintage thrift shop. And I'm so proud that I found it. I'm so happy that I found it.
That's a great find.
And it has like all these like the history of Aragorn, where he's from, the map development, the land.
Oh, that's sweet.
It goes through the whole book, and it's like super old. It's not. But it's still. I don't know if this is like a booger or like poop, but there's a stain on the book from the previous owner. Hey guys, stop.
Either way, it gives it some kind of authenticity. Yeah, character.
It's man flesh.
Man flesh.
Man flesh.
Okay, I found what you said. Because, her name was Alicia Dominica, and she basically became a saint after this because she met with the emperor. And this is what she said. You have committed the ultimate heresy. Not only have you turned your back on the emperor and stepped away from his light, you have profaned his name and almost destroyed everything he has strived to build. You have prevented and twisted the path he has laid for mankind to tread. As your own decrees, you have stated, there can be no mercy for such a crime, no pity for such a criminal. I renounce your lordship. You walk in darkness and cannot be allowed to live. Your sentence has long been overdue, and it is time for you to die.
What's the ultimate? Watching Rings of Power on repeat?
No. It was basically death. And Van Dyer's response to this was, I don't have time to die. I'm too busy. And
I'm busy. It sounds like me. That literally sounds like me on a floatplating schedule.
Can you fit me in on Thursday for it? Because just Wednesday and Tuesday aren't going to do it.
And
I can't do it.
And the thing is that she basically executed him on the spot by beheading him in front of every one of his nobles that was.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah.
You know, I'm trying to think, because like beheading to me, every time I think of the beheading, it sends me right back to the beginning of Skyrim, where like, hey, you'll finally awake, and then you go and you watch all the people get their heads chopped off.
Yeah.
You to the block. Does anyone else feel like running? Like I immediately go right back to Skyrim. I don't know why, but every time I hear like or think of beheading, I'm like, oh, you'll finally awake. I fight with Stormcloaks.
Yeah.
Oh, I go right back to Skyrim.
Speaking about World of Warcraft, why did NetEasy destroy the World of Warcraft statue in China?
I think. Well, didn't China? China talk with WoW right now because
they ended their partnership with Activision Blizzard.
Yeah. They're trying to make their own World of Warcraft now. They released like a whole bunch of games about dragons to try to like, I don't know, stick it to the man or whatever.
Yeah.
But
I don't know. I'd have to get someone who's more who knows more about it to understand why. I saw this on who did I see this on? Hang on.
Before I forget something, I got a piece of hair in my mouth. That's not what I'm going to say. That's not what I'm going to say, though. I promise. So, just my weird thoughts are all over the place. But
go for it.
If anyone in the chat has any art questions, one thing I just wanted to just brain fart out is when I'm doing hair, like I'll just kind of show you what I'm doing really quick.
Oh, here, let me blow you up.
This is something that took me years to understand, but hair should be drawn as a single piece. So if you look at the hair on this side, it's all one piece. It's not individual strands. Like at the top it is because I'm not done shading, and on the side it is because I'm not done shading. But one thing I do, I think it's like cheating, but I'll take my eraser and I'll erase the shiny parts of the hair out, and it works really well.
Yeah, that's not cheating at all. I mean, I wouldn't know how to do it any other way.
Yeah, literally, because like what are you gonna do? Like just not shade finite small pieces of hair? Like hell no. But it's so much easier to do it that way. But when you draw hair, like don't look at the top. Don't look over here because I'm not done with that. But just look on this side. It's one singular piece of hair. When you're drawing hair, think of it as chunks and work it in chunk sections and not individual strands. And then erase out or lighten the strands that are closest to the light source. And just think of it that way. Because like I literally wish someone told me that, because I was going to like my art class and be like, every little strand of hair. And I don't know why no one told me that like not to do that, but no one ever did. So yeah. And I have graphite on my nose. That's how much of an artist I am. I literally have charcoal.
I always tell my students, they're like, oh, I got to clean my hands. They're so dirty. I was like, that's a sign, evidence that you've been working hard. Good on you.
Look at all the graphite. All that graphite.
Nice.
Right on my nose, too. I'm going to wipe it. Oh my gosh. Look at that. I literally have makeup remover and, well, it's toner and an art napkin. less than a foot away from me. That's what it's like to be in an art studio. You'll have random crap in your art studio that's super useful for no particular reason, like skincare. Look at that.
Yeah, like right over here, I'm like literally the art stuff it's encroaching on me. It's about ready to take over.
I have a corner that shall not be named where it's just full of like literally it's a corner of this room that's full of leather and frames. It's such a weird combination. Leather and frames.
Nice. I'm a hoarder when it comes to art stuff. I can't go into an art shop without coming out like buying $100 worth of stuff. It's so horrible. And one of my wife's teacher friends, all of her students were about ready to throw away, like, I think it was about 30 frames. They were all like handmade frames, but they had perfectly nice plexiglass and everything inside of it. It's like, do not throw those away. Give those to me. So
say less.
I was just, and I was just like laying around forever. Didn't use them. But then I ended up for the comic book I did, was able to, I did every single individual page. I would put them all on those plexiglass pieces. So I had like 20 pieces of plexiglass all over the place. You know, you just keep it around.
Yeah.
And then people try to throw away frames, and I keep them. And I'm going to have an exhibition next Monday. Ooh, I should probably talk about this.
You should talk about that.
Yeah, I got an exhibition coming up next Monday. It's a group one, but it's the last time I'm going to be. It's an art group here, but it's the last time I'm going to be exhibiting with them because I'm going to be doing this full time, and I just don't have time to do that all the time. But they're giving me like this a huge. How much? I think I got close to 30 meters of space.
Wow, that's a lot.
So what I did was I took I'm going to bring it over. I took the comic book. I took the whole comic book that I did, and I have like I hand colored all the pages, and I framed all of them, and I'm going to put that up during the exhibition. Let me go show you real quick.
I want to see it. I would like to see the artwork.
That's right. You do, Mrs. Flew. Oh, nice. They purchased the comic book with the original art. So now I'm framing all these, and these are all going to go up at the. These are all going to go up at the exhibition. Yeah.
I saw original frame for Red Sonja for
no way.
$1,000, and I was like, "Ooh, shit! I need that."
Yeah.
That's so cool. Oh man.
Is this commissioned for someone, or will it be for sale? The Red Sonja pick? Or is that what you're asking about, Mrs. Flew? They're really like her husband. They have a YouTube, like he's like the producer for a YouTube show, and they've had me on a bunch to like they go out of their way to promote my artwork and everything. They're
awesome.
really cool people.
Y'all are great people because artwork is like I had to let my hair down. I'm sorry.
They appreciate it. They appreciate they get creators on their channel all the time. Like people who do music, people who do videos and stuff. No, this piece was just today. I was having Witcher on for the first time, so just doing this picture of her as Red Sonja. I'm using 2 different pictures. I'm actually looking at 4 different pictures right now to get this together.
Cool. I remember before we went live, I was showing you all the references that I use just for one drawing. It's like ridiculous. I like to have as many as possible. Yeah. But because it's getting late, I'm like, I can't have my hair up anymore. It's too much.
Oh yeah, let it down. Let it down.
Plus it matches the photo. So. Yeah, because like these things are great when you want your face out and stuff, but they're like pinchers of death. Do you see this? That's in your head.
Those things always look like monsters to me.
When I was a kid, I used to like put it on my lip and like lock my lips inside. I still do it. I'm so weird. I've never.
Mrs. Flew wants to know: is this commissioned for someone, or will it be for sale?
I would actually have to get permission to sell this.
Sell it.
Are you sure?
Sell it. I want you to see life. I love your artwork, and I want you to do well. Sell
Mrs. Flew wants this one.
Because when it comes, I'm just going to be honest here. Like, it's not my photo, and it's a photo. It's her photo. So if I'm working from somebody else's photo, I will not sell it unless I get permission from them to sell it. So if you give me the okay, then I would be up for selling.
We have proof now.
Okay, well there we go.
Mrs. Flu wants this one.
All right.
Heck yeah, I'm gonna be in your house staring.
There we
at
go.
You while you walk around your house like this. Just don't put me in your bathroom, please. I'm such a butthole. I'm sorry. I'm so bad.
I'll DM you later, Mrs. Flu. Okay. If it is for her, gift to her, or yeah, and I'll yeah, we'll talk behind the scenes, because I definitely want to hook Witcher up with something as well. So
well, you freaking tell me how much for a print, and I'll buy that off of you. Don't even freaking, because I love. See, this is the thing. It's like, because I'm a broke ass artist, I like to buy prints of everything. So right. I feel so special. I have a 38 by like 27-inch like frame painting print of Frank Frazetta's Death Knight.
Oh, that's such a cool picture.
And it's huge, and it's the Death Dealer, and he's on his horse. He's badass. And I'm so proud.
Is that here in Japan, or is that back in the States?
No, I bought it while I was over here online.
Oh, really?
And I got it as a surprise because my husband was deployed, and I was like, I'm gonna get him something cool while he's gone. And as I was shopping for his gifts, my selfish, horrible, artistic ass saw that. I'm like, okay, this will be a good gift, right? This is a good gift.
For me.
That's a good gift. And he ended up loving it, so it all worked out. But like secretly, I was like, I kind of want this in my house.
Toxic man flu. Yeah. Okay, so I'll DM you. I'll DM you, because I don't want to. I'll DM you about it, if that's okay. Yeah.
Yeah. That's badass. That's awesome. I am going to get pretzels, but I won't make this ASMR pretzel crunchiness. I know how to eat and not make it loud. I'm really good at it. I play video games all the time.
You're fine with me. As you notice, it's pretty relaxed over here. Like, I don't really have. I unless you're pulling out your junk. But even that, like, I don't know.
Sorry, I'm a horrible person. I have issues.
Don't we all?
Yeah.
So Bandito, talk to me a little bit about what you've. Have you been working on the comic anymore, or what's going on there?
Yeah, I'm gonna start working on it right now. I'm working on all the bios that I want to send to Angry Canadian, and also right now I'm writing the review for Brutal Cunning. Mm-hmm. Right now I'm writing the review for Brutal Cunning that to put up for Facebook and Twitter.
Yep.
And that's basically a review of the Warhammer, of the most recent Warhammer novel I read. I finished listening to, and also I'm doing a Warhammer. Basically doing the staging of a Warhammer fan fiction that I'm doing I'm doing in memory of my grandfather, mm-hmm. who, because there's one character who's basically an old a grizzled old veteran. I'm basically making two characters. If two of my favorite characters ever met in the setting, because there was never a story of them ever meeting in the setting. So I'm basically doing a fan fiction of what if Caiaphas Cain, the young upstart and hero of the Imperium, met the veteran hero and the greatest commissar of all time, Sebastian Yarek, who is. And I know you're going to start singing it, the hero of Armageddon.
Armageddon it. Armageddon it. Armageddon it. Come on, Steve. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. I knew you were gonna start singing
Man,
it.
it's one of the greatest albums ever. One of the greatest albums ever.
Yeah.
Such a beauty.
So I'm doing it like if the Caiaphas Cain. Well, my idea is that Caiaphas Cain is was summoned by Sebastian Yarok to help defend an agro world, which is mainly forest, and they're basically and Caiaphas Cain is mainly me. See, one of the things that Caiaphas Cain it does in the series is he sees himself as a fraud. Many of his heroic exploits are just by him saving his own skin.
Right.
Like there in the first ever Caiaphas Cain book, he actually had
I'm eating a piece of cheese. Just a plain piece of cheese.
Hey, that's some Colby right there, isn't it?
It's a spicy kind.
Nice.
This is a true artist. I can't tell you how many times.
That's a delicacy over here, though. That'll cost you an arm and leg.
On base, you can get this by the pound.
I know. I fucking hate you guys.
Hey, next time I see you again, I'll bring you some cheese, okay?
Oh man, I would kill for some. Dear Lord.
Because the cheese in Japan, it would be like this big. It's like this big. It's a tiny little wedge of cheese.
Yes.
Like, that? Like $7. I'm gonna do it with the $7 small pass of cheese. Okay.
You could just. Ugh. It's ridiculous.
Chat, if anyone can relate with me, when you're doing a project or painting, do you eat random shit that makes no sense, like chocolate chips, like raw chocolate chips, or like
right here, raw
pasta?
Raw chocolate chips are the best.
For me, it's slices of cheese. I'm sorry. I'm so horrible. I'm sorry.
I love some.
I'm sorry.
Dude, what do I? Oh man. Okay,
I
used to work at Hardee's a long time ago when I was in high school, and I would get so hungry during work, and I just I didn't have any break time. I was like working freaking 12-hour shifts with like a little 30-minute break, and because I was the biscuit guy, so I got up. I was there at 4 o'clock in the morning making biscuits, and I finished at like 4 o'clock in the afternoon because I worked the lunch shift as well. And I would get so hungry, and I would go to the freezer, and I would just eat the frozen cookies.
Yeah,
they're so good.
I totally understand. When I get back from a cleaning, I literally, this is really sad. But when you were a kid, do you remember like running home from school and then like just inhaling whatever's in the refrigerator?
Yes.
Yeah.
Still do that nowadays.
The refrigerator open because it's so hot, so you just sit in an open refrigerator and just eat and drink with the refrigerator open. My mom never got mad at me for doing that because she totally understands because she gets it. But when I was a kid, I would run home and just like open up the refrigerator, start eating deli meat with my hands with the refrigerator open. Because I live in Texas, it's hot as shit. I walked home from school all the time because I couldn't be on the bus because I kept getting in fights with the boys on the bus, which was like hilarious. I beat their asses. I kicked this guy's ass on a school bus so bad.
How younger was he then? Was he like a little kindergarten?
He was older than me. He was in high school when I was in middle school, and I kicked his ass. I bloodied his nose and everything. It was horrible. It was gruesome.
Was it like when Wendy beat up Cartman?
Oh, that was funny. That was funny.
It was horrible. It was gruesome. You know why I did it? Because he said that I'm going to hell because I wear too much black. That's what started it. And he kicked the back of my seat and he kept calling me a whore. I'm like, why are you calling me a whore? He's like, because you wear black. I'm like, that doesn't make me a whore, you idiot. Your mom's a whore. And then he got really upset with me. And then he like started calling me more names. I'm like, I'm going to kick your ass. And I kicked his ass all the way to the front seat. It started in the back of the bus. It ended in the beginning of the bus. And the bus driver had to stop and pull him off of me. And I pull him off of whatever, each other. And she looked at us. And she's like, girl, you could have killed him. Do you understand me? You could have killed that boy. I was like, he hurt my feelings. He's like, I don't care. He could have died. I'm like, but he hurt my feelings. And I was banned from the school bus. So I had to run home off the school bus in the summer and in Texas and all that crap, and I would just come home and just have juice box and cheese.
When you were in the bus with them, did you say in a loud voice, I'm not locked in here with you, you're locked in here with me?
I am Red Sonja. Don't talk shit to me. Oh my god, yeah. I love that reference. That's awesome.
I've been I actually was rewatching some of the South Park episodes. The one I saw was the one that they had that artists on YouTube have been using for reference for the South Park reanimation project.
Yeah.
And it was the one where Kyle was voted the ugliest kid in class, or the ugliest boy in class. And it turned out that they switched the votes, because if Clyde was the most good looking kid in class, then girls would start wanting to date Clyde so they could get, because his dad is a manager at a shoe store. and Bebe, when in the big climax, Bebe confronts everybody, and Wendy's like, you got rid of the integrity of the list. And she's like, well, have you seen these shoes? He's like, it doesn't matter about shoes. Oh my god, those shoes are gorgeous. And I'm like, yeah, I got 5 sisters, and to them shoes are everything.
You got 5 sisters?
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Not all from the same mom, and not all in the same family.
I hear you.
Because my mom, God rest her soul, she had 3 kids when she was still with my dad, and after her and my dad split, I got 2 stepsisters from her new husband, from my stepdad, and she had 2 more kids who ended up being girls when they were when she was with my stepdad. And when my dad got remarried to my stepmom, she already had a daughter. So yeah, I already had an older sister. I got two other sisters. Oh wait, I have 6 sisters.
Wow,
Jesus, man.
that's nuts. That's crazy.
Yeah, I have, and to them they have more shoe. They have a lot of shoes. And so yeah, I completely understand it. Why they would do it for shoes.
Yeah. Well, you know what's weird? I do have a lot of shoes, but the majority I got them for free. I know it sounds weird. Like, how did I get free shoes? But I just knew somebody, okay? I got free shoes. And I always said yes. Why would I say no?
Exactly.
And I have like a whole overhead compartment over my closet full of heels and business shoes, because I thought when I moved to Yokota, I would get a good job. That's what I thought I would get when I was here. I was going to work in an office, maybe work in an insurance spot on Yokota Air Force Base, maybe work at the bank and get a good job and be respected, and everyone would like me. And I would dress in my heels, my little blazers, and all the stuff I bought to move here to look good. And no one hired me. Nobody hired me. They refused to hire me. So I said, screw that. So I wear what I want now. But now I'm stuck with all these business clothes. I don't know what to do with them. I keep them just in case.
Hey, that might like that could come around, you know?
I mean, I don't know.
Opportunity.
But they're like very preppy. It's like little like business suits and girly blazers and plaided pants and like fancy stuff. Like it looks a lot like something you would see someone that likes Chanel to wear. It's very, very classy stuff.
Ooh.
And I never get a chance to wear it unless I go to court, which I've gone to court like 3 times this year, which is like, my life is so dramatic. I don't know what it is. I accidentally get involved in like crime and accidents very easily. So I've been to court like 3 times. And I look fabulous every time I went. So at least I got good clothes to wear to court. But
now is this
really worked a good job.
Like court on base court or
on base court, like swear an oath with like the chief in front of you and stuff.
What for?
There were some really bad allegations. And that's all I can say.
I got you.
And then the other thing was allegations. And the newest thing, I'll talk shit about that because I'm the one who's pissed off about it. Dumbass chick that called the cops on me could go suck it.
Right.
I didn't do anything wrong. I just was there. I'm just there. She was offended by my presence. Offended by my presence. Yeah. That's weird. Get a life.
Weird.
You know what I mean? But I'm fine. I never got in trouble. The cop literally was like, you're calling her why? Well, because she's here and I don't want her to be here. I'm like, that's not how it works. That's not how calling the police works.
Yeah.
You just leave. If you don't want her to be there, just go. It's that simple.
Can we get a link to her channel? Oh, okay. Can we get a link to her channel? It's in the here. I'll put it in.
Thank you. Thank you for asking.
Here we go. She hasn't put up any content yet, but that's something she'll have to remedy. Here, and there's links to her Instagram in the description. As well. So if you want to find her Instagram, she's got 2 accounts. Go check them out. Subscribe. There's also, I guess it's a good time to plug. There's also a link to the Indiegogo campaign that my comic book's on. So if you're interested in checking that out, Anti-Steam Junk Western, it's still on in demand. I don't know for how much longer, but it's my first time doing a comic book, so I don't know how long in demand stays up. But yeah, if you're interested in purchasing that, go check it out. I'm going to be doing an exhibition with 56 pictures of it. Awesome. Actually 60 total, including both covers, interior artwork, and artwork that I did for the whatchamacallit, the playing cards that I made for it. I'm going to be putting all that up on Monday, next Monday. Not this coming Monday, but the Monday after that. Fuck, I'm going to be busy. Oh, geez. Just thinking about it. Luckily, I've already got everything framed. I spent the last 3 days working on that. That was challenging. Yeah. But it's got to be done. Nobody's going to do it for you, so you got to do it yourself, you know?
I'm like entranced by the chat, which I act like as if no one's staring at me when I read chat. So excuse me for just like eating a pretzel like a weirdo. Like, it's fine. I just realized how odd I eat. I eat like a toddler. What's wrong with me?
I don't know if there's any kind of like noble way to eat.
Wait, yes, there is. Watch. I took a class on it. No joke. I paid way too much money to take a class of how to have etiquette.
Like etiquette class?
I took an etiquette class in case I got a decent job. Right. And the thing about snacks in general, when one is eating snacks, one must break the snack in half. Like that. It is important that a woman never puts anything in her mouth that's not of a certain size. And the reason why is because you don't have to open your mouth very much. She goes like this.
Oh, that makes sense.
Very etiquette, very, very polite. They're very civil, you know. And I'm not like that at all. That's not my personality type. I like the meat on the bone. Give it to me raw.
Give it to me
sizzling.
Give it to me.
Give me the meat and give it to me raw. That's the one thing I like in Rings of Power. There's one thing I like. That was hilarious. Just give me the meat and give it to me raw.
Okay.
That was the most Dwarven thing he ever said. Although I wish he didn't say it while staring at him, making
exactly. Yeah. That got
like
me to
like
hell.
This.
Yeah.
You know, that was a bit much.
Check this out. Just
What's
got
that?
this. The Quilting Compendium.
That's awesome.
This is actually what you need to play kilting. This came with my starter set. While I'm opening this, it shows off the tactics, the unit numbers, and what the type of units you can use with everything. And this has everything you need to play kilting. Like, I think, I got my starter set right here. I'm still gonna do an unboxing for it.
Heck yeah!
but I might as well have opened the Compodium because I want to read it.
I just realized that we've been on for 4 hours. Holy cow!
Really?
Yeah, man.
You want to
It's what?
call it?
1:30. Oh, I feel like I could. Oh shit! I'm gonna be dead tomorrow. But oh well. No, not yet. Give me So let's hit it even 4:30. We'll finish in 12 minutes. If that's cool.
All right.
That's good.
Are you cool? Are you cool there?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I got plenty of
Okay,
snacks.
Cool. All right. Okay. Cool.
I really am like a toddler. I'm sorry. Excuse me, guys.
No,
but
you're
I am
fine.
a toddler. So snacks is like when you see me, you see snacks. That's how I am. You see me, you see snacks.
Yeah. I envy being able to eat snacks at this time. If I eat those now, just go straight to my hips.
See, I'm hypoglycemic, so I have a issue where no matter how much I eat, I feel like I can't eat enough because I'm so glycemic. I get really bad blood sugar issues.
Yeah.
Although like my spouse, he's the same way. He has to stop eating at like 2:00. That's the only way he stays the same size.
Yeah.
But like I will sit up and eat an entire bar of chocolate, and he's like, "How can you do that?" I'm like, "Because I have blood sugar issues." My doctor literally told me I want you to keep candy in your purse and eat candy occasionally. So it's like it's doctor candy. It's prescribed.
Yeah, it's
I'm
medical
allowed
candy.
to eat junk food sometimes, but like I'm a healthy person though. Like I don't do corn syrup. I don't do any of that crap. I don't do fast food. Like my
I cut out fast food. Yep.
Never. I would never. I haven't had fast food since I was in high school. Like my first year of high school was the last time I've ever had Popeyes.
I had fast food when I don't have a choice because I work in construction and
yeah, that's a hard one. That's hard to get food. But like I physically can't have it. No joke. Like I miss Popeye sandwiches. Those are the shit. You kidding me? Popeye sandwiches are like the best damn fried sandwich, chicken sandwich you're gonna have. Spicy mayo, it's fantastic. Mm-hmm. But I physically cannot have it. Like I get so sick with any kind of fried oil. I'm also allergic to peanuts, so like peanut oil, like all that kind of stuff, can't have it. So it is it sucks because the only thing I can have is Chick-fil-A. That's the only thing I can stomach, and it's not even freaking here. And I miss it so much. I love.
Chick-fil-A is so good, isn't it?
It's so good.
It's the best.
I was there all the time. Like the lady at the drive-thru.
Yep.
She's like, "Oh, another tattoo appointment." I was like, "Yeah, we have 30 minutes till we start again. So I always want to come here and get a sandwich." She's like, "You're such a trooper. Look at you go. You're getting tattooed, eating chicken sandwiches. I'm so proud of you." And she would always give me like kid toys. She would always like hide a kid toy in my bag. It's like, "This is for you." I'm like, "Oh my God, thank you for my kid toy. I love it." She was great. I loved her. I don't know what her name was, but whoever served me in Houston, I love you very much. You're amazing. I'm happy for all my kid toys.
There's this article I saw on the gamer from Clownfish TV. They're it's because people didn't want to boycott Hogwarts Legacy. They're calling gamers spineless, and this is from a website called The Gamer. They're calling gamers spineless because they didn't want to listen to them.
Here's the thing about gaming is that they don't understand who's gaming. They don't understand like what the market is and what the statistics are. 30-year-old guys, 40-year-old guys, late 20s, people who are antisocial, people who are not caught up in the news, people who don't feed into your bullshit, and the wrong people to try to get them to get into your narrative. They're doing it for a reason. They're playing the game to escape your bullshit. So no shit, they're not going to listen to you because you're marketing the wrong audience. Like, the complete wrong audience. You want to go to Animal Crossing. If you want people to agree with you, go to Animal Crossing. No offense to anyone who plays Animal Crossing or Final Fantasy or something like that. Then people might agree with you. But don't go to like more mainstream games. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, with the game Forspoken, they thought that Square Enix, one of the complaints was that the game did not go like full BLM, because in the first part of the game, the hero is in is in is in it is in court, and they want to make her seem like a strong black woman, but nobody cares. They're just going to skip that part and try and go
woman
and go. They're just going to skip that part and go to the fantasy world where they could use magic and crap. But that Forspoken sucked altogether.
I never played that.
Yeah, Forspoken sucked altogether, and it was beaten out by Hi-Fi Rush, which was a game that was shadow dropped on the same day it was announced, and it was fun. I played Hi-Fi Rush, and to me it was fun. It was like a rhythm combat game where it was like Devil May Cry and Dance Dance Revolution all together, where you would beat bad guys to the rhythm of the song that was going on.
To the rhythm of the sea.
Yeah.
Hey, Dempsey, I want to bring up Dempsey's comment right here. I don't see the draw to Hogwarts. WoW is better in almost every way. The reason there was a big is because when you tell people they can't do something or they shouldn't do something, guess what they're going to do? They're going to do it.
Okay, I was going to say something, but I don't know how bad that would be. But like when people say not to do something, they'll do it. I find that like close ties to like with teenagers. Now, don't do the devil's lettuce.
Yeah.
Don't be smoking that pot. And they're like, okay, mom, I'm going to try pot now.
Yeah, exactly. It continues on.
Forever.
Yeah,
to me, it was like they're like, oh, don't. It's like to me, gamers are like, you're not my mom, you're not my dad, you're not any authority figure, so why should I listen to you?
Yeah, it's really stupid. Honestly, what I'm more concerned about with the Hogwarts Legacy shit is the harassment that these Justice Warriors reap havoc on the poor player. Jeez Louise, and a lot of them are women, and they bring them to tears. They're like they haze them. You all know what the word haze means, right?
Oh yeah,
military term. They literally like haze them, shark hand and everything. Look how crooked my nails are. I'm sorry, but like shark hand them like. What is wrong with you? I was like, dude, it's a free country. They want to play it. Let them play it. Now, the only thing I would like pick on someone for playing would be like a shitty game. Like a game that generally sucks to play and sucks in general. But like, if they want to play it, let them play it. Like shit, stop hazing people. Like, and the thing is, like, I don't understand what they're complaining about. Like, it's a book about people that do magic, and majority of them are from England.
Yeah, the thing is,
she is kind of a piece of shit, though. The writer, the author, in my opinion, this is my opinion.
J.K. Rowling.
Author, I don't like her as a person.
Oh, she's ultra leftist. But the thing is, it's like if you step out of line one tiny step out of line, you have to have exactly the exact same beliefs as everybody else around you. If you don't, you're immediately ostracized. You're immediately canceled. So it's like, hey, you know what? You chose that group of people to pander to, and you chose those group of people to to please from the get-go, and there is no pleasing them. You can't.
No, you never please them. Ever. There's no pleasing them. And that's what's so weird, that they always want this is, and if you sit them down and say, hey, listen to me, baby, what do you want?
They can't tell you.
What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? They're like, what do you want?
Yeah.
Oh,
what the hell do you want from us?
Gap After Dark says it best. They're like the Board Collective.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like the whole thing is like the whole thing like with Hogwarts Legacy is the whole thing like with the Mr. Beast videos where he has where he's basically giving his money away. He's saying that he wants to spend the rest of his life giving every last cent he has away. Like in one video he had, I didn't see it, but he basically put in a surgery where he put an artificial lens to cure people of their cataracts so that they could have better lives. And a bunch of people were saying that, oh, this is just shows how capitalist how capitalist this guy is because he's pocketing the money from people suffering. I'm like, what have you done? What have you done to do anything to help make people's lives better besides complain behind a keyboard?
Nothing.
Yeah, and like it's so weird because like one thing I've heard being in the military, there are some bases, you guys, that are really atrocious.
Oh no,
Like
yeah.
really atrocious. Like there's some bases that are horrible, like dead children being picked up outside the gates because they're starving to death. Like there are some bases that are really bad, and the military has to go out there and pick them up and dump them somewhere.
Yeah.
You know, and these are countries of color. These are people of minorities that we have in the U.S. These are people that really need help, and you'll never hear a single one of these justice warriors say, "Hey, we need to help our fellow brother in Africa, and we need to help our brother in Uganda. We need to help our feather friends. Yay. Our fellow brothers and sisters in other countries in China. Hello, China's suffering. Korea. There's problems all over the world. If you look hard enough, there's a lot of suffering. And even with slave labor, like there's still factories that don't pay their coworkers, their employees. There's the sugar fields. They're not paying those kids. No, chocolate, and you like chocolate, you making sure it's from fair trade, because if you're not, it's slave trade. Literally, most of all the chocolate in the world is made and harvested by slaves still. To this day. Same thing with Shein or any kind of cheap fabric. Same thing. So it's like, if they're really that pissed off, then stop buying shit from Target. Stop buying shit from Walmart. Stop buying shit from companies that literally don't care whether they're using child labor or not. Like, give me a freaking break. Stop. Like, it's so stupid. Like, I haven't bought anything from any of those cheap websites in years because I know what it's coming from. I refuse to buy from Nike. Hell no. Not until they stop freeing kids and underpaid women and people that aren't paying to freaking all. Freaking Apple can go suck it. I'm not even buying everything from Apple again with those suicide nets. Why the hell do they need them in the first place? They treat humans like garbage, and then they turn around with our bullshit, and say, "Oh, we're so horrible. We're the most racist country in the world." Dude, you guys are feeding off of poverty.
Yeah.
Like, shame on them.
The people who scream the loudest are usually the ones who are the perpetuators of it. They're the ones that are actually doing it.
Like, exactly. Like every time I hear this bullshit, I'm like, give me a freaking break, man. What was the last thing you freaking did to help anybody? Like you were saying, it's the same fucking thing. It's ridiculous. Like, do something. I found a homeless guy with a hole in his face. It was the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. No offense to him. I don't know where he is in the world, but he had a hole. He had fallen asleep on an ant mine in Texas, like an ant hill, and he had a small cut, and he slept for 2 days, and the ants had consumed part of his face.
Wow.
Oh.
Yep. He looked like a walking zombie. He was terrifying. Look, you could see his teeth through his face. Right here. I picked him up, put him in my car, drove him to a hotel, called a hospital, asked him to come out and go look at him. That's what you do. You want to help people? Find them. They're all over the place. Stop pretending like you're doing some big justice. Was that dangerous? Probably. But I had a 45 in my glove compartment, and I don't think he's really harmful when he's dying. So,
what you just said though, you actually left your house.
Yeah, I saw him when I was driving.
World. So a lot of people who are sitting here complaining about shit never go out and do anything. They just look at their computer screen and complain about shit because that's all they have to do. And so they don't actually get out and interact with people. Yeah.
Yeah.
So therefore they're not able to do that kind of stuff because they don't actually fucking get out and do anything.
Yeah. And the guy barely spoke any English, so I had to figure out what he was trying to say the best I could, Mucho hurto. I'm like, I understand. That shit hurts a lot. And the cops scolded me for the longest time. Like, why did you do that? Why would you do that? That's such a risky move. I'm like, shut up. Like, this is your job. I'm so stupid. And you know what? Like, I've been called the worst names in the book. I've literally been called like everything you possibly imagine, especially on Instagram. Like, oh, you're such a this, you're such a that.
Right.
It's just it's meaningless. It really is, because these people don't know you. They don't know what you're about. They don't know who you're married to. They don't know if you're mixed or not. They don't know shit. They can, they're stupid.
Yeah, what I do with all those people is I just ignore them. I don't even interact with them, and I get shit on Twitter for like posting respect for Tolkien, and I don't even respond to them. And if I do ever respond to them, it's the Keanu Reeves blow a kiss thank you meme, and that's about all I do. Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
that's the extent of my interaction with those.
That was the whole thing. That was I remember you were saying about that when on their channel when they were trying to bring down everybody who had hashtag respect for Tolkien.
Yeah.
And when they came to you, then they're like, oh, and then there's this guy named James.
But he doesn't really interact with us. It's like, yep. So you have nothing you can talk about. Ha ha ha. You can't. There's nothing that you can bring up against me. All you can do is just. You could just. It's.
What I say to these people is I got this from a show. Is get off the cross. We need the wood.
Oh my gosh. It's I don't know. I think at this point, if we don't become really vocal, there's no hope for fantasy. There's no hope for art. And I just looked up and just realized how beautiful that painting is again. Oh, I just love seeing it. It's so pretty. The scales are so. I know. I just like.
I'm sorry. I get like really engrossed into this. I'm like,
so squirrel brained. But like I looked up and I'm complaining about it. And I looked up, I was like, oh my god, that scale of the shadows and the scales are so good.
Yeah.
I love that. They just dance. Like I love how the light dances off the metal. It's so pretty.
If you look at it really close, it's very, very, very just. It's very like almost. It's just barely just like touching. Like
that's the thing. That's why I like Frank Frazetta so much. I keep saying.
Yes, if you look at his stuff close up, it's not really.
Thank you. That it's nothing there. It's like he'll have whole areas of nothing.
Well, do you know what it is? Do you know what it is? And I've watched some videos about this. His whole idea about okay, I'm gonna try to bring up an example here. A good example. Oh shit, that's the I bought a comic book while I was in Tokyo. Yay!
Yay! I saw that last time.
Yeah, I bought two. Yes, that's an awesome picture of Conan.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So mine are on the wall. I can't show it to you guys because it's like on my wall.
Let's take a look. For example, okay, let's look at this moth guy right here. Okay. Look at this shadow right here. This shadow makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. But you know what he did that like that? His shadows were abstract. His shadows, he drew his shadows before, like in his underdrawing, right? And he would make sure that those were basically, he was making an abstract painting before he actually made the painting itself. So the shadows and everything were already there before the figures were even decided. So he, like this person's basically all this shadow right here. If you just took the shadow out, it's an abstract piece. If you took the shadow out from this tree thing right here, it's an abstract piece. And those abstract pieces of shadows make the composition of the painting the way it is. You know what I mean?
Foreground to be able to know what you're doing when you do stuff like that is amazing. That's oh my god.
So basically, you could take out all the light here, take out all the light, and have only the shadows, and you have an amazing piece.
Yeah. No, it's. Every time I go through his work, like I have a whole album on my phone that's just called Frank Frazetta. I go through it for inspiration sometimes. And like you see like where how like in the background there's like nothing
John Carter.
and the castle's just white and there's like very little shading. It's less is more sometimes. Less is more. And it just speaks so much.
Yeah.
I like all his John Carter stuff. The John Carter stuff he did.
I liked his Fire and Ice of one of the barbarians he did. That's my favorite one. When he's like this with the axe, he's like, that's my favorite. One of my favorite ones. And this is funny, is because this character is actually a rendition of the Fire and Ice guy. This is supposed to be a rendition of the same character, and then he did it. But the way he does it is so much better than the other, World of Warcraft art out there, in my opinion. But I don't know. It's weird because like he's like when I saw his art and his style, I was like, oh my god, that's sick. When you can do so little, and it's not little, it's a lot. It's weird. It's like a lot in the the Death Dealer. Oh my gosh.
It's
so beautiful.
It's being able to
amazing.
It's being able to hit that one color, that one shape, and you get into like this kind of trance kind of state,
Mhm.
and you're not even conscious, like. And I think that he was just really, really amazingly able to do that. You know what I mean? The more conscious you are of what you're doing, the less that it comes out natural. The less that, I don't know. It's difficult to explain. You got to be in a
Going
certain.
away from the piece, going away
Yeah.
from. That's why it's so healthy to walk away from what you're doing. Like if you're sitting down for too long and you're looking at your painting or you're looking at your drawing, you're just sitting there and you're looking at it,
Yeah.
and you're able to stop looking at the painting. I know it sounds
Yep.
weird, but like stop looking at it.
Oh yeah.
Look at what you want it to be.
Yep.
And you just sit there and you study it and you study it and you study what you want it to become. You study what you like, you study what you don't like, and you make changes off of the things that draw your eye. And sometimes my best pieces were mistakes. So I have this piece I can show you guys. I did literally like in an hour, like 2 or 3 hours. But this was a mistake. So this, it's pretty small, but basically I had painted this with the wrong type of primer and it peeled up. All the paint started to peel up. So I started to peel up all the paint and it made like a weird shape. So I was like, I'm just gonna turn into a lady. And I turned this crappy paint. You can even see how bad this paint's so horrible. It all peeled up and started peeling up and stuff. But it just made this shape. And I was like, okay, I kind of see a leg. I kind of see an arm. So that's where I did. And I just like a 2-3 hour painting, really quick, really easy, and I've been trying to sell it. I have a frame I'm going to put it in. I don't know who's interested in something like this, but it doesn't fit my house aesthetic. So if I can't hang it up, I don't keep it.
You should put those up on Instagram and stuff. Like put them up on Instagram. Seriously, there'll be people out there that might be into it.
And the thing is that I would probably treat it with like a shellac or some sort of top coat, like Mod Podge, to get rid of all the imperfections. Because if you touch it, it's very textured.
Right.
And I would probably put like Mod Podge or like some sort of clear coat on it to make sure it's consistent and nice for the person who wants to buy it and stuff. But I'm so happy. I did it in like 3 hours on a piece of garbage canvas with crappy paint.
Yep. Hey, I'm serious. That crappy paint stuff. Some of my best work I did with like the craft paint that you get from like
And the thing is, like, if I ever become like a decent, like somewhat well enough to be able to buy paint I like and do, how do you say it, gouache? I always call it watercolor. I know it's not called watercolor.
Well, gouache is basically opaque watercolor.
Yeah. Gouache. I love gouache. I'm gonna do more gouache.
Every time I say gouache, I want to say gore.
Guar. You know, I knew Guar. I knew the God bless his soul, but he used to babysit me when I was a kid.
Really?
Mm-hmm. My mom knew him.
Crazy.
He only babysat me once or twice though, but I hung out with him when I was a little baby.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. I was
the
a metal
reason I knew Guar is because of Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah.
Yeah. I talked about it before.
Oh man, I don't mean to be a downer, but we're almost going into 5 hours, dude.
Oh shit!
We gotta cut it.
Yeah, let's cut it. Okay, cool. All right, I'll finish right there for now. I might go in there and touch up a few things here and there, but
it's basically done. It's gorgeous. Yeah. So pretty.
All righty. So, okay. So what we do you saw us last time. We basically do our outros here. Mm-hmm. So, I'll let Bandito go first. That's
all right. Hey, this is Banditobane. I am the well-rounded nerd and the Warhammer noob. I do stuff for Warhammer based off things I like, from comic books, bad horror movies, even Warhammer, of course. If you want to get in touch with me, you could find me on Twitter at banditobane.com. That Banditobane. Don't know what shit. I'm still tired.
We're all tired.
I'm still tired. It's still early. It's still early in the morning here. So yeah, it's just Banditobane. You can find me on Facebook, Twitter, and I'm writing a comic book. If you want to help me with help from Angry Canadian and James, you could get if you want to help throw some ideas around, you can find me at bombermanefx@gmail.com. Now, I will be releasing the reviews for Brutal Cunning, the review for Brutal Cunning by Mike Brooks, and I will also be doing an unboxing for the Kill Team starter set this week, and so be on the lookout for that.
Awesome, man. Thank you for hanging out the whole time, man. You're not a noob when it comes to
Stop saying that.
not a noob when it comes to Warhammer, man.
The person over there and death deal you if you keep saying it.
There are people who can list the Primarchs by heart. I still have to look up that at the wiki to know the Primarchs.
Hey,
the only ones I know are Rabute, Gilliman, Angron, and Horus.
Okay, as he lists them.
Here you go, Witcher.
Witcher is so much. Witcher is. Okay, you're freaking awesome. I've read all your.
Mrs. Flu is the shit, dude. Oh no, I'm sorry, you're the bomb. You're great.
I literally went back, like when you guys were talking earlier, like I think it was a couple hours ago, and I went back and read all the stuff she said, and like I was just sitting here like, it was awesome. I enjoyed reading everything you wrote. It's
so
great.
if you ever get the chance, you got to check out like Comics Division. Her husband's on there. He's the producer, and Mrs. Flu is also Floral Under a Rock. They've got a show where she's on the panel as well. They talk all kinds of stuff that I think you would really enjoy to listen to. So
I listen to kind of stuff and I paint all the time. This is like what's playing in my house majority of the time. Other music.
All right, so I'll let you do your little plug or whatever you want to talk about, your little outro. Sorry, it's almost 2. My brain's not working anymore.
Same. I like the pretzels, but I like the paint. No. So, my Witcher tag is Witcher Fox 1776. I'm a huge patriot, military wife. I'm trying my best to do what I can with my art talent. I've slept on my artistic skill for too long, and now I'm reawakening them because gods of art telling me to rebel against the oncoming slot of horrible content and AI and bullshit. So I'm here to make a stand for real art, Murlocs, World of Warcraft, and real feminism. And I want to make a comeback in all those things. And I want people to actually name off artists they like. If you say you like art, you should be able to name off at least 5 that you support, whether it's a tattoo artist or someone that you appreciate. It's just, I want to do more with what I got, and I want to encourage other artists. If it's never too late. It's never too late to pick up the pen. It's never too late to start drawing and getting those ideas out, because you can become someone's favorite artist one day, even if it's like on a smaller scale, like me. Like, it doesn't matter if you can pick up a pen and start doing something, or you appreciate it, then do it, make a difference, go out there, do it. But yeah, most of my content's just video game related, drawing related, or bitching. That's usually what I do. I'm being completely dead honest. I complain about things a lot, but we need a vent every now and then. And this is my almost finished.
Oh yeah. Let's check this out. Sorry, I should have been updating this more. There we go.
So,
looks really cool. You could definitely tell, like, the tattoo artist, that experience is really apparent in your artwork.
I'm a quick drawer. I do things quickly because the client sits there and stares at me. Is it ready yet? Is it ready yet? Is it ready yet? I'm like, yes, it's ready. Okay, ma'am, it's almost done. Please don't hurt me. Thank you, guys. I appreciate everyone in the comments, and you guys are awesome, and it made my night.
You again, Witcher, thank you so much for coming on here and doing this. It was a pleasure meeting you in person.
Oh, it was a privilege. It was a privilege, and I'm really honored. Thank you.
And the chat looks like they've really enjoyed having you on here. So you're welcome back anytime. Anytime you'd like to.
All the time. I love it.
Yeah, definitely. All right, and I'll outro myself as well. So Jinja Ninja here. Thank you again for the Witcher Fox. Let me illustrate you today as Red Sonja. It was really fun. Oh, gotta get that off of there. So this is a final. Yeah. Well, I'm going to probably do a couple more things in here. Again, I was trying to be abstract with this red stuff back there. This red kind of forms, whatever. Yeah, as far as things are going, I've got an exhibition. I'm going to be in a group exhibition next Monday. I think it's for a week. It's at Miyakonojo City Museum of Art. It's the Shinshokai. It's going to be my last stint with them. And we'll be putting up about 56 to 60 pictures of the artwork, original artwork from ANTE Steampunk Western. After that, let's see, next upcoming Comic Con will be in May. Osaka Comic Con. Anger Canadian will be joining me at the booth. If we're lucky, we might have Wakizashi and maybe Witcher Fox there as well, which would be really nice.
Heck yeah. I would
That would be
love
really
to go.
cool. I think you would be. I think you'd have a great time, even if it was just for one day. There's a lot of great people there. I love the Comic Cons; they're always really fun to do. The unfortunate thing about Yokota Comic Con was it was only for people on base, but when you have like the general public in there, it's a different kind of a feeling, a different kind of vibe. It's really fun times. But yeah, other than that, I guess I'm going to continue doing illustrations for Respect for Tolkien. Probably going to be working on a couple of those this week, and I got a couple commissions down the lines. Actually, my friend he's making a video game. He's asked me to do some illustrations for it, so I would like to try to do that. I needed to speak to him actually. We went to college together, so that would be something great to work on. It's going to be fantasy related, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, other than that, thank you everybody out here for coming and checking out the show tonight. Thank you for Witcher Fox being on here. Thank you for Bandito, Angry Canadian, Mr. Grant Gregory, Wakizashi, and of course, all of you wonderful, wonderful, wonderful people out in the chat.
Thank you so much.
Until next time, have a great weekend, and see you next time. Sayonara. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Adios.
Peace out.